when I'm now looking at the entries, I'll go to my 30-minute chart. So that's basically it. And then, of course, your entries. So what do you use to decide when to enter the market? What method do you use? So, for example, indicators. Do you use indicators, Ichimoku, moving averages, whatever it is as a trader? For example, I don't necessarily use indicators. I'm a price action market structure trader. So for any traders who are like that, that's what I do. But if you feel like indicators works for you, that's it. Write it down, guys. Figure out what it is and then stick to that. So for example, even when I used to go back to the academy and I'm learning, or when I go back to the academy and I'm learning from other educators, I do that to just build my knowledge base, okay? To just see what are the terminologies, what can I learn from any other educator or trader out there, but I will not veer. So even if there's a trader who teaches a certain indicator, I'll just learn it and understand it because I know that when people are coming into my team, they may want to use indicators so I can support them. But when I am trading, I will not use that. Does that make sense? So you need to have that as something to guide your plan. Now, the second thing is money management. Now, this is a big one. If you guys don't plan your money will plan your life for you, and you'll end up being at that point whereby you're always constantly losing money. So unless, for example, you understand your risk of ruin, you will fall into the majority of traders who lose every single time, who are blowing accounts. Guys, like I said, I've been sharing my trade ideas since May of last year, consistently, 3 times a week, okay? And the interesting thing that I've noticed is there are 2 types of traders, okay, who take my alerts. And those are the people who literally make money from my alerts and the ones who lose money. Now, they are taking the same trade ideas, okay, but some are winning and some are losing. So the question is why? Usually it's your money management. Like, what are you risking? What is your position sizing? What have you decided prior to entering a trade? What are you going to risk? Okay, what are you willing to lose? Okay, before you enter a trade. What position are you taking? Are you buying or selling? And then are you consistently going to just do buys? Are you going to be doing sells? Are you going to be shorting the market and so on and so forth? Like, you need to know. I know these things can sometimes sound like they are things you just put in your head, but you need to literally know what you're going to do in the market way before you even decide to take a trade. So even if an educator is giving you trade ideas, you need to know, is this something that I want to do or not, you know? Then, for example, how much capital are you going to begin to start with? Your losses, how much are you willing to lose per trade or per day? What profits are you targeting consistently? Like, what are you looking for in the market? Sometimes we go into the market, like, especially I know when people are taking trade ideas from educators, it's very easy to just take trades and make money off all the trades that you find. But you have to have a limit. And I always talk to my team and I tell them, okay, fine, I've given you 11 trades or 8 trades in a day or 10 trades. Are you seriously going to take all trades? Or do you have a specific target in terms of pip count, in terms of profits that you want to make, so that by the time you're looking at a trade idea that I've given, you can say, okay, I can just take 1 or 2. So you have to have that, because in as much as we share all these trades, guys, it doesn't mean you have to take everything. So what I want to take away from this is that if you learn, you need to learn to become a great loser. And when I say that, I mean this. Start taking your losses consistent, like small losses. Take the small losses consistently, okay? So that you don't wait for a big loss. When you learn to take the small losses, you'll also learn to manage your risk, okay? And that's something that most of us never, because the best losers basically win. This sounds like an oxymoron, but it's the reality. The best losers win, okay? Now, the third thing that is going to also determine your typical trading plan, and this is your mindset and your psychology. Now, this one is big for me, and I'm going to show you guys practically. I have journals here, okay? They're like just books, okay? And these books, I literally write my trades every single day. And I've done this since last year when I started my trading journal. Every single day, I have this book, I have this one, I have 3 of them. Right now, I'm on my 3rd book. Okay, so this is the very first book that launched my career in terms of trading, in terms of sharing trade ideas with the community. You can see it's real. You can see this is like in June 5th. There's this is May 20th, you know, May 21st, May 22nd. I know every single trade I've taken every single day since I started my trading journal. Now, it may sound ridiculous, but I remember what also gave me a lot of excitement about trading was in June 12th, when after 9 days of trading, I had shared pips worth 316 pips for the community. And that was my biggest, because I used to do 20 pips, 20 pips, 20 pips. But in those 9 days, I did 316 pips. Now, guys, what that did for my mindset, it then convinced me, right, that I'm a trader. And sometimes that's all we need to be to transition from struggling as a trader to actually becoming really good at it, and it becoming a part of your, your psyche. So your mind frame has to be right. You also have to develop like a daily routine. What do you do every single day as part of preparing your mind to trade? Okay. And for me, like I have a daily activity that I do every single day, not single day, but every trading day, 3 times a week. That's Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays by 9 o'clock, because I trade during the London session. Okay. This is me. Some people trade during the New York session, because the London session in Kenya is during our daytime. So it's awesome. It's a brilliant time. So from 10 a.m. Kenyan time to 12 noon, I know I'm trading. That's when I'm in the markets, I'm sharing trade ideas, I'm taking my own trades. But at 9 o'clock, I'm on my laptop, basically analyzing the markets, and some people have watched me doing this live. I just sit on my computer, I look at trade ideas for like 15 to 20 minutes. I read the news, I do my fundamentals, I do my technicals, and then I write potential trades that I'm going to share with the community, and so on and so forth. And then now at exactly 10 o'clock, I make my announcement in the group and I say, hi guys, get ready, get ready, get ready. I'm about to throw you guys trades. So guys, this is something I've done, and people on this call who've taken my trades and have been in the community with me know that I do this every single 3 times a week, like clockwork. Okay, I don't veer. Now guys, this has really changed my trading and enabled me to actually be very consistent. So even when I make losses, it doesn't matter. I know the next day what the routine is. I'm not like stressed out or anything. So the last thing is the books. What are you reading, guys? In terms of building your trading mindset, because yes, we read all these other books about motivation in life and family, but what are we reading to help us with our trading? So for me, there are certain books that I usually recommend. One of the one that most people know that I'll always talk about is like Trading in the Zone by Mark Douglas. As a beginner trader, please look for that book. It's an audio book. It's on YouTube. You can find it. You can buy it. You can do whatever it is. Keep reading it. That book changed my trading, because it taught me that trading is 90% psychology, okay, and just 10% or 20%, skill. So, and it's real, because most of us can attest that we've gone to the academy. We've gone through the content, okay? We know everything. We know how to calculate pips. We know trends. We know reversals. We know support, resistance. We know these things, guys. But what happens in the markets is once we get there, our minds take over. Our emotions take over. Now, that book will really sort you out if you start reading it. There's another book I recommend. It's called Emotional Intelligence 2.0 by Gene Greaves and Travis Brad. Gene Greaves and Travis Brad, Emotional Intelligence 2.0. And there's another one by one of my mentors, and he's an educator, Mike Miles, that he recommended, which is called Meditations for Emotional Management in Life by Marcus Aurelius. So guys, those are books I highly recommend that everyone reads. And then obviously the last thing that gets you to plan your trade is also the tools that you're using. These are not things that we don't know. Ensure you have a good computer. Power sources. In case you lose electricity, it happens. Like, yesterday we had a blackout here. And, if you're in a trade, what do? Okay, do you now panic? What do you do? If you have access to your broker, you can call your broker. I don't know if you guys know that. You can call your broker and tell them, close that trade, shut it down, so that you don't end up losing money and you're not stressed out. So these are basic things, but sometimes we don't think about them. Now, this is just the skeleton, guys. If you sit down for like an hour in your lifetime and just put in the meat in that, plan everything, like for example, how much money do you want to make? When you make that money, that's part of your trading plan. What do you do with that money? Do you are you going to use that money for paying rent, for paying your mortgage, for a home loan, whatever, or taking your spouse for dinner? Plan everything in your trading plan so that you know what your outcome can be and you can expect it. So guys, finally, I'll just say this: you're not a creature of your circumstances. You're a creator of your life. Okay. Now, your life in I am is a trader. So you need to begin to create your ideal life. This is how you become a professional. You cannot become a professional waking up and deciding when you want to trade. You need to have the plan so that everybody knows between this time and this time I am trading. Don't disturb me. My phone is off. I'm busy. Okay. So we need to treat this as a business, and it will pay us as a business. And then always trade with your best interests at heart, and ultimately stay disciplined. So yeah, guys, that's it. Thank you, Andre. All I'll say is, guys, go ye forth and trade the plan. Thank you.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you so much. Folks, I told you Lillian was gonna bring the heat. I told you, straight out of Kenya. For those of you who don't know, she calls trades for Legacy Worldwide all the time on the Vibrata platform. So if you don't have Vibrata, I highly, highly recommend that you get it. I mean, listen, she drops so many little nuggets, the nuance of what it is that's going to make you and take you to the next level. The first one that she dropped was like, boom. And what she said, my video stopped. Okay, hold on. What happened? All right, so the first thing that she said was this. She said, your first accountability is your trading plan. Your first accountability partner is your trading plan. How many of y'all right now get into the chats and you hear someone say, I need an accountability partner, and you're like, hey, let me find someone that I want to trade with? That's all good. But if you don't have a trading plan, if you're not accountable to that trading plan, oh my Lord, that was brilliant, brilliant. Thank you so much for that information. That was absolutely amazing. I appreciate it. So next up, we have a young man that I know very well. I've known him for many, many years, Mr. Matthew Levy. And listen, this gentleman right here, I'm so excited to have you guys hear from him. A lot of you guys don't know him very well, but what I can tell you is that I know him and his wife and his family personally, and what they've been able to do since I met him. When he was started as an employee. He moved into self-employment. He's moved into business ownership. He's moved into investing. And so he's been able to access all the different quadrants. He's been able to understand how to think in different quadrants, how to financially move from quadrant to quadrant. And so I am super excited to share with you guys today one of my good friends, one of the first people that when I saw I knew that I wanted to reach out to, Mr. Matthew Paul Levy. Matthew, are you here with us? You can go ahead and unmute yourself, bro. Or maybe not. Let's see if we can find him. Let's track him down. There we go. Hold on. Let's track him down. We'll find you. There you go, bro.
Hey, how's everybody doing? I'm Matthew Levy.
There we go. There we go. He's in the building, folks.
Alrighty. I'm just gonna share my story with a little presentation. Hopefully this works for you guys. I've been in, like Dre said, I've been in every single quadrant. I started as an employee, moved into business ownership, started doing self-employed, and now I'm an investor with everybody that's on this Zoom call. So what you have to realize is that when you're an employee or self-employed, your time is your money. So basically you're trading something more valuable for something less valuable. And then the next thing is that in business ownership and investing, you're basically making money work for you. However you leverage it, you have a lot of leverage to do so. So when I started as an employee, my first job, I was actually working in a file room in New York. And the guy next to me was 62 years old. And he used to tell me all these fancy stories. Oh, he was a law librarian and all this other stuff. But you're 62 years old and I'm 20 and we're doing the same job. So once I figured out that that vehicle is in 40 years, that's going to be me, I started looking around to do something else. So basically, somebody introduced me to a business opportunity. So whether you have a system of your own or you're using somebody else's system, as long as you can have a system and you follow it, you can start generating assets, all right? So whether your time is an asset, you can generate more time. If you have money, you can generate more money with the assets. In real estate right now, I'm buying and selling houses, and I'm also renting them out. So getting more assets is basically the main goal for me. But every single quadrant that I'm talking to you about has different tax advantages or disadvantages. And you should really contact a financial planner or a tax accountant so you can understand which one you fit better, right? Being self-employed is basically whether if you're a doctor and you have your own practice, or even if you're just a gig worker. A lot of people go out there right now and they use, they do Uber or Amazon Flex or DoorDash or whatever app that you're using. Just realize that your time is still tied to that. Yes, you may not want to be, have a job, have a boss over your head every single day. But when you start doing gig work, you start seeing the money coming in. You got to realize that a lot of those tax advantages, some of these gig workers don't know. So meanwhile, some people might make $50,000, $100,000 a year doing gig work, but some people are actually writing off 50% of it or 100% of it. So you got to basically realize what you're doing with each asset, all right? Or with each quadrant that you're working with. And as an investor, I've learned not only just to invest in the Forex market or anything else, but I've learned how to invest in myself. So the first thing I've done is I attended seminars, I've read books, I've listened to CDs, I've listened to a lot of different people that are very successful, right? And that led me to a different mindset where I can start saying, hey, what other investments can I have? Reading other books, you start investing in commodities, oil, gold, silver, and actually having them on hand. I mean, obviously not oil, but you can have gold and silver on hand, just to protect yourself in case something happens with the U.S. dollar, which we're printing a lot of money right now, so the dollar's really, the value of it's going down. But if you have something tangible, you can always make sure that you hedge against uncertainty, okay? And then investing in the Forex market has been great. I have, unshare. Oh, I didn't even share my screen. Well, in the Forex market has been great. Obviously, you have to go through learning experiences. I've done, I've blown a couple accounts by mismanaging my own money. But that's something that you have to learn. I'm always a little bit of a hard head, so I like to do it and learn what not to do. so I don't do it further. And Dre can attest to that. Is that I'll just jump in a trade. I'm like, yeah, it's going to go do this. And I just jump in. Meanwhile, other people are like, maybe, sort of, I'm just in it, But it comes full circle when you start going through the academy, you start learning more. And then you start, like Lillian said, having a trading plan in place so that you can hedge, so you don't have to lose as much money as you want, right? The goal is to, if you're going to lose, make more than you're going to lose. So every dollar that you put in, if you lose $2, make sure that the next trade you're going to make $8. And that's how I get it out. And I'm not saying $8. I'm just saying, percentage wise. And with that said, I'll give it back to Dre.
Awesome, bro. I appreciate you taking the time sharing. He said a couple things that were really important. He actually was able to tie in with Lillian. I think when you heard that when he moved to the investing quadrant, he talked about the first thing that you need to invest in is yourself. If you listen to what Lillian said, she was talking about to succeed as a trader, you have to invest in yourself mentally. What is it that you're reading? What is it that you're growing? I know Matt personally has been a part of a personal development program for literally 15 years straight. I know that was what helped him transition. I have the unique perspective with Matt because, Matt, I saw you when you first got started, right? You and I together sort of first got started in business.
Absolutely. It's been like 15 years.
Yeah, and where you are now and what you've been able to do. He mentioned real estate. He just flipped a big development. He's being a little modest there, but listen, I appreciate your time. The other thing that he said, which was a major nugget, folks, and it was the first thing that came out of his mouth. And if you didn't catch it, I'm going to highlight it for you because this is a major, major nugget. You need to write this one down. As an employee, your time is your money. You're trading your time for money, okay? So what you're trading is you're trading something more valuable for something less valuable. I want y'all to catch that again. You're trading your time, which is more valuable, for something that's less valuable. And so you don't want to be in a scenario where you're trading more value for less value over and over and over again, because that's going to set you up to be in a position for failure. So Matt, I appreciate you, bro. That was absolutely amazing. And thank you for your time today. I know, listen guys, when I talk about sacrifice, today is Matt's son's 5th birthday. And they have a birthday party planned. And instead of being at the birthday party right now that's going on, he took time to share with us right now. So if everybody can show Matt some love, we greatly appreciate it. Throw some 2s in the chat for Matt and for his son, Caden. Happy birthday, Caden, 5 years old.
Everybody.
We really appreciate it, all right? So next up, we're going to have Mr. Jizz Clerk Morissette. Now listen, we call him Jizz. And if you guys were on our Father Power program last week or 2 weeks ago with Father's Day, whatever that was, you had a chance to hear from Jizz for the first time as he began to break down. He was the first person on our team and our organization to really take a deep dive into Bitcoin. And he was sort of our Bitcoin master, our Bitcoin go-to guy. But what I can tell you is that his trading knowledge is far beyond Bitcoin, right? And what he's been able to do is really have a powerful impact on our team, on our organization, because of the mental side of things, and also because of the fact that not only is he successfully trading, but he's now aggressively building, and he's able to offer some serious perspective, having been working in corporate America at a very high level, Ivy League graduate, Haitian immigrant. Like, he has so much to offer in terms of just why it is that what we're doing in IM is important. And so I can't wait to share them with you. If you guys, like I said, if you were on Father Power, you're already salivating at the opportunity to hear again from him. So Jizz, are you with us, sir?
You know it.
There we go. You got your freedom shirt on?
Yeah, man. Good afternoon, everybody.
Let's go, bro. Let's go.
Good afternoon, everybody on the East Coast. Good morning for those on in the Central Time, and good night for those in the other continents. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen so we can get started with the presentation. So, as Dre said, you know, I've been in the IM Academy, and I'm very fortunate to have the opportunity, and I'm going to be talking about the why. You know, for me, it's very simple. Before I joined this organization, I was already looking for control and more freedom in my life. You know, I have a family, a wife and 2 girls. Here they are right here. And we moved to Orlando, Florida. I'm in Orlando, Florida, a little over 5 years ago. And, you know, the goal for me is always wanting to have my life back. Because like my parents, you know, my dad was, you know, he had his own job. He called his own shots, but he traded his time for money. My mother, she worked in education. She was a teacher. So, you know, they did the best that they could for us, but there were a lot of opportunities that we had to say no to because of finances. So that is one of the goals for me and my wife and our kids, is to be able to provide for them so that whatever my girls want to do growing up, whatever opportunities that come along, that it's not because of the price, it's not because of the fees that we're saying no. right? So when this opportunity came along, you know, it was before what's going on. I've been in the IM Academy for a little over a year. So I had a little bit of time to get some experience, and some of the stuff that's going on right now. We have this health crisis going on. We have a financial crisis going on. We have this socio-political unrest going on, right? And some of this stuff people saw coming. We have educators, we have financial experts who are talking about, you know, a recession coming. Some people were saying 2019 is going to happen, 2020 is going to happen, 2021, because we know cyclically between 10 and 12 years, you have booms and busts in the economy. There are some historical experts, medical and scientists who are looking at, you know, our environment and saying that there was going to be some type of health crisis within our lifetime. These things happen in 50-year cycles, in 100-year cycles. So the big thing for me was getting in the academy and learning about looking at the market. It's not only about how you can protect yourself, right? Matt talked about getting with a CPA, a financial planner. A lot of times they talk about protecting yourself, protecting your assets, diversifying your portfolio, right? But depending on your network and the wealth community that you're a part of, it's not just about protection. It's about being a part of something bigger and then making a decision where you can actually increase your assets, right? When the recession hits, what happens? Assets depreciate in value, right? Stocks go down, housing prices go down. People who are set up to take advantage of that, what do? They go buying, right? So it's all about setting yourself up so that you can take advantage of opportunities regardless of what's going on. So for those of you who are looking at this opportunity to learn about the foreign exchange market, it's an opportunity that happens regardless, right? The foreign exchange market is open 24/7. Recessions don't stop the foreign exchange market. Money is moving. The markets are moving, right? So it's an opportunity for you to have an income stream that you can control, right? Because what Matthew was talking about is the decision that I had to look at when I moved to Florida with my wife. I was working for a hotel chain, a small hotel chain. So we made the decision to move. My wife, she works for a big corporation. She was able to just put in for a transfer. And then luckily for us, they didn't drop her salary because we moved from New York to Orlando. The standing of living, she normally would have lost some of her salary, but they let her keep it. For me, the small hotel chain that I worked in doesn't have a branch in Orlando, Florida. So I wasn't able to take advantage of that, right? So I'm looking so that I can get a job, and they're telling me that they're not gonna accept my experience in security, life safety. In order for me to get the same career that I want, I'm gonna have to go back to school for 2 years to get a piece of paper to tell them that I know what I already know. So that was unacceptable. So what were my options, right? Based on what I know, these were my options. I can keep working, I can get another job. And there were multiple times over the years that I've been here that I thought about getting a second job, putting in extra hours at work. There were times where I did work extra shifts because, you know, I have a family, right? These other options weren't really available to me. I'm not making any interest off of money in the bank, right? I don't have a business. Even if I had some extra capital to start a business, what's the turnaround time for that business to generate a profit for me to start paying bills with it, right? And then we talked about tax implications. My investments, we're talking about 401ks and IRAs. I don't want to tap into that, right? So my options were very limited. So again, that goes back to your vision, and your vision is connected to your experience, your knowledge, and your network. And when I say network, I'm talking about your wealth community. Who you know and what you know is going to enhance your vision or is going to cloud your vision. I remember a few years ago when I was still in New York, a friend of mine invited me to a fundraising event, and it was for an organization that provides scholarships to low-income communities. So you would think an event like this in New York City would take place in one of those organizations. You would think that they would have people from those neighborhoods going to a church somewhere in a neighborhood, going to a community center or something, but the event took place at the Yale Club. Do you think the average mother or father working minimum wage knows anything about the Yale Club? So when I went there, people were giving testimonies about the organization and the services they provide and how it helped them save money and were able to send their kids to college with a scholarship and grant opportunities. And they were all white collar professionals, doctors, lawyers. So I walked out of there a bit disappointed because the neediest of the needy couldn't take advantage of that opportunity. They didn't even have the ability to say no to it. And what's worse than saying no to a good opportunity is not even knowing that it exists. So for us today, we're excited to share this opportunity with you guys because now it gives you an opening, a window to see what else is out there, right? You look at the traditional investment opportunities, you have stocks, bonds, real estate, right? Art, collectibles. Not all of us, based on our income, can buy some art and have it appreciate millions of dollars, right? But we can buy stocks, we can buy mutual funds, we can get into real estate depending on what we can do with loans and that kind of thing. But we're talking about the Forex market. It's been around, but a lot of people don't know that it exists. Few decades ago, the only way you can get into the Forex market was having a connection to a Wall Street insider or having millions of dollars to open an account. That's not true anymore, folks. All you need is access to the internet, just like Lillian said, laptop, cell phone, and a few dollars to open an account. This academy is going to teach you how you can take advantage of the Forex market, right? So for us, it's lifting that veil. Knowledge gives you the ability to make a choice off of opportunity, right? I don't know how many of you have heard stories about adults who have gone their whole life not knowing how to read. Then they make that choice to go back to school, and then they learn how to finally read, and then all of the challenges that they had disappear. My oldest daughter is about to be 7 years old, and I can remember a year and a half ago how she was writing the letters on a piece of paper, putting the words together, sounding them out, and then it started to click. She came running to us, "Mommy, Daddy, I know what that means. I can read that," right? A whole new world opened up to her. That's very similar to what we're talking about here for you guys, folks. For those of you who are not familiar with the Forex market, it's so much more than just currencies, right? Lillian put up a list earlier. You have indices, you have commodities, you have futures, right? When we talk about the price of oil, like Matt said, we're not talking about going to buy a barrel of oil and put it in your garage and wait for the price of oil to go up, right? We're not talking about having a Rolex watch and keeping it in your safe, and in case you have a problem, go into a pawn shop. We're talking about being able to enter the Forex market, which is a $6 trillion a day market, and trade these assets. So instead of talking about owning, people talk about, again, owning versus renting. We're talking about trading. You can enter the Forex market. You'll learn how to read those charts. You'll learn those trend lines. All of those words that Lillian dropped, breakout, consolidation, support and resistance, that becomes part of your vocabulary. You get an education, right? So I know that oil was somewhere around $35 a barrel last week. At the end of this week, it's hovering somewhere close to $39, $40 a barrel. I could enter the market and I can make a profit off of that fluctuation. We're talking about cryptos. A lot of people are going crazy over crypto right now. They're going crazy over Bitcoin. They're going crazy over Ethereum, Cardano, right? They're holding it. I'm in a Facebook group with some people who are big on Ripple. It's another crypto. They believe it's gonna be more popular than Bitcoin. Well, all you hear is people frustrated. When is Bitcoin gonna go to, when is Ripple gonna go through the moon? When is Ripple gonna go up? It's hovering somewhere around $17, right? 17 cents, sorry. 17 cents right now. But if you're in the Forex market, and you know how to read trend lines, you can enter a trade off of any of these cryptos while they go up and down. So it can go from 17 cents to 20 cents, and you can be in that trade and you can pay some bills. But you have people who are holding it, they're waiting not for it to go to 20 cents, they're waiting for it to go to $20, right? How long are you gonna hold on? Meanwhile, there's an opportunity here where you can increase your life. You can pay some bills off of what's going on in the Forex market. So that's what we're talking about, right? The I Am Academy can make you proactive, not reactive, right? We want to increase our situations. We want to be part of larger conversations with our wealth community. We want to be able to say yes and no to opportunities, but we have to know that those opportunities exist. The I Am Academy gives you that knowledge. We have a lot of people now, you look on social media, a lot of people are talking about teaching their kids. Financial literacy is trending, right? A lot of organizations are popping up that want to teach children financial literacy. How they want to teach them about credit, teach them about debt, about compound interest, about investing, right? But you don't hear people talking about the Forex market, right? This has been around, and we need to keep letting people know that this is an opportunity as well. I can tell you for sure that my girls, they're 5 and 6. By the time they go to high school, they're gonna know how to read a chart. They're gonna know how to mark up a chart and know what a trend line is. That's gonna be something that they can put for themselves and have as a resource, and they can control a stream of income regardless of whatever career plan they have for themselves. And that's what we want for everybody on this call as well. Thank you.
Awesome, bro. Awesome. So listen, man, I love how you painted the picture of your daughters and how learning how to read, and when they first learned how to make the sounds and the phonics and put it all together and be able to read, and then to be able to translate that, right, and have the excitement and enthusiasm of how a whole new world has opened up to them. And for most of us as adults, there's a level of literacy. We know how to read a book for most of us, right? But there's a level of literacy that we don't actually have. And when we get into this academy, it's like having that same experience that your children have, because all of a sudden, when you can put the price action in the trend lines and you can put the stuff that's being the consolidation, it's like opening up a whole new world. It's new opportunities that you didn't even know existed. So that was powerful, bro. And then I love what you said. What's worse than saying no to a good opportunity is not even knowing the opportunity exists. Man, that right there is strong, bro. So listen, I told you guys Jiz was going to be fire. Thank you so much for taking the time to share. I appreciate it. Listen, man, right now we are getting a lot of value so far, but I am super excited about this next presenter that's coming up. And if you're part of our team, if you're part of our community, if you're part of our wealth family, if you're part of our wealth conversation, however you want to frame it, then you are aware of this gentleman right here. There's probably no one who serves more to the team in terms of keeping us up to date, communicated, knowing what's going on, edifying, sharing, supporting than this gentleman right here. And his topic to me is something that's important because the majority of my family has spent time in the military. But this gentleman right here spent 10 years serving our country, serving in the Army. He's gotten out, has become and looked into the world of entrepreneurship. He is going to be talking to us a little bit about how Forex is a perfect solution for our veterans. I got to talk to him a little bit last night as we did a little Instagram live. I'm excited for you guys to hear from him. What I do want to say real quick is when I was asking him, sort of what, what did he want me to say and so forth. And of course, he was very modest and humble, but he did want me to let you ladies know that he is 5'11" and he has green eyes and he loves long walks on the beach while catching pips, just in case. All right. There you go, folks. Mr. Miguel Agosta Calderon. Here we go, brother. Are you with us?
Hi, how's it going, man? Oh, man, yeah, you're a character, man. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you putting this together and inviting me. As I mentioned before, I felt, I'm 37 years old, but when it comes to this industry and this business and these titans that I'm surrounded, I feel like I'm a 5-year-old kid trying to be a big kid, you know, trying to hang with the big kids. And when you say, hey, you know, I want you to talk about this subject, I was like, you know, I thought I got it, you know, but it was just a mindset shift. I just needed to put myself in the position. But yeah, like he said, I served in the military for 10 years. And in the Army, I had, you know, tours to Iraq, Egypt, you know, I've been Israel. I've been to like so many countries around the world in and out of the military. And I've gotten I've been blessed with being able to meet people of all backgrounds and all languages and all tastes. And something that I noticed that's very common with people in the military from anywhere in the world, not just in the U.S. where I live, is that a lot of us veterans, you know, I'm talking about militaries from all over the world, any country, a lot of times we get out of the military and for some reason, people think that every single person that gets out of the military has their life made. Like they get out of the military and companies are just throwing 6-figure jobs at them and, you know, and, oh, they got their educations paid for and all these different things. And it looks cool on the outside. But to many of us, not every single service member, but to a lot of us, we come out and our mindset, all it knows is the military. Depending on how long you serve, some people serve for like 3 years and then they come out running. Some of us serve for longer. We've seen a lot more stuff that maybe we don't want to talk about. And we come out with our mindset just completely screwed. And I'm sure a lot of you have heard about homeless veterans. And again, you hear about how we have it made when we come out of the military. So you think about like, okay, why were there 35,000, 40,000 homeless veterans last year and the year before that? That shouldn't happen if they have their lives made. And that's because many of us, you know, I don't know what's been happening the last 10 years since I've been out, but many of us, we don't get any form of like training per se, how to maneuver around the civilian sector. All we know is the military. And a lot of people assume that we're making money in the military when that's also not a fact. You know, yeah, we get our room and board is covered, our food is covered, our, you know, maybe if we're married, you know, they pay your housing, etc. But they don't really make money. They still have, you know, financial problems like anybody else. In the military, we just wear a uniform, we wear it proudly, and it just looks on the outside looking in. It looks like, you know, too often it looks like we're doing amazing things. When in fact, a lot of us look to volunteer for deployments just to make money because we just think deployment equals money. You know, I wasn't thinking at all about things like Forex or stocks. I wasn't thinking about maybe taking out a VA loan and applying it to houses and flipping houses. I wasn't thinking about any of that stuff. And I know that a lot of people that I knew weren't thinking about that either. Somewhere, I'm sure, but at least from where I come from, we just grew up thinking, go to school, you know, get good grades and, you know, go to college and get a career, join the military. It's kind of like the way out for us. The way that I came up from where I come from, the military was just an escape most of the time. Most of the time we didn't join because we were like, oh, proud to be, you know, an American or proud to be a citizen. We just joined because we needed to get out. So when we come out of the military, we just kind of go back to that life again, you know, trying to figure things out. So lately I've been seeing a lot of people in uniform trading Forex, and it has made me very, very happy because I'm glad that, you know, because of the power of social media, for example, they've heard about it and they've been getting involved. So a lot of them come out of the military, they're already successful Forex traders, and it makes me happy to know that from a financial point, they're going to be good because, believe it or not, being well financially will help you transition a lot better than when you come out trying to figure out life. So I wanted to show you guys like something I'm talking about military veterans. Let me share my screen for a second. What do I have? 100 screens available. Let me know if you guys can see my screen. So what I was talking about here, you guys can see my screen?
Yes.
So this is something that happens with a lot of our military when we come out, you know. You can read this if you want to, but 37,000 veterans experience homelessness, right? These are people all the way from Vietnam all the way to now. We come out, we don't have any sort of job training. Our minds are completely sometimes, we get probably heard about PTSD or TBI, traumatic brain injury. We have all these things that happen to us. We don't get any job training. We don't understand what we're going to do when we come out of the military. So one of my biggest missions right now is approaching a lot of my military, sisterhood and brotherhood, and teaching them the skill of trading, teaching them about I Am Master Your Academy, teaching them that there is a way out. Because along with this whole homelessness issue, suicide is also very, very, very big amongst veterans. So I wanted to show you guys this quick little video about one of the veterans just speaking to an organization that I follow. They go by homelessness.org. So let me know if you can hear this.
The hardest part about being homeless was not being myself. That was not how God designed me to be. I wasn't designed to live like a vagabond. I found myself in a position where no one cared about me. I didn't even care about myself. A lot of us are not brought up to understand our value. And God revealed to me my value. My mother couldn't tell me. I didn't grow up with a father. My wife couldn't tell me. It took me going to prison to find out that I had purpose. And that's what keeps me now. Purpose. What I'd like people to know about homeless people is that we're just like them. We have the same desires. We have the same drive. We're intelligent. Sometimes we just need help.
So this guy right here, you guys just heard about, he's a Gulf War veteran. And so he just the same way that I have, you guys read his actual profile about what got him to the point where he became homeless, was literally he came out of the military, and for some reason, once you take that uniform off, people don't know you were in the military most of the time unless it's your uniform, right? So when you take that uniform off, people don't know you were in the military. So that kind of like respect and support you used to get kind of goes away, and we're so like used to that. We used to feeling kind of empowered in a good way, meaning like we love to give back. That's why we serve. At least that's why I served. After a while, my mindset shifted into like, wow, I really love serving. So when people used to say, hey man, thank you for your service and all that stuff, that kind of empowered me. But when I came out of the military, that kind of went away. Like you're not wearing the uniform anymore, so therefore it's kind of like, who are you? So my approach to why I am reaching out to veterans all over the world is to show them that there's more out there for all of us. There's plenty of us to eat in the forest market, whether you're in the military or not. But a lot of families in the military, whether you know or not, are suffering financially. Just because you join the military, it does not mean that they don't have any problems back home. It doesn't mean that their moms are good, their dads are good, their brothers, their sisters, etc. They barely make any money as it is in the military, and they're trying to help family outside. So being in the military, we train a lot in the field. And I like showing the group of military people that I work with, I like showing them things that we call a swing trade, which are longer term trades. When I taught them about swing trading, when I taught them about, hey, listen, you can get up in the morning. We get up early to go work out anyways, 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, which is perfect, right? We call that London session for us that early in the morning. I taught them about that session. I teach them about swing trading. Guess what they can do now? They can get up about 30 minutes before they go work out, go in the market, put in a trade, go about their day, and by the time they're done with the day or a couple of days later, that trade will close. They will make some extra money while they're still doing the same thing. They didn't change anything. They didn't take them half a day to get into a trade. So I'm just teaching them different methods so that with trading, so that they can learn to make an extra income with Forex, not just when they come out, but during service, while they're serving, they can increase their value with their income, their finances, if they just learn how to trade longer term. So if you guys know somebody that's in the military and you want to help them, now that you know that we're not making the bank that a lot of people think that we're making while we're serving, let them know about Forex, teach them about intraday trading, teach them about swing trading. A lot of us are getting deployed and we are doing missions for like week-long missions out in the field. We don't necessarily have the time to sit there and time to absorb all the information necessarily, because even in the weekends, a lot of times we're still out in the field. So teach them about Forex, teach them about swing trading, teach them about that power, and you're going to change a lot of military people's lives just with that simple information. So don't be afraid to reach out to military people thinking that, oh, they're rough and tough and they're making money and they're not going to care. Trust me, that's just a lot of times a facade. It's just a face we put forward. But we need help. A lot of times we do need the financial help. So please reach out to the military. And I appreciate you guys' time. I just wanted to show you this, a little bit of this information so that you see it's very real. And hopefully this is gonna help towards eliminating, veterans becoming homeless, veterans losing their mind when they come out because they don't understand the civilian sector. They come out from making this money in the military, which is really just the security of not having to pay the rent and stuff like that. Coming out into the civilian sector and finding a market like this, there's right now veterans coming out are finding the most messed up market that you could possibly come out into. Coming from that security, coming into this coronavirus market, now there's definitely no jobs. Now there's definitely nothing out there that they can, go and get. So definitely share Forex with them, because by the time they get out of the military and get out from that security that they have, they can come out to the field already making money and already on their feet and helping other veterans do the same. So I appreciate you guys, your time. Andre, thank you for this time. And I just look forward to every other speaker. Everybody's been doing phenomenal. I appreciate the energy. Thank you.
Awesome. So, man, Miguel said something so powerful, because when I first talked to him about this, I was focused on the idea of how Forex would help our veterans who have come out of the military. And that's why I love talking to people that have intimate knowledge. And I hope you guys will get that, is that when you want to go and get advice from people who are actually in something, or who are actually doing something and actually succeeding in something. And so what Miguel was able to share with me was that, yes, it is a vehicle for people when they come out, but it's also equally as important that we're able to give these guys something while they're in, and give them something that they can do to also increase money. But because of the way trading works, they can put in a trade, they can go on about the stuff, they can do their deployments, they can do their days, they can do their training exercises, they can do all the responsibilities that they have to serve the country and protect the nation, and they can still make profit. And as they grow as traders, when they come out, then they don't have to worry about necessarily finding that job or integrating immediately if they have PTSD or some types of other things. They're able to work. So Miguel, thank you so much for sharing that. I know a lot of people, listen, if you guys got value from that, if you guys know a veteran who could use the information, please throw some 777s in the chat and let Miguel know that what he just shared with us from the heart was really valuable and really important. So I'm grateful for that. What we're gonna do real quick, folks, is we are going to take a 1-minute break, allow people to get a chance to grab something to drink or something like that. So Paul, if you could help us out before we bring up our next speaker, we're going to take a quick 1-minute break, and then we will go from there. Did I lose Paul? There we go. Perfect.
If you want to watch a movie,
Get your friend tonight.
Freedom!
Keep your ears to the ground.
Talking about the freedom!
It's the best show in town.
Let's show me that freedom! Freedom!
let's give a big shout out to Mr. Paul Okello, folks. Give a shout out to Paul Okello for all of the behind the scenes work that he's doing, the videos, the graphics, all of the stuff, the flyers, all that stuff that was done today for this event was done by Paul Okello. He is an absolute genius, absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for all that you do for all of us on the Legacy Worldwide team. We appreciate you, bro. So next up, we have another young lady that I happen to know very, very well. Miss Jennifer Davis is going to be coming to us, and she's going to be talking about something that's very, very powerful. I'm super excited. When you guys talk about a trading plan and a trading partner, right? Jennifer Davis is pretty much my trading partner. She's the one who helps keep me accountable, keeps me going, keeps me set and straight. And so I'm excited about that. Paul, we got a different screen share, just so you know. We got your back desktop there. And so I'm excited to share her with you. I know that she is really crushing the US 30 and the indices market. She gets up every morning. She's a real big proponent of DeLorean. She's part of DeLorean Nation. And listen, folks, when I talked about, again, about people who are, when I just said, hey, listen, are you willing? They say yes. Jennifer Davis was one of those people. Her and her husband are phenomenal people. But let me just tell you right now that Jennifer Davis is actually right now celebrating her birthday. She's taking time. This is her birthday weekend, her birthday celebration, stuff that they have planned long before I came to them with this concept about this event. When I asked them would they do it, they already had plans in motion. And she said, no, listen, I will stop. I will do this. And so, Jennifer Davis, are you here with us to share your story? Folks, absolutely powerful. I'm super excited about it. Jennifer, are you here?
I sure am. How is everybody doing? Happy 4th of July in the United States. I am so glad to be here with you. I was very, very excited to be asked to join this panel. This panel is top-notch people that I look up to, and I enjoy their mentorship. And so I was just flattered. I mean, really flattered, like fangirling, just to be on this panel. Okay, so this was an awesome opportunity. And so I was asked to talk about what the power of one trade has been doing for me and my family. And just to tell you a little bit about my background, I have been in IM now for a little over a year and a half. Very focused on trading on my own. And that is because I do believe that the education is the freedom part, right? That the more I learn to be independent and depend on me, because I know my work ethic, the freer and financially freer I can actually become. So life happens, right? Life happens for everybody. So Lillian spoke earlier about a trading plan, and she said that she did not know why traders don't come into this with a trading plan. And so that's what I'm actually going to talk to you about today, because I know why we don't have a trading plan. So I'll just go ahead and jump right in. I have a short presentation, and we'll get right to it. Make sure. Can everyone see my screen? Andre, can you give me a thumbs up?
Yes, you're good.
Right, awesome. And go ahead and get it started. All right, guys. So when I was thinking about what I was going to talk about, I decided to call this the push the button for freedom. We come in contact with so many different kinds of people with different backgrounds, and everyone has different stories and backstories playing. And one thing that I think common sometimes is we fail to push the button, right? We get so close to the edge, but we won't push the button. So I'm going to talk to you about one button, a repeatable step for financial independence. And I'm partnering this with my perfect vision for 2020. The reason I'm partnering that with my perfect vision is because so many people think that 2020 has been a waste. 2020 has not been a waste. I know that things do not look like they were. And I know that our normal and that we're adjusting, but the vision is still on target. The 2020 is still the year for our perfect vision. One thing this company is tremendously does very well at is mentorship. And one of my favorite people, Bob Proctor, does a segment for us weekly. And I was listening to his segment yesterday, and he really hit what I wanted to share with you on the head. There's just confirmation of where I was going to go with this. So many times we get caught up in trying to figure out what it is we want to do, okay? For instance, when a child is small and they want to do something, they'll come to their parents with that wide-eye excitement, and they'll say, you want to do this. And the parent will look at the child, and the child will say, well, how are you going to do that? Well, the parent does not realize that you're pretty much planting a seed in the child that they're not going to be able to. Instead, we need to be trying to help them focus on what can they do to achieve what they're trying to do. Now, fast forward that into adulthood, okay? That shows up in us today. It looks like, well, I'm going to do that as soon as I have the resources, right? I need the resources to move forward, right? And so time passes and the resources don't manifest. And then it changes to, well, I would do that if. And what we don't understand is when it changes to that, well, what I would do it if, you have now sat down on the sidelines to your own life story. I myself did not understand that that's what's happening to me. I was proactive in raising my children. If I seen a problem coming, I tried to head it off. I was proactive in the corporate world. If I seen a problem, I tried to head it off. But in my own life, I was allowing life to teach me to be reactive. When the problems were arising, I wasn't proactive. I was simply just responding to what was going on. And so Bob Proctor said that I do not need to know how I'm going to do what I'm trying to do, but I do have to decide what I really want. That is why traders do not have a plan. We fail to make a trading plan because we have not decided what we really want. The truth of it is we need to stop worrying about how we're going to get it done, okay? Because before it could be done, it could not be done. Before cancer, the young lady, the doctor that was going to cure cancer, she wanted to cure cancer. Before she came up with using a laser to target cancer tumors, she didn't know how she was going to do that. She just knew that she had lost her aunt and her uncle who had raised her. So we need to stop focusing on the how and start worrying about the what. Your trading plans will develop once you decide what your what is. So for me, IAM showed me a way to be financially independent. And I was learning a new skill by focusing on the education, right? I'm rewriting what I do with my money. I broke up, I'm going to put my phone on silent, sorry about that. I broke up with spending, right? Because that's the relationship that I have. I broke up with spending. I broke up with paying bills. I broke up with the one way that's coming into my account. I work, I get paid, and then I one-way spend and I one-way send it back out. I broke up with that. IAM showed me a way to do it different. I can employ my money to now work for me. It goes out, it makes me more money. And instead of allowing it to leave my account as fast as it's coming in, I began investing and began having this multiple stream of income that I've been chasing. But one thing that was happening to me, and I think Lillian touched on this as well, was I was feeling pressure to learn, pressure to get educated, and pressure to be able to trade all at the same time. I was also feeling pressure because things are still changing. With the current situation, my family has actually been reduced to a one-income household. And that is not, normally that would have really sent us in a tizzy, right? So just sharing with you our experience here. One thing about IAM is you have 5 to 7 figure educators, right? So when you decide what you want, for me, I want the bank account like theirs, you will find the educator that you're going to follow in order for to get there. Not only teaching, They don't only teach, guys. Here's the key. Not only are they teaching, they're answering my questions. They're teaching me to be independent. They're teaching me how to get in these charts. They're teaching me to find my own trades. But they are giving me the trades that they are going to put in figure accounts. Here's where we fail. We're not pushing the button. I don't care what your account size is. If the guy has 7 figures and he's trading it, we should be trading it right along with him. Success is repetition. It's finding one thing and doing it over and over again. When you find an educator that has what you want, you will attach yourself to that educator and you repeat what they are doing. For me, I do like the DeLorean product. I also like to follow Patrick Kenny because he trades US 30. And my husband being laid off, we had to kind of change our interim want, right? Because we replace his income as quickly as possible. I made a decision that if it was good enough for Patrick Kenny and his figure account, that it was good enough for Jennifer Davis and their little account for us to be able to take one trade with him every single day, that we are going to follow him, we're going to get in the trade with him, and we're going to take it. And I'm not going to do anything else in that account. This account needs to replace the income that has been lost in our household. So I do not take any other trades. I don't go in and scalp. I don't go in and swing. I don't go in and do anything else. This is going to be my 7-figure account. I do exactly what the 7-figure trade does in my account. Now, for me, the logic with this was easy. It was so simple. I get all of his years of professional trading experience to guide me. If he's winning, guess what? I'm winning. If I move with him, he limits his losses. Guess what? He has your account. He's not in there to blow an account. He's not in there to lose money. So he's going to get us out of trades that are not going our way quickly. And because I allow him to guide me, when he wins, I win. Why is this so important? I'm going to be honest with you. One thing about trying to learn how to trade, like Lillian said, we all have needs, we all have wants, we all have that pressure I was talking about. It could be as simple as trying to pay your IM monthly fees. It could be as simple as needing to pay bills around your home. It's something that is pushing you. And when you are emotionally invested in your money, we make mistakes. Emotions can and will keep you from succeeding. They let our thoughts and actions guide the next trade. When I follow along with the 7-figure trader, guess what? My emotions are not attached. I'm going to push the button when he says push the button. The trade becomes exactly what it should be. I have now employed my money to go make me some more money in this great $7 trillion market. It's going to go out there, and I tell Andre every morning he'll tell you I say this. I grabbed down 400 pips. I snatched it. I took it right out because the trade is just what it needs to be, a trade. The other thing that it did for me is it gave me my time back. Not because I wasn't investing the time, and I am, but when you're under pressure, it's hard to study. It's hard to retain the value that the I Am Academy is giving you. Now, because I follow along with the 7-figure trader, I not only meet my goals, but it allowed me to get back into the academy, and I am becoming every single day. So as I become independent, I'm able to focus, and it removed every amount of that pressure. It boils down to one simple thing. How bad do you want it? I have determined that I do not have time to waste. I am breaking chains. I'm not turning back. I'm pushing the button, y'all. Step. See, it starts with a dream. The dream helps you figure out what it is you want. Then you believe, then you do, and then you do it again. And that is all I have.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Folks, let me tell you, she brought the heat right there. Oh my goodness gracious. All right, so listen, there were so many nuggets. Okay, hold on. She said, I broke up with spending. Wanda Webb, did you hear that? Wanda Webb, did you hear that? She said, I broke up with spending. Oh my God, Wanda, that's your message all the time. I can't believe it. And then she said, and that allowed me to have the opportunity to employ my money. Folks, to make your money your employee. Oh God. Okay. Y'all need to give some love. Y'all need to throw some fire. Y'all need to throw something. I need to see more in the chat. Make your money your employee. Come on, folks. That's strong. Jen, thank you so much. You really you brought a lot of things home for us. One trade, one educator, following the educators, believing in the educators, trusting the educators, and allowing them to help you earn money while you learn. That's one of the powerful things of this platform, right? We talked about, last night I talked about leverage. This allows you to do exactly that, which is to begin to leverage what's going on. So listen, folks, next up, we have a fantastic speaker as well. This gentleman is coming out of Canada. Guys, I am fired up and excited to have him on here. Man, let me tell you, when I was actually a little nervous, he don't know this, but I was actually a little nervous reaching out to him. I was like, man, I hope we can get him on to talk a little bit about some of the things that he is doing, how he's been able to come into this academy and literally crush it. I mean, from zero to where he is now, zero to hero, super fast. Listen, folks, it's not just him who's crushing this organization. I want you to know something. When I reached out to him, I said, listen, Rich, I could talk about the fact that you put in, almost 80 customers personally. I could talk about all kinds of things that you're doing yourself, using and harnessing the power of social media. What is it that you wanted to say about? What is it that you want me to say about you? And the first thing he said was, that's all great. But what I'd like you to do is I'd like you to talk about the fact that my team has a brand new Platinum 1000, that we have 5 new Platinum 600s this month, that we got 4 new Platinum 150s. See, folks, when you have that kind of leadership, when your leadership is not on you, but how you can help other people succeed, how you can take your skill set and you can transfer it to other people, how you can cast the vision that allows them to buy in and believe so that they can change your life. That's exactly what we got with this gentleman that's coming up. So we call him Rich TV. Rich, are you here with us? You can go ahead and open up your mic and share. By the way, folks, as you can see, 26,000 subscribers on YouTube. This gentleman knows exactly how to talk about social media, exactly how to guide us. Get your pen and papers ready. Let's go, Mr. Rich TV in the house.
There we go. Can you guys hear me? You guys see my screen?
Yes.
Cool. Okay, so first and foremost, guys, I started on YouTube 3 years ago, and I had no social media presence at all, like zero. And in 3 years, we built it up to 26,000 subscribers. Now, I don't think people really understand the power of social media, and everybody keeps saying the same thing. I don't want anyone to see me on social media. Well, then don't expect to build your business. I mean, I can't really say it any different than that. I mean, if you're not willing to get on social media, then you don't exist. You don't exist. And if you don't exist, then how are you going to build your business? How are people going to be able to reach out to you? So when people say, well, what's your secret? Well, just putting out videos on YouTube, and then everything is connected because my YouTube is connected to my Twitter. So once I do a video on YouTube, I then share it on Twitter. So I've got 1,300 followers on Twitter. I also go on Instagram, and I'm constantly sharing updates, promotions. Like, for example, we just had a new Platinum 150. Brent, congratulations, Brent. Yesterday, Platinum 150, boom, put it on social media. It's on Instagram. We're doing an event today. Boom, put it on Instagram. Like, this is a way for you to communicate with your community. This is a way for you to communicate with your people. This is a way for your people to watch you. This is a way for people to see your evolution. If you're not putting stuff, people don't know what you're doing. Like, even this poster here, I took this poster, I shared it to like 100 people. And those people are on this call. Those are people that have never heard about Forex before. Those are people that just kind of watch me on Instagram. And I always tell people, I was like, you know what? What the heck's the use of social media if I can't even share what I'm doing with people? Then why are they even following me? Right? Oh, I'm afraid to share with the people that are following me. So then why are they following you? Why are you following them? If you can't share something with them, why are you following them? And why are they following you? Think about it logically. Oh, I don't want to put my face on the internet. Then don't. Put a brand, right? This is my Facebook page. What do you see? YouTube. Right on my Facebook, you see YouTube. So guess what? I had a friend of mine from like 20 years ago reach out to me yesterday on Facebook. Rich, I want to join your academy. Didn't even know anything about it. Just said, man, I've been watching your stock picks. I want to be a part of it. I want to join your academy. And that was from Facebook. I've had people join the academy from Twitter. I've had people join the academy from LinkedIn. I am everywhere, guys. But you don't see my face. That's an emoji. So don't show your face. Put a logo. Create a brand. Put Rich TV Live. Create a website. Create a brand. Build a brand. If you're not building your brand in 2020, you're not building anything. If you think you're going to be able to build on social media without actually putting in any effort, without posting any videos, without posting any pictures, then you actually don't understand social media. Social media is about posting your pictures and posting your videos, posting your opinions. And the biggest mistake that you can make on social media is trying to be something you're not. You need to be 100% authentic. I was looking at this earlier and I was like, wow, how big is my network on LinkedIn? And I looked and I was like, I didn't even realize 29,000 people on LinkedIn. I was like, wow, what's the network on YouTube? 26,000 on YouTube. What's the network on Twitter? 1,000 on Twitter. What's the network on Instagram? 10,000 on Instagram. Well, who are all these people? I don't know that many people, but somehow, some way they know me. Why? Because 3 years ago, I decided I was just going to start posting. You know, and where did I get this idea? It wasn't my idea. I got it from Gary Vaynerchuk. 5 years ago, Gary V was just like killing it in social media, making all this money and building his brand. And I got the idea and I was like, you know what, I'm going to start. I didn't really build Rich TV Live until a year later, but I had the idea. I'm like, you know what, I want to create something about me. Like the Kardashians have their story on television. They're making hundreds of millions of dollars to tell their story. Well, why not tell my story? You know, and why don't you tell your story? And what's the end result of it? Okay, well, 3 years later, I get paid to do videos on YouTube. I get paid about $1,000 a video. I average 5 to 10 videos a week. You do the math. Doing pretty good to do YouTube videos. And that's my number one primary income. Then, you know, fast forward 7 months ago, or rewind 7 months ago, Anil and Callie and Nafiz approached me about joining the academy. And I love the idea because I was already talking about stocks and I wanted to find a way to help people make money with stocks. But I didn't realize the academy was more Forex, but I didn't really care because I wanted to get better at trading. So I thought, well, if I join an academy, I'll become a better trader. It just made sense in my brain. My son's in a soccer academy. He's learning how to be a better soccer player. My daughter's in a gymnastics academy. She's learning how to be a better gymnast. If I join a trading academy, I should become a better trader. Well, that's why I joined the academy. 7 months later, here we are, 115 people, and we're in 11 countries. And we've got members of our team that have literally already broke 7 figures trading already, that have been in our academy for 3 months. We have people like Amanda that have been in the academy for 3 months and have taken $500 and turned it into close to 75,000 US. So now, what is stopping you from building your business? Because the number one reason why my business has grown, is because 3 years ago, I wasn't afraid to get onto YouTube, and I wasn't afraid to get onto social media, and I wasn't afraid to put my face out there. But I don't just put my face out there. I create groups. I have groups within groups. I have groups on Facebook. I have groups on LinkedIn. I have Telegram groups. I have WhatsApp groups. I have all these different groups where I'm sharing information. I'm sharing content. I'm sharing my videos. Everything is connected. Start today. Start today. If you care at all about your future, start today. Build a brand today. You don't have to have my face. You can be any color, any background, any height. You can speak any language. You can be younger. You can be older. I'm 42. People say, oh, well, you know, I'm in my 40s. Well, I'm in my 40s. What kind of excuse is that? You know what I mean? Oh, I should have started social media when I was 20. Well, I didn't start my social media when I was 20. I think there's a hell of a lot of 20-year-olds that would love to have 26,000 subscribers. So it has nothing to do with that. It has nothing to do with how old you are. It has to do with your work ethic. It has to do with your goals. It has to do with goal setting. It has to do with setting a goal and attacking it, and stop making excuses, okay? You know, when I started on social media, my friends called me a spammer. They legitimately called me a spammer. They're like, Rich, all you do is spam. You think they still call me a spammer? You know what they do now? Hey, Rich, when you go into your villa in the Dominican? Oh, you know, I'll let you know, man. You know, when I reach, I'll let you know, man. I'm busy building the trading academy. You know, you see it. You see it on social media, right? Yeah. Call me if you want to make some money. You know where I'm at. It is what it is, man. You guys can build this as big as you want. Do not make excuses. The only people that you hold back when you make excuses in life is yourself. So I just take excuses away from people, man. I just want to say shout out to everyone that's watching here. I love this academy. This academy has changed my life. In 7 months, I'm making almost 3,000 US a month in residual income. That is enormous, okay? As a second income, a side income, as a single dad, to have an extra 3,000 a month coming in US is enormous. It's like 1,000 Canadian a week, rolling in every week. I absolutely love it. I owe a lot to this business, and I'm not going to stop. I'm going all the way to the top. I'm not stopping. I'm not stopping for anybody because my goals are that big. And if you want to be successful, the only thing I can tell you is do not stop for anybody. When I started this, everybody doubted me. Everybody doubted me. Now, do you think anybody's doubting me now? I doubt that they're doubting me. And if they do, that's okay. That's my fuel. So that's my story, guys. I hope you learned from it. Just get started. Stop making excuses. Get started. Get started right now. I have so many people that are doing it and they're building their businesses. And the people that aren't are not building their businesses. And if you want to build your business and you want to have a lot of customers directly on your team, get on social media, because every single person that I see that's on social media is building their business. Hope that helps, guys.
Absolutely. So listen, real quick, because we actually are doing so well on time, I can actually ask you one quick question. So you mentioned get on social media. You use content, right? And you take a piece of content from one and share it across multiple platforms. That way you don't have to keep producing new content for that particular thing. So do you recommend, just real quick, do you recommend video? Do you recommend posts, or do you just recommend just getting started? What's your recommendation? And if someone's brand new, should they start with the platform that they're most familiar with?
I say just get started right away. And I would say Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok. Those 6 is all you got to do. And Snapchat. Those 7 is all you got to do. And if you do it and you master it and you do it every day, and every day you're posting pictures and videos every day religiously, in a few years, you'll be bigger than me. Some of you will be way bigger than me. I've told this to people. I'm like, you guys, like, I'm nothing special. I'm just an average guy trying to do above average things, but you got to start. I'll show you. So here's a video I did last night, right? Very simple. You just go to your video and you click on share, and boom, there it is. I just go share, 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 share. It's all right there. I also use Pinterest. I also use Blogger. I also use Reddit. So, I mean, it's all right here. It's already connected to YouTube. So what people don't understand is the entire internet, the World Wide Web, is a web ring. So what you're doing by putting yourself everywhere is you're showing up on Google searches. So when people are searching Rich TV Live, all my stuff pops up on Google. Just search it. You'll see my Pinterest, my Twitter, my LinkedIn, my Instagram, my TikTok. It all pops up. So you're creating Google searches for yourself organically based on your name. So when you search Rich TV Live, I own Rich TV Live now. I own that name on Google. So when people are searching it, they're searching my content. So you can create that algorithm by just getting started. Call yourself Forex chick. Call yourself trading guy. Call yourself trading genius, whatever you want. But start now, man. If you're not starting now, you don't get it. Like my son's 12, 13. My daughter's 11, turning 12. They're both on Instagram already. So I don't care how old you are, if you're 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70. If you don't get it, you just don't understand that you're in 2020 and this is a technology-driven world. There's a reason why Tesla stock is going through the roof. Why? New technology. There's a reason why Beyond Meat stock goes through the roof. Why? New technology. Everybody wants the new hottest thing. Well, guess what? We're making money from our phone and you can just do it on social media. And last time I looked, Alex Morton's got 1 million people that follow him on Instagram. Jason Brown has got 200,000 people that follow him on Instagram. Bryce Thompson's got 100,000 plus to follow on Instagram. If they're all doing it, why are you not doing it? If you want to be on their level, how can you be on their level when you're not operating on their level? I'm operating on their level, so I fully intend to be on their level at the same table as them.
Oh my God. Yo, folks, I guarantee you there's some people that just got blown out and there's a whole bunch of us that just got blown in, right? We're looking for the people who got blown in. My man said, if they're doing it and you want to operate on their level and you're not doing it, then you ain't never going to operate on their level. Hello. Oh my God. You know what? Sometimes life is so simple and we just want to complicate it. We muddy it up with all kinds of past experiences, emotions, self-doubt, whatever has happened. Listen, clear it all out, folks. We just had a session with Wanda Webb yesterday and Randy Webb yesterday. That was phenomenal. We just followed that up with this session right here today. Folks, listen, right now, because of the worldwide events, the old school way of going out and saying hi to someone at the supermarket and those types of things are really become a challenge. And so this is the way forward. This is the future. This is how you can grow your networks. And so I really appreciate you taking the time, showing us right there. I mean, just so simple. I created a YouTube video. I posted it. Where do I share it to? Oh, guess what? It's right there. Click, 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 click. All I need is an account with all of those different things, and my content is shared across. So that was absolutely powerful, bro. Absolutely powerful. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And oh my goodness gracious. All right, folks. So guess what? We're actually to a point in time here where I'm actually going to be the next presenter. So I'm pretty excited about this one because what I'm doing here is I'm going to share something with you guys that I shared directly with my team, with the guys that I'm working with, and just sort of basing it off my experience. But give me 1 second. I need to, the beautiful thing of being a single dad as well, right, where you work from home, is that I need to make sure that while I do this particular part, that my 5-year-old doesn't interrupt us. So give us 1 quick second, all right? All right, folks, had to make sure that the little one was okay and taken care of, and we're ready to rock and roll. So listen, I'm really excited about this because, there's some things that I was able to discover as I took my journey through the academy that I felt were really, really helpful. One of the great things that our academy has is that not only do we have the educational component, but we're also part of an incredible business building opportunity. And sometimes when you're involved in the business building aspect of things, we use things that are designed to attract customers, because any business in the world needs to attract customers. And so I started my journey about 18 months ago in trading. And one of the things that I initially got excited about that we were using at the time was sort of these quick 90-day spreadsheets where we talk about 90 trades and what you can do. And I got so excited about it, right? I got so excited about it. And then I was doing a few things and trading wise, and my account would go up and I would get to 40, 50 of the trades. And I had just jumped into the academy, but I had only done the basics. So I'm giving you guys a little bit about my background, because I want to fly through this and keep to my time schedule. Usually when I'm sitting down with our team, we have more time to go over this. But I want to tell you how I got to where I was. And so I ended up jumping into the academy. I went through, say, the 100, 200 series. You know, the person who brought me on board had recommended highly that I stay in my demo account for a little while. But I started the academy, as most people do, is that I started the academy out of need. I needed to make some money because of the situation that I was in. And so I didn't stay in demo very long. In fact, I probably stayed in demo about 2 days, and then I began trading live. And one of the best and worst things happened to me when I first started trading. The very first day I caught 133 pips, and I didn't even know how to convert the graph on TradingView to candlesticks, okay? I didn't even understand any of the basic stuff. I hadn't even been through all the academy videos. I hadn't been through the video teaching us about TradingView. And so all of a sudden I was like, oh my God, this is it, folks. I am about to crush it. I am about to make a ton of money. The first day, I don't even know what I'm doing, 133 pips. So I began to get these spreadsheets, and what happened was I became over leveraged, okay? I became over leveraged. And what I found out is that on our team, a lot of us joined the academy, and we joined the academy with the intent to make some mythical number, some mythical goal. And it took me several months, but as I began to piece it together, as I began to understand something called your compound interest calculator, something that Randy Webb talks about all the time, my life began to change dramatically. My understanding of trading began to change dramatically. When I began to understand that the people that they offer billions of dollars under management to manage their funds, people like the Warren Buffetts and people, and that they return 25% per year per annum, and what that meant compounded over time, it began to slow me down. It began to allow me to participate in the journey. It began to allow me to accept the fact that if I start now, just like Rich TV said with your social media, if I start now, there is a destination if I follow a plan, if I follow a daily routine, if I understand that that $2 that I made today means something. And that if I can begin to compound it over time, I can get to a destination that will allow me to have what I started this whole journey for in the first place, which was to achieve freedom. So what I'm going to talk to you about today is your actual freedom number. And why I want to talk to you about this is because as I have participated in our family and our wealth community, as I've participated with my team over the last 18 months or so, here's what I found, is that most of you are trading arbitrary. What do I mean by that? Most of you say, I would love to make 6 figures. I can't wait until I have a 7-figure account. I can't wait until this happens. And those goals, those long-term goals are important. That long-term vision that you put on your vision board that says, I'm going to be a 7-figure trader, that's important. But what's also important is that as we move from now to there, that we have an actual plan that's going to enable us to get free. How many of y'all, if you did not have to go to work, if you did not have to take care of other responsibilities, if you didn't have to do certain things, you could get to freedom faster? If you believe if you had more time that you could invest in your business, more time that you could invest in trading, more time available to you that you could spend and sow into your family, do you think that you could get to freedom faster? And so what happens is that we need to identify an actual freedom number. We need to take it out of the ethereal and make it real. We need to take it out of our imagination and say, this is it. And so what I had my team do is something simple. I went to every single one of them and I said, we're going to cut the crap, okay? We're going to cut the crap and we're going to get to work. And what do I mean by that? What do I mean by that? I said to them, I said, Matt, I said, Jen, I said, Jiz, I said, I said, Kiki, I said, Kisa, I said, all the different people that are part of my team. What is the number that you need per week to be free? Okay, and so what I want you to do is, because I don't actually have the ability to draw on the whiteboard on this particular presentation, what I want you to do right now is I want you to get a pen and paper out. And I want you to walk through this with me. And in a moment, I'm going to share my screen and I'm going to show you how to do it on your compound calculator. But what I need you to understand is, what is the number that you need to be free? and I need you to break that down to a weekly number. So if you need $2,000 US, if $2,000 US would allow you to have the option to, if you wanted to, walk away from your job into freedom, whatever your number is that you need per week, I need you to put that down. So for most people on my team, it was 1,000, it was 2,000. It doesn't matter whatever that number is. Okay, so I need you to understand that. What is it, the actual number? If I need $8,000 US a month, that means I need $2,000 a week to be able to walk into freedom. If I need $4,000 a month, then that means I need $1,000 a week to walk into freedom. But here's what I don't want you to do. When you're compiling this number has to be sacred. This number has to be true. This number has to be something that is actually real. So in other words, don't say you need $10,000 a week in order to walk away into freedom when you've only been making $36,000 a year, right? Because that's not your freedom number. That's a big goal number. Your freedom number becomes $36,000 a year, right? Where you can begin to replace, or maybe it's a little more. Maybe it's $52,000 a year. Maybe it's something like that. But don't give me some arbitrary fancy, I'm gonna be 7 figures. None of that. What's the real number that you need? And then you need to break it down to 1 week. 1 week. What is my weekly number? So if your weekly number was $500 US, your next goal is I need you to double it. I need you to double it. Okay? So if you needed 500, now all of a sudden your goal is $1,000 a week. And I'm going to show you why. And I want you to understand that as we move through this account now is going to become your most sacred account. It's your most important account because it's the account that's going to get you free. And when you are free, then you can do whatever it is that you have a passion to do. You can pour more energy into your team. You can pour more energy into your family. You can pour more energy into trading. If you are free, you have options. Maybe you decide that you have your freedom number and you're able to trade at that freedom number for a couple months so that you can reduce debt so that you're further free. Maybe you stay on your job an extra 6 months so that you have savings like Randy and Wanda talk about. Maybe you do whatever you decide to do, but you've got to get to the freedom place. You've got to walk into freedom. You got to have a number. You got to know a plan. So now that you have that, you have your weekly goal. Now here's what I want you to do. I want you to take that and I want you to understand that you need to divide it by 200 pips a week. This is what we base it on. Because what I know is that if you can successfully go into the market and extract 200 pips a week, and if that 200 pips a week consistently done can get you to what you need weekly times 2, then you are going to be in a great place in the market, right? You're going to be a great place in what it is that you're looking to do. So what do we do with the freedom number? Let me go ahead and share my screen. Let's reduce that real quick and come up here, reduce that one real quick. Sorry guys, we're jumping all over the place. All right, and we're gonna go here, boom. All right, so what is it that we're actually looking to do? So what we wanna be able to do is get you to a place financially where you can trade responsibly. Okay, most people are trading extremely over leveraged because they're trying to get somewhere so fast and that they don't understand that if they just slow down and used what the academy teaches. Most of us are taught, right? 1 cent per $100. How many of us are trading 20 cents per $100? Because we're trying to rush. We're trying to over leverage. We're trying to accomplish something fast because we're trading out of a space of need. We have not done what Lillian said. We have not corrected our minds. We haven't focused on that. We're in here. We got to get it. I got to get this money. I got bills on my back. I got creditors. I got my wife on my back. I got my husband on my back. I got to do it. And what happens is you don't even realize how close to freedom you really are. You don't even realize that if you would just slow down, the act of slowing down is going to guarantee that you speed up. Okay? And if you understand this compound calculator will become your best friend. It will become your best friend because it will allow you to have a pathway, a walkway, a path to freedom. Okay? So let's just say this. If you needed to make $500 a week, and then we doubled it, and that means that you needed to extract $1,000 a week. Or let's say if you needed to make $1,000 a week, let's make the math easy. If you needed to make $1,000 a week and you doubled it to $2,000 a week, and you were trading what times 200 pips, what lot size times 200 pips would equal $2,000. So in that case, you would need a lot size of $1. If you were trading a lot size of $1 and you got 200 pips, that would be $2,000, correct? So you guys can do the math on this yourself. And what you need to do is you need to understand whatever it is that I need times 2 is what I need to create my lot size, okay? And it's based off 200 pips. So now if I need to trade $1 lot size in order to make my $2,000 a week, what do I need to have in my account? So if I have in my account $10,000, that allows me to trade $1 safely based on what the Academy teaches us about leverage, which is 1 cent per $100. Does that make sense? So what I'm saying is, what's your freedom number? You identified what you needed per week. And so your freedom number isn't some arbitrary goal now. Your freedom number isn't $100,000. Your freedom number is a $10,000 trading account, which will allow you to trade $1 safely and responsibly in order to get $2,000 per week, in which you will take out $1,000 for yourself and allow your account to grow by $1,000 every week as well. So your account is continuing to grow, but you have reached the freedom number. If you guys will follow this, you have no idea how close you are to freedom. By just being a part of this academy, by just taking Lillian's trades, by just getting on with the DeLorean, by just doing the things that all of the people have talked about on this day, you are 5, 6, 7 months away from freedom. But see, you've been shooting for 100,000, 7 million, 1 million, whatever it may be, but your freedom number is 10,000. Your freedom number is 20,000. That's where true freedom's at. And so that's what we need to do. We need to focus you down. We need to focus you in so that you have a target to hit. We need you to be a sniper rifle, not a shotgun. We don't want you out here just spraying and praying. We need you targeted. We need you focused. We need you to step into freedom. Now, here's what happens. Now, once you know that, right? Once you know whatever it is, we need to go in here and we need to take our initial amount, whatever your initial amount is, if it was $200, right? And we're going to change our daily interest rate to what Randy and Wanda Webb have taught us, that we need to go in and expect to get 15% out of the market per week. So when we're using this, we see that it says daily interest rate and percentage, but if we want it to be a weekly rate, we can change it to whatever that weekly rate is. So we say 15%. And then in terms of the length of term in days, we're going to change that, because no longer is it an individual day, it's actually a weekly goal. Okay? So when we started this, for most of us, we had about 33, 34 weeks left in the year. Okay? We have less than that now. We got 24, whatever. But let's go ahead and just put it at, say, like 35 weeks. Okay? 7 months. How many of y'all, if you would be excited right now that from now to 7 months from now, you could be or have the choice to walk into freedom? Who would be excited about? Go ahead and throw some ones in the chat for me right now. If you would be excited 7 months from today that you could have that be your freedom date. Okay? So we go ahead and we just go ahead and put, 35 or 33, something like that, 33 weeks, something like that. Okay? Oh, excuse me, that's the interest rate. We change our interest rate back to 15. We go ahead and we put this here. And then all of a sudden, we just hit calculate. We're going to 100% reinvest. We're not taking out anything. And then all of a sudden, look at that. $200 over the course of that time, over 15% interest times 33 weeks, right? At the end of that time would be over $20,000 in our account. So that period of time would actually allow us to walk into freedom faster, because if we pull this down, we pull this down. Our number, if again, using my number that I said where we needed to extract $2,000 a week out, our number was something different, right? Our number was 10,000. And so when did we get to 10,000? So we would actually accomplish this in 28 weeks, right? 28 weeks. And so what you're going to do is you're now going to use this as the way, as the goal of what you need to do. And you're going to go week by week, and you're going to knock this out, and you're going to knock this out, and you're going to knock this out. And why this is so important as I begin to wrap up. All right, if you guys want more information about how to do this specifically, you guys can hit me up in the chat. But why this is important is because of this. If I gave most of you the $10,000 today, you'd blow it. If I gave most of you the $10,000 today, you wouldn't trade the lot size because you would be scared. Hold on one second. Naila. If I gave most of you, if I handed it to you, you weren't mentally prepared to step into freedom. Why this process is so important is because it's going to give you the confidence that you know over now to 6 and 7 months that you can extract 200 pips a week out of the market in your sleep. And if you can do that consistently, by the time you get to the lot size that will allow you to be free, you will have mentally, emotionally prepared yourself to walk into freedom. Folks, that is powerful. That is powerful because you will have participated in your own rescue. You will have proven to yourself that it's possible. And so now when it's time to take the leap, the fear of the leap will be gone. And the excitement of your freedom, the excitement of what your life can become going forward will be present in place of fear. Faith will be present instead of fear. You will have proven to yourself that it's possible. Folks, I'm fired up about seeing all of y'all hit a freedom number in a short amount of time. I'm not excited about you hitting six figures unless 6 figures is your actual number that you need to get free. I'm excited about seeing you hit 10,000, 12,000, 18,000, 9,000, whatever it is in your account that will give you a release from the pressure, that will allow you to have peace of mind and plenty of money, that will allow you when Randy Webb says, I need you to invest in American Airlines or Delta or whatever it is, when it hits $9, that you don't just have to buy one share. I'm excited about more parents being able to have the choice to be around with their children and be able to sow into them. I am excited about what you will become because you focused on a freedom number. Now, this account right here is sacred. This is your sacred account. You don't cheat this account. You don't, instead, if you hit 15% one week and all of a sudden you're like, hey, I hit it on Wednesday, let me dive back in. No. Take your ball and go home. Take your ball and go home. Wait until next week. Get into the account. Hit your goal. Protect it. Do not let the market take the money back. Tell the market, F you, not today, bro. You ain't getting it back because I'm not going to trade again until it's time to trade again because this is my sacred account. Because of this account, I'm going to have options. Because of this account, I'm going to be free. And if you can do that, folks, I guarantee you, this is what I want. This is my vision. You want to know my vision for Legacy Worldwide? My vision for Legacy Worldwide is, yes, we're going to have the most chairmen. We're going to catch Trade House. We're going to catch all those people. We're going to have the most chairmen. But you know what the real calling card for Legacy Worldwide is? We're going to have the most free people. That's what we're going to have. We're going to have the most freedom. We're going to have the most free people because if you target your freedom number, then yo, imagine going to a conference and maybe we don't have 37 chairmen who cross. Maybe we only have 10 chairmen. But when our chairmen get up there, we say, how many of our people on my team are free? And everybody raise their hand. We're going to blow the thing out, bro. We're going to blow them out because you know why? Because all of us got in this thing for freedom. Whatever that number was for you, whatever it was for you, stop targeting arbitrary goals and get to your freedom number. Folks, I'm fired up, as you can tell. I'm excited, and that is my time. So what we're going to do real quick is take one real quick break. Again, we're going to give you about 1 minute. If you got some value from that, I appreciate it. I hope you did. But then what we're going to do is we are going to bring on the heavy hitters. Okay? We're going to bring on the heavy hitters. Now listen, everybody that spoke so far has been powerful. Everybody that spoke has made some contribution, but we all know that when Sakina gets on, we all know that when Wanda gets on, we all know that when Nafis gets on, and we all know when Randy gets on, they are going to shut down the back end of this conference. So if you like what you've gotten so far, great. I'm excited for you. I'm happy for you. If you want to know and want to be excited, enthusiastic, and prepared going into the rest of 2020, then here's what you need to do. You need to take this little 1 or 2 minute break very seriously. Go ahead and get some refreshments. Go ahead, splash some water, wake yourself up, do whatever you got to do. But you need to come back for the last half of this, because the last half of this is going to propel you. It's going to launch you into where you want to go and what you want to be. And I'm telling you right now, if I were you, if I had a friend or a guest or someone who you had invited who hasn't been able to see this or get on this call yet, if I were you, I would take my 2 minutes to refresh myself, and I would be sending out a link. Hey, everybody, you need to be on, because right now what's coming up is going to blow your mind. So that's what I would do. So Paul, if you could give us our video for our 2 minute break right before we bring Miss Sakina on, I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you guys so much for your time. And listen, let's hit it.
It's all for you.
All for you. Freedom.
Keep your ear to the ground.
Talking about the freedom.
It's the best show in town.
Let's show you that freedom. Well.
I'll give you freedom. Yes, it's right.
Freedom.
Start right now.
Freedom.
Get your freedom tonight.
Freedom. Come on, everybody. Young, old, all you lovers, this is our time to rise back from the sand and claim our freedom. Talking about the freedom. Let yourself be free.
I'll give you yes, it's right.
Freedom.
Start right now.
Talking about the freedom.
Get your freedom tonight.
Freedom.
Yes, it's right.
Freedom. Let yourself be free.
Start right now.
Freedom.
Get your freedom tonight.
Freedom.
Oh, I appreciate you so much. Listen, this has been a great program up to this point. I think we have all gotten some value, been excited. You know, man, Rich TV crushed it. The amount of posture, listen, folks, at the end of this, if you don't realize what we have our hands on, and if you don't feel empowered to share this with other people, like how many of y'all right now, truthfully, wish that more of your friends and family would have been able to get that first half of what we had? Like, I know I did my job inviting. I know I can't force people. I know a man convinced against his will is of the same opinion still, but my goodness gracious, was that first half just not powerful? Were people just not bringing it? Were people just not pouring their hearts out for you? Man, just think about how many people should be a part of this wealth community. And listen, I don't want to ruffle feathers, but it just seems almost selfish not to include people in this. You know what I'm saying? Like when you get something that's just so good and so pure, and the intention of it is just so, listen, folks, I'm excited about sharing this. This fits my purpose, man. My purpose is, my vision of success is not just a monetary one. My vision of success, my definition is how many people are better off because you live. And this right here is a vehicle that allows us to do that. It allows us to impact people in a way that we don't always even know we're able to impact them. Naila, give me 1 second, baby. In a way that we don't even know that we're able to impact them. And And man, I'm telling you folks, this is powerful. And the reason why I say that is because next up, our speaker is Ms. Sakina Abdul Jalil. And I got to tell you folks, when we talk about impact and the ability to care and serve and leave some kind of legacy, and success is how many people are better off because you live, there's no better person that represents that than Ms. Sakina on our team. You know, I shared last night that the very first time I saw her, I didn't even know that she was going to be a speaker. And I went to an event to educate myself about entrepreneurship, to learn. And I walked into the event and I was just blown away because this event was in Dallas, Texas, and she's from Arkansas. And at the very beginning of the event, like almost the first thing that she said, I'll never forget it. She went up there and she stood, and first of all, she's going to tell you she's 55, but no one's going to believe she's a day over 30, right? And she gets in there and she gets up and she starts talking and she says, hey, listen, I just want to give a shout out to my team who made this journey down here to support me. And almost half the room stood up, folks. Like I was just blown away. Like almost half the room stood up. They had driven from Arkansas to Dallas to support her. And that immediately told me, I don't know who else was in the room, but I was focused. Every time she spoke, I wanted to know what she was saying. I wanted to know what she was doing. I was looking at her mannerisms. I was looking at how she talked and how she communicated. Folks, that is the type of leadership that we're going to have right now. That's the type of conversation that you guys are going to be privy to. This is one of our Platinum 5000s, moving on to Chairman 10 and Chairman 25 and Chairman and above quickly out of Arkansas. Miss Sakina, are you on with us?
I am. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you so much, Andre. First of all, thank you for putting this together, like spearheading this whole thing. I am so blown away. I've got notebooks. I had to run and go get another notebook from taking so many notes from all the amazing speakers. Like seriously, this is something that honestly the entire company needs to see. Like really, we need to have this put on a format, a platform where the entire company can see, because everybody just brought so much value to this. And Andre, you are just doing the do. I'm so honored to be a part of this. Thank you so much. I remember that event in Dallas, really like it was yesterday. Thank you for bringing that up. It was an incredible time. You know, we've got so many incredible people, guys. And those of you that don't know my story, I am 56. Thank you, Andre, for giving me 55, but I'm 56. You know, next month, Lord willing, I'll be 57. So I'm excited about that. You know, and I have 5 children. You know, I have 4 grandkids. You know, my background is as an interior designer. Most of you know that. I still run that business from home. And, you know, when Randy and Wanda called me about this 2.5 years ago, there was nothing in my background that warranted me having any success in anything like this. Like literally, when I was in the other company that we were all in together, like I didn't even look at my back office. I didn't know how to work that back office until I had jumped 3 ranks in that company. Like that's just the straight up truth, because numbers and all that stuff, just like whatever. So here we have the ability, obviously, to learn a skill, but what I've also learned too, like I'm going to talk to you guys tonight about, or today, about mentorship and time management. And, you know, I was thinking about, okay, what specifically do I want to speak about when it comes to mentorship, you know? And, you know, when I looked up the definition, I've got notes, guys. I didn't do a slideshow, but I definitely have some notes. So you're going to see me refer to those notes time to time so I can be very respectful of everyone's time. But the definition says the guidance provided by a mentor, especially an experienced person in a company or educational institution. And so a lot of times when I used to think about mentorship, I thought about, you know, oh, maybe someone like Jim Rohn is a mentor to me, or Tony Robbins, or, you know, a Les Brown, or, you know, Zig Ziglar, people that, you know, I'm reading their books or listening to their podcasts and things like that. I don't have a relationship with them. It's one-sided because I'm just listening to their information, you know, but really, and guys, let me give you a disclaimer now. My neighborhood has decided to start the fireworks early. So when you hear stuff go off, it is the fireworks, because they have been killing it for the last 2 weeks. I don't know what's going on, but for the last 2 weeks, okay, it's been popping in my neighborhood. So, so they are getting it all riled up. So anyway, most people, when we think about mentorship, we think of it as a one-way street. You know, I'm listening to their books, I'm listening to their podcast, I'm listening to the audio, or you hop on with Randy and Wanda doing an incredible job with the mentorship call. And we feel like we're getting mentorship because we're listening. But mentorship is a relationship just like true friendship. You know, it's a two-way street. You know, so when you're listening to someone, you know, in order to have a real friendship, a real mentorship, it has to go both ways. Both people are giving and learning from each other. You know, I used to think about, oh, I want this person to be my mentor, or that person to be my mentor. But what I've realized and what I found out is that real mentors provide the platform for you, or if you will, the stage, for example. But it's like this. It's like, when you're attending your place of worship, whether it be a mosque, a church, a synagogue, or wherever you go to worship, or when you show up for your job and you're there, you walk in the door, you speak to your friends, you have a seat, you know, you may or may not say hi to your boss, you may or may not, you know, speak to your pastor or your imam or rabbi or whoever, you know, just like here in the business. You know, maybe you get on a Zoom, you know, maybe you throw some thumbs up in the chats, you know, or maybe you hop on a go live session here or there, you know, maybe you do all that. And then you pretty much pack it away. You go back the next week to your place of worship and you do the same thing over and over again. You go back to your job day after day, you do the same thing over and over again. You pop on a Zoom here and there, you know, you do the same thing over and over again. But it's not until you bring value to where you are does the mentorship show up, if that makes sense. So it's like you get paid for the value that you bring. We all know people on our jobs that, you know, they just have, there's certain people there that get that extra attention from the boss, or that extra attention from the owner. Or when you're in your place of worship, you see, you know, those people that are in good with the imam or in good with the pastor, you know, they have that relationship with them. Or here in the company, you know, there's people that you see on the team that have a certain relationship with Randy or Wanda, or a certain relationship with Andre, have a certain relationship, you know, with the different leaders on the team. And a lot of times people will sit back and kind of be like, you know, a little jealous, you know, and try to figure out, you know, why do they have that relationship? You know, or, you know, heaven forbid we say brown nosing or whatever. But what they're failing to realize is that these people are bringing value to their environment. They're bringing value to that place of worship. They're bringing value to their job. They're bringing value to their team. They're not just concerned about, you know, my little corner or my little team or my little clique, you know, because that's when real mentorship shows up. And real mentorship, like I said before, it's like a true friendship. You can't consider that you're being a true friend to someone if you're not giving just as much, if not more value than what you're getting from that other person. It's a two-way street. And so when we look at mentorship, when we're sitting on, you know, our calls, our amazing calls by Chairman 25, Randy and Wanda Webb. I know Nafis has amazing mentorship calls. There's so many leaders here that have amazing mentorship calls, but I'm talking specifically about those mentorship calls. Because here's the deal, we can sit on there and we can listen. We can maybe act like we're taking notes. We can, you know, say nod and do our thumbs up, like I said before, in the chat room. But what are you doing when you get off those calls? What are you doing? Are you on the call and you're doing something else at the same time? Now, I know some of you have to be at work and you got the call on. That's not what I'm talking about specifically. I'm talking about those of us that are blessed to be able to stay at home. Maybe we're working from home, and maybe during that time you don't have to work, you know, for your job, or maybe you're just working from home, period. When you are on the mentorship call, are you there? Are you there? Are you present? Are you soaking it all in? Are you taking actions? You know, are you being responsible for being on that call? Are you being responsible for letting this information be poured into you? Because see, that's what made the incredible difference for me. I could get on these mentorship calls, but it wasn't until I decided that I was going to be fully present. And by fully present, I mean take the action steps and let it show up in my life. This is where mentors show up for you. When you show up for you, if that makes sense. When you show up for you, then your mentors show up. You shouldn't be asking anybody to be your mentor. If you got to ask somebody to be a mentor to you, then you're not doing what you need to do in order for that mentor to show up for you. Does that make sense? Whether it's in your job, your business, or your place of worship. You shouldn't have to ask. They should be seeking you out because they see the work that you're doing. They see the value that you're bringing. And this is what I want you to understand is that if you're not bringing value to your environment, what are you doing? And a lot of times, if you're not, 100% of the time, if you're not, it's because of your ego. You're letting your ego get in the way. I hear people say, you know, oh, I don't need the mentorship call. I'm already self-motivated. I motivate myself. You know, I do what it is I need to do in order to get it done. I got it. I got it. Well, if you got it, then you would already have the things that you want to have. And you would be looking to see who you can mentor on your team, in your surrounding. You would be pulling that person aside on your job, and you would be mentoring that person. You would be the person there at your place of worship where you're seeking out other people to mentor. You would have people on your team that you're seeking out to mentor because you are already a product of whatever your environment is. You're soaking it all up. But see, it's when we let that ego get in the way where it's like, again, like I said before, where we feel like we don't need it. We feel like we got it. We think mentorship is, you know, some kind of sis, boom, ba, rah, rah. No, boo-boos. No, it's not that at all. You know, mentorship takes you to the next level, and what you're doing, because you're bringing value to that mentor, you're also taking them to the next level because you're making them even better, because they're pouring into you and you're putting it into play and you're putting it into practice, and that's taking them up to the next level too. I'm not talking about financial. I'm talking about mentally. I'm talking about spiritually. I'm talking about everything, every aspect. Wealth is every aspect of in our lives. If we just have wealth financially and everything else is broken around us, we're broke. That's not what we're talking about. Okay, we're talking about what is it? President Kennedy used to say, and this is way back in the day, but he was famous for saying, ask not what you can do for your country, ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. Ask not what somebody can do for you, but ask what you can do for somebody else. See, a lot of times we get clicked up, you know, we get clicked up in here. You know, I'm gonna be straight up with y'all. We get clicked up. You know, well, I don't like that person over there. Well, I don't like this person over here. Well, this person. No. You're missing it. Well, I'm not going to get on that Zoom because this person is doing that Zoom. I'm not going to get on this training because this person's doing that training. That's crazy. You're missing the point. You're missing the point. And most importantly, you're missing the value, because you've been placed here for a reason. And you've been placed on this team for a reason. And the reason that you've been placed on this team is much more than just you taking up space. We don't need your following. We don't need your thumbs up. We don't need your, ooh, good job. We don't need that. We need you to show up. We need to create more mentors. We need to create more leaders. We need to create more people that are bringing value to this entire planet, not just for one group of people. That's not what this is about. This is not what Randy and Wanda bust their behinds for on the back end, behind the scenes, that we don't see, so that we can go, ooh, wow, pat on the back. This is not why Andre put this together, spearheaded this thing, so we could go, ooh, go Andre. This is not why Rich Live TV is what I'm gonna call him, but this is not why Rich, set up here and told us the keys. This is not why Lillian and so many of the other phenomenal speakers got on here and poured into you what it is you need to do. They didn't just do that for the thumbs up. They did that as a form of mentorship, as a form of bringing value to you. Now, what are you going to do to bring value to them? Are you going to put in place what they're saying? Are you going to take the action steps when you get off here, or are you looking at the time so you can hurry up and get to the cookout? Are you worried about, okay, man, I got people coming over. I got stuff happening here today too. I got a son that's coming home that I ain't seen in almost 4 months. I can hardly wait for him to walk in the door. But you know what I texted him, what I told him? You know what? When you stop here at the house, you know what you're going to have to do? You're going to have to Uber, right? You're going to Uber. I know you need to pick up your motorcycle and all that, but you're going to Uber here, because I'm going to be on a Zoom. I'm going to be getting some information poured into me so that I can become an even better mom. See, mothering don't stop just because your kids are grown. growing doesn't stop just because you reach to a certain level. What if I would have said, you know what, my kids are grown. The oldest is 35, the youngest is 26. I don't need to know anything more about parenting. I got this. They got kids. I got this. What kind of fool would I be to think that I'm through growing as a parent? That's foolish. The same kind of way that you would be a fool to think that you got it all because you signed up for something. You pay your $175 a month. You know, you hop on a Zoom here or there. You would be a fool to think that you got it all because you got a rank. You'd be a fool to think that. That's not what we're hearing. Your mama didn't raise no fool. Legacy Worldwide is not creating fools. We're creating top-notch leaders, like what Andre said, you know, bringing freedom to everybody. And in order for us to bring freedom to everybody, everybody got to do their part. Everybody got to do their part. And then some. Does that make sense, y'all? So real mentorship is about doing what you said you were going to do and bringing value to our place, bringing value to the team. You know, Andre could have just kept this just for his team. Rich could have kept this just for his team. Lillian could have kept this just for her team. Miss Gasolina could have kept this just for her team. No, it's not about that. It's bringing value to everyone, guys. And here's what I want you guys to also understand, that we got to do the work. See, I would not have been able to get to Platinum 5000 if it wasn't for me taking time to show up for me to take time, let me get this straight. For me, I got so much on my head, y'all want to make sure I get this out to you, but if I did not take time for me to show up for me, meaning me being present to the mentorship calls, that's important to me. Like y'all heard me say before that it was one call that Randy gave that just clicked for me. It clicked. I heard the same thing over and over again. Have your energy vibrate at a higher level frequency. I heard that. I heard that from everybody. Tony Robbins, Bob Proctor. I've heard it over and over and over again. I've heard Randy say it before. I've heard Wanda say it before. But it wasn't until I was on that one call that it clicked. When the student is ready, the teacher will appear. But it wasn't because I was on that one call. It was because I was on all those calls. And I was taking value from all those calls, and I was giving value at the same time. Does that make sense? And I don't mean giving value by being asked to speak. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about bringing value to my entire surroundings. And that's when he said that, that meant, you know what, I need to apply this to every area of my life. Not just having energy when I get on a Zoom, not just having energy, you know, when I get in front of my team. No, having energy when I got to make a phone call to a bill collector. Having energy when I got to go show up in physical therapy and I got to do some things to my arm and hands that I don't want to do. Having energy when I'm dealing with some personal stuff in my family life. Having energy to all of it, bringing the right kind of energy to all of it. And when he said that, it was like, whoosh, I got it. Now, that doesn't mean that just because he said that and I hit P5000, now I don't have to show up. Now I don't need no more mentorship. I got this. What? I feel like I'm just getting started, y'all. I feel like I just started. I feel like I've got so much work to do and so many things to do and so many people to help that it's not about me. It's not about the rank at all. It's about, okay, I got this. It's about passing the baton, going to the next level. This is what real mentorship is. Real mentorship is not just you sitting on a call, reading a book, highlighting some sentences in a book. Real mentorship is soaking all this in, bringing value to wherever you are in your space, and then passing it on to somebody else, passing that baton on to somebody else. Y'all feel me on that? If y'all feel me on that, throw some sevens in the chat. I wish I could hear y'all's voices, but literally, I want you to fully understand what mentorship is about, guys, because this is our time. This is our opportunity, you know, and if we just blow it and we just sweep it aside like we already got it, then we already lost it. You're already behind. It's time for us to catch up and step up. Does that make sense? We got to catch up and we got to step up. We can't just rely on Randy and Wanda. We can't just rely on Andre. We can't just rely on the leaders that you have on this call. What are you going to do? What are you going to bring value to? Who are you going to mentor? Well, you can't mentor nobody if you're not getting mentored, if you're not accepting the mentorship that's out here for you. You can't mentor nobody. People say all the time, oh, that's my mentor, that's my mentor. You've been in this space for 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, and now all of a sudden you're a mentor. No, you're not. But yet you can't show up on a mentorship call. You can't put in the action steps that people are laying out for you. You hopping on here, but yet you can't take any of the steps. You're not taking notes. If you're not taking notes, what you here for? What you here for? All this value being poured out. Take some notes, y'all. Show up. Show up for you. Show up for you. Do the work and show up for you. Now, when you're doing this, you know, here's the other thing that I want you to understand. Now, sometimes people will say, you know, I don't have time. I don't have time. Like when Andre was saying, you know, if you had more time, how many of you feel like you have more time? If you had more time, you could do this. If you had more time, you can do that. And people were putting in the chat room, yes, yes, yes. If I just had more time, if I only had more time, I could get on this call. I could get on that call. I could get on this session. You know, I hear it sometimes on our own team because we've got a live trades group and people will say, well, man, my people can't catch those trades because they work during that time. They don't have time to get on there and listen to this. Time. We're always talking about more time. Well, guess what? You're rich with time. Let me ask you guys this question. If someone this morning gave you $1,440 this morning, let's say soon as you got out of bed, you saw $1,440 cash money laying right there beside your dresser. You like jacked, you like, oh my God, you thanking whoever you worship, you're thanking, you're so thankful. You got $1,440, right? Now, let's fast forward. Let's say now it's nighttime. It's time for you to go to bed. You put that money in your wallet this morning when you got out of bed or in your purse, right? And now you're back in the bed. You set your wallet there on the table, you know, you put your purse away in your closet or however, and you look in your wallet and you look in your purse, and now $1,440 is gone. Zero. You can't even sleep well. Now all of a sudden you hopping up, you freaking out. You're looking in your wallet, you're trying to figure out where did that money go? You see a bunch of receipts in there and you go into the trash. You waking up the person that you sleeping next to. You're like, oh my God, did you take some money out of my wallet? And I forgot about it. I didn't know about it. You know, you're running down and getting in your car, looking to see what happened to this money. Where did it go? I just had it this morning. Where did it go? And you see some receipts here. You see maybe you bought a little bit, maybe you stopped and got a little fast food, you know, maybe you went to the mall a little bit, you did a little something, but surely it's not what you haven't spent $1,440 and you're sitting on the side of the bed. You got your pen and paper and you're trying to account for everything. Okay, when I got up, I did this, I did that, I went to work. Okay, you are auditing your money. You're trying to find every single reason why you don't have $1,440. It's gone and you can't account for it and now you're auditing it. But here's what I want you to understand. Every morning that you wake up, you have been given 1,440 minutes for that day. Now, what if you treated your minutes the same way that you treated your cash? What if you had this 1,440 minutes and you audited it like you would your cash? Just like, for example, let me give you the example of, or an explanation of what time management is, right? It says the ability to use one's time effectively or productively. Now, here's what I personally believe. I don't think you can manage time as well as you can manage your habits, okay? So what I mean by that is we all start out with the exact same amount of time every day. I tell myself in my head, okay, I got the same 24 hours that Beyonce has. What am I gonna do with it today? What am I gonna do with it today? How is the same 24 hours that she has, or whoever it is that you find that's successful in your life, whether it's somebody in this team or not, what are you gonna do with your time? You know, or are you going to just take for granted, well, you know what? I can get on that Zoom tomorrow. I can make that phone call tomorrow. You know, I can follow up with those people tomorrow. I'll contact 10 people tomorrow. I'll get on that Go Live. I'll get on that Educate. I'll watch the recording tomorrow because you feel like you're going to have another 1,440 minutes tomorrow, and you feel like you're going to have it the day after that, and the day after that, and the day after that. See, we take our time for granted when truly it's the most precious resource that we have. Because you can blow $1,440 and you can get it right back the next day. But you can't get that day back. You can't get it back. There's nothing you can do to get those minutes back. So what you have to do is ask yourself, what are you doing with your time? And that's a real serious question, because we can always say, listen, I was the queen of being busy, the queen of being busy. I believe I gave myself pride and joy by saying, oh, girl, I'm busy. Girl, I'm so busy. Oh, I'm so busy. I was being so busy being busy that the only thing that I was really doing was being broke. I was busy being broke, but I was busy. And I know people do that today. People that I show this plan to, oh, girl, I'm so busy, but yet you're broke. That doesn't even make sense. You can't be broke and busy. That don't make sense. You can't be. It's impossible. Because if you're really busy, there's no way that you're broke. There's no way possible. Like, I like how Wanda said on one of our calls when she was going over the law of saving. And she said, literally, she said, if a person is fat and overweight, they can't say they don't have any money. Like that, like literally, I was ready to throw my phone when she said that. I probably did throw my phone, you know, but it's true. We don't want to hear these things. We want to make these excuses. We want to say, oh, I got this going on. I got that going on. My kids, my spouse, my man, my woman, my dog, my cat, my this, my job, we want to say all of this stuff. Boom, boom, boom. And then at the same time, we want to set up and say, you know, but I'm going to do this. Oh, I'm going to do this. Yeah. Oh, I got it. I'm going to do it. No, cuz you lying. You're lying to yourself. You're not lying to anybody on the team. You're not going to affect anybody if you don't do what you said you were going to do, more so than how you're going to affect yourself and your family. You might as well sit your family down and around right now. You might as well pull them all together. You know, the ones that you love the most, your kids, your spouse, the people that are in your close circle, you might as well pull them together, and you might as well say, listen, you know, I know I told you that I was going to do this, and I know I told you that we were going to have that, and I know I told you that we were going to have a better lifestyle, and that I was going to be able to pay for your coffee. I saw this up there on the chat. I was going to be able to pay for your college, you know, and we were going to be able to take that vacation once this whole pandemic ends. And you know, I don't want you to ever have to worry. I know I told you all these things, but here the truth is, see, mommy's a coward. I'm scared. I'm fearful. I'm stuck in my own head. I'm worried about what somebody else says. I'm worried about what somebody else thinks. I don't like that person over there. I don't like that person over there. I don't like how they do this. I don't like how they do that. And the truth is, I'd rather stay, you know, on my phone and scroll through Facebook all day. I'd rather, you know, post a couple pictures and act like I invited somebody. I'd rather, you know, do my Netflix and chill. You know, I'd rather do all these other. I'd rather, you know, go to the mall. I'd rather spend, you know, time, effort, and money getting my nails done. I'd rather, you know, shoot the breeze with this dude and that dude. I'd rather do all these things than do the things that I said I was going to do for y'all. I'd rather do that. Because that's really what you're saying, and that's really what you're doing with your friends and family. You're lying to them. And I'm telling y'all this, now I'm not talking at you, I'm really speaking with you, because my own mouth is closer to my own ears. So I'm talking to me first. See, I have to have these tough conversations with myself. And I'm right now, y'all just have the benefit, if you will, of just hearing it from me, because these are conversations that I have to have with myself. See, I cannot stand the thought of, you know, 5, 6, 7 generations coming down the road and somebody's in the attic, you know, someplace, and they're pulling out this memorabilia. You know how we all have these, which nobody has family photo albums anymore, but they're pulling out stuff. So, you guys were talking about this, Andre, you and Miguel, when you were promoting this event yesterday, and you're talking about pulling things out of the cloud, you know, how we're going to have all these things stored that we posted on social media, and your future generations will be able to pull these things from the cloud someplace. They're going to push a button and they're going to pull up all your history of what you put out there on social media. They're going to put out there, they're going to pull out, oh yeah, Sakina said that she was going to do this. Sakina said she was going to do that. Sakina said this and Sakina said that. And great-great-great-grandma, Sakina said do. Great-great-grandpa, oh, they did this. Oh, they talked about money. Oh, they talked about wealth. Oh, they showed people how to get this trading thing. Oh, they were celebrating some people on their team. And then what happened? What happened? What happened? They're going to have the proof that you said. Not only are they going to have the proof, see, in my day, when I go back and look at my ancestors, I've got some pictures. I don't know what they were thinking. I don't know, what their conversations were, but on cloud, when they pull up the cloud, they're going to hear your voice. They're going to hear you say what you were going to do. They're going to see you type the exact words. I am going chairman. I am going chairman. I am going chairman. I am going to be a six-figure trader. I am going to help all these people. And then they're going to look up and go, well, damn, what did they do? Where's it at? See, we can't hide from that. We can't hide from our futures. But they're going to call us out on it. They're going to ask their family, well, what happened? Why did she quit? Why did she stop? Why didn't he do what he said he was going to do? Because I know that Bitcoin thing blew up. I know that Forex thing. I remember reading about it, like in the history back in 2020, it said that there were more millionaires. It said that I Am Academy had 1 million customers by the end of 2020. And I know that she was part of that company. I know he was part of that company. But what happened? What happened? See, that can't be you. So you have to get control of your time, because time is money. You have to change your habits. You can't worry about what somebody else is doing. You got to change your habits, and you have to change your habits today. I literally audit my day every single day. Where did I spend those 15 minutes? Where did I spend those 30 minutes? Why? Because I would do it if it was my money. See, I started tracking my money, because the way you do anything is the way you do everything. See, I used to just lose track of time, just like I used to lose track of my money. And I couldn't account for it. Y'all been in that situation before, like, damn, where did that money go? I've lived so many different types of lives, I've lived that, I've had that life where money wasn't even an issue, I had it. I could go get it, buy it, whatever. And then I've lived that life where, I had more month left over than I did money. And then I lived that life where I was living from paycheck to paycheck. And then I've lived that life where I was living from paycheck to Monday. And then I've lived that life where I was, before I even got paid, I'd already spent the money because I had stuff to do. You see? So it's like, now it's time to turn all that around. It's time to change those habits. If I can do it at 56 years old, there's no way in the world that anybody on here cannot take a real hard, fresh look at themselves and say, you know what? The change begins with me. It doesn't begin with, it's not the perfect podcast. It's not the perfect mentorship call. It's not the perfect event. It's not the perfect presentation that's going to change you and your business and your lifestyle. It's you. You have to show up for you. See, as much as Randy poured into us on that particular call where I showed up for that made sense to me, if I didn't put in the action behind it, it would just be another call. For most of you on here, this is just going to be another day. This is just going to be another seminar. You're going to be excited. You're going to be, whoo, yeah, that girl was good. That dude was, man, awesome. And then you're going to go to that cookout, and you're going to be around all these people, and you're going to keep your mouth closed because you're worried about what somebody else is thinking about you. You're worried about what somebody else is doing. There's going to be a presentation done at 4 o'clock today. Have you invited people to it? Have you? Are you worried about your cash flow? Are you worried about a cookout? You got to ask yourself these things. You have to really listen, when I'm telling you that these are things that I say to myself, these are things that I do for myself, I'm talking to you just as if you are who you truly are to me. You're my best friends. We are in this thing together. I don't care whose team you're on. I don't care who you're under. I don't care whether I make money off of you or not. We are in this thing together. And if we don't get this thing right, y'all, if we don't control our habits, if we don't get some good habits and push aside all that other stuff, well, guess what? This is just another company. This is just another, well, I'm paying that money. Well, it's just another thing. Well, if I get it today, I get it. If I don't, I don't. It is time out for all that. So like I said, I audit my day every single day. I promise you, at the end of the night, listen, y'all. I have a planner, all right? Now mine is cute and florally, all right? Target, 20 bucks, right? But every day I literally write out what I'm doing. At the end of every day, my day begins the night before. My day doesn't begin the day of. My day begins the night before. Here's some action steps for you, okay? You literally start the night before. I know what I'm gonna wear that next day. I know if I would have had kids, like I know some of y'all are homeschooling your kids, lay out what those kids are gonna wear the next day. You know, prepare your food, your breakfast. If you're a big breakfast eater, prepare all that the night before. Why? Because you got 1,440 minutes and you need to make sure you spend each of it wisely. You don't need to be sitting up there dragging out of bed. You know, the alarm goes off if you wake up to an alarm and you're like, oh, you done wasted 5 minutes there. You know, literally, you wasted 5 minutes stretching, thinking about if you're gonna get out of bed. And then you shuffle on down the hallway to the bathroom. You know what? No, Get out of bed with some purpose. Get out of bed with some energy. And the only way you can do that is if you get out of bed prepared. You get out of bed just like if you know that you're, you know, let's say you get up and you realize that you got to be at work in 45 minutes, right? And your job is a 30-minute drive away. Now picture this. You got to be at work in 45 minutes, but you overslept and your job is 30 minutes away. You are going to bust your ass, okay, to get up. You're gonna halfway brush your teeth. You're gonna throw some water on. You're not gonna take a shower. You're gonna grab some clothes out. You're not gonna eat. You're not gonna kiss anybody goodbye. You're gonna jump into that car. You're calling on the way. You know, I'm on my way. You're connecting to Bluetooth in there. You're speeding. You're running every stop sign. You're running through red lights. You don't care about getting a ticket. You don't care about crashing into anybody. You don't care about hurting anybody. Only thing you care about is getting to your job. Why? Because you worried about losing your money, worried about losing your job. But yet, if you just took half of that energy, half of that effort to get up and show up for you like you would get up to show up for somebody else, we wouldn't even be having this conversation right now. We wouldn't be having this conversation. So if you would do that, if you would risk your life to go build somebody else's dream, why not risk your life to go build your own? Why not? You don't want that cloud telling on you 20 years from now, 40 years from now, because it's going to tell on you. It's going to tell on you. So like I said, I prepare for my day the night before. I lay them clothes out. I make sure that food, whatever it is I'm going to eat, I make sure that I got it. And I'm not a big breakfast eater, so it don't take much for me. Yogurt and I'm good. You know, tea, bite of fruit, I'm good, right? But if that's you, prepare the night before. You know, I lay everything out. I know what I'm going to do that next day based off what's in my calendar the night before. And then I lay it open on my desk. So when I go to my desk, it's laid out. I know exactly what I'm going to do. I know how much time it's going to be. It doesn't matter what it is. My son, I told you, my oldest son, he's coming back into town today. He's going to come over here. You better believe that's in my calendar, the time that I'm going to spend with him. That's there. When I'm spending time with my grandkids, that's there. When I'm reading an audiobook, that's there. When I'm listening to a podcast, that's there. It's all there. When you're driving in your car, you got a walking university. The only time I listen to music, y'all, and I'm gonna wrap this up. The only time I'm listening to music is literally when I'm getting on a Zoom or when I'm preparing to get on a Zoom or like go live or something like that. You know, I gotta, feel my little beat there or whatever. But you best believe when I'm in my car, I'm not listening to music because this is my philosophy. If I don't have $1 million yet, I don't need to be jamming and rocking my head to somebody else who's making millions of dollars. I don't need to do that. See, when there's no music in my car until I made $1 million. When I make $1 million, then I'll put the music on. But in the meantime, while I'm sitting here rocking like this, I'm listening to, oh yeah, that's my jam, and I'm jamming to their millions. No, I don't think so. I'm jamming to some podcasts. I'm jamming to the thought process so I can make sure I can go to where I need to get to. Y'all know what I'm trying to say. It didn't come out right, but y'all know what I'm trying to say. You're investing in yourself, okay? You need to invest in yourself, guys. I'm gonna wrap this up. I took a little longer. I apologize. You guys, I did not mean to go this long. Y'all got me fired up, but one of the things that you can do is give yourself more time. Buy yourself more time. Pay somebody to do some things that you don't need to be spending your time doing. If you're out there mowing the grass, stop mowing the grass. Pay somebody to mow your grass. You can hire a little teenager kid to pay to mow your grass. And that, just think about what you can do in that hour's time that it takes you to mow your grass. You can get on a Go Live session. You can hop on a session with an educator. You can watch a video. You can show somebody a presentation. You can contact some prospects, you know, washing your car, things of this nature. You got to spend that money. Yes, it's going to cost you money, but it's going to cost you even more money if you don't spend your money and buy your time back wisely. So guys, like I said, you know, get you a planner, get you a notebook, start writing down what you want to happen, design your life, put it on paper, you know, put it on paper what you want to do. Andre talked to you about a freedom number. You know, definitely as you're coming up with your freedom number, design the life that you want to have for you, because you got the same 1,440 minutes that all the rest of us have. You know, audit your life, audit your time, you know, bring value to the table. Don't just sit there and try to get what you can get. Literally, just like what Kiki said in the chat room, is definitely design your life. And so guys, that's my time. Thank you so much. Like I said, I went over a little bit. I'm so sorry, Andre. I did not mean to. You know, I appreciate being on here and being part of this platform. And guys, thank you so much. I've got my notebook ready. I'm here so ready to take notes from the rest of these amazing speakers. So again, guys, thank you so much.
Listen, you can, if I ever do an event, you can go over every time if you're gonna bring it like that. Let me just tell you, folks, this is why I speak first, and then I let these speakers come on after. this is why I'm like, let me work myself in ahead of time, because woo! I'm telling you, I told everybody, Sakina, they need to Cash App you. Go ahead, throw your Cash App in there, because they need to go ahead, because that was worth every penny. Go ahead and send a 5 or 10 something. Everybody need to Cash App Sakina, because that was, you know what? You would pay thousands of dollars to go get that at a seminar. I'm telling y'all right now. So anyway, folks, if you got some value, show her some love. Throw some 222s in the chat for her. Let her see it. Let her see it. Come on, folks. I know y'all got value off of that. Oh my goodness gracious. Thank you so much, Sakina. I appreciate you. Okay, folks. Next up. You heard Miss Sakina talk about her. You heard her talk about the morning mentorship calls that her and her husband do for the Legacy Worldwide organization. We're about to be able to hear from Miss Wanda Webb, but I got to tell you, folks, first of all, she mentioned Wanda's thing on saving. If you haven't heard that morning mentorship, you need to go back immediately. You need to go back immediately after this. When this wraps up, because you're more concerned about your coins than your cookout. She just told you. You need to go on over there and you need to pull that thing up on YouTube and get it prepared. Even if you don't listen to it right now, even if you go to the cookout, you need to go to sleep to that, put it in your audio. That morning mentorship is fire. But I got to tell you what, I call this young lady here a national treasure. That's what I call Wanda Webb. She is a national treasure. You know, I've had the great fortune of speaking all over the colleges, universities, you know, lecturing in front of 10,000 people, the whole nine. And I'm telling you what, there's very few people that I would actually pay money to go see. Wanda Webb is one of them. Wanda Webb, the first time I saw her, I think if you all listen to this whole talk that everybody has been doing pretty much all the time, we've talked about personal development and investing in yourself. And I flew to Las Vegas and I spent about $500 to go to a conference, and then I put my airline ticket, and then I spent my hotel fees, and actually Matt Levy was there with me. And we actually went to this conference, and Wanda Webb was not even on the billboard. She wasn't even supposed to be one of the people talking. There was all of these big time leaders, not only in our industry, but well-known people that you would know. And this thing, we were in the Thomas and Mack Arena. There's 10,000 people present. And all of a sudden they bring up almost as like a throw-in. I don't think they knew what they were doing. I don't know, that company didn't know what they had, because they brought her up and they said, and now we're gonna bring to you Miss Wanda Webb. And Wanda got up there, and I swear to you, I'll never forget it. I mean, she electrified the whole place. But what I saw was her clarity of thought and her ability to communicate an idea and translate it into something that you could take away and that you could use. See, I remember the talk, you know, most of us have read the book, The 5 Love Languages, and she was able to relate that book and that story, but make it relatable to your business. And I said, oh my God, Oh my God. And as we left the arena, there was nobody who could talk about anything about, did you hear Wanda Webb? 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 People were posted all over social media. I'm telling you guys are so blessed right now to be able to have access. But not only that, she's a mother, she's a great wife, she's a great person. I've been to her home. She invites my daughter to play with her daughter, or her son and her children. I mean, man, we got such great leaders. So listen, I could go on and on forever, and she'll probably be embarrassed if I do. So let me stop right now and just bring on Miss Wanda Webb. Are you with us? Uh-oh. Where we at? We got to get her.
I think we got to make her a host. Let me see.
Let's see. I'm going to find her.
What's up? Okay, there we go. Now I'm unmuted. Hi, how's it going?
I'm doing great. How are you? Hold on, before I go, Wanda, you know this little one will go crazy if she doesn't say hi.
Hi. Hey, Bob. Okay, I'm gonna show Instagram my little play niece real quick, my little cutie pie. Hey, Bob. She's gonna be a boss. She's a boss, right?
Yeah.
You are a boss.
Okay.
That's right. Listen, that's my little friend right there. She came over to my house and we had a whole bunch of fun. I just love the innocence of children. Like, they will tell you things no one else will say. They are brave. They don't know any better yet. They still have all their courage. I am streaming so that a little bit of our Instagram family can catch some of these nuggets. Guys, I'm excited to talk to you. So first of all, let me just back this up a little bit. This right now, this right here, what's happening right now, guys, is a dream come true. Let me tell you why. Because the first time in 7.5 years, all right, first time in 7.5 years that not one leader, not one organization or one city or one group or one lineage, but all. I'm talking about Canada's on here, Arkansas, what's up? Africa's on here, that all the people came together to throw a team event. And I'm gonna brag for a little bit. Randy and I did nothing but give good love, good energy, and show up like a student and be excited. Listen, y'all, don't play. I've been taking notes from y'all. Who y'all mentor? Y'all good. Who y'all mentor? Cause y'all good, listen. I'm gonna have, listen, who's y'all mentor? Cause y'all good. And as I was taking notes, there were times that I was in the background with all the kids, right? In the background, screaming at my phone to y'all to some of the things that you guys said. And I don't wanna leave anyone out. I don't wanna leave anyone out because everyone was great. Lily, when there was one thing she said that I was like, that's it, right there, that's it. She said, and she's so poised. God, I love my sister Lily. I know why he put her and me on the same team. Because some of you guys need to just see that beautiful poise that she has. She said, I took trading into my own hands. Listen, I know that may seem like a simple sentence to you, but I know the history behind that sentence. So I commend her. And then Matt came on here and talked to us about the secret sauce, discipline. And I love the message that he had because it's true. Discipline is that muscle you have to grow. We deter growth. And we're going to talk about that. Andre came on here and said, make the goals plain. Make them plain. I hear you. Okay, chairman. I hear you, millionaire. Okay, I hear you, six-figure earner. Okay, I hear you, trillionaire. I hear you. Hey, let's pay off that student loan debt, okay? Let's make this reasonable. Let's go ahead and let's dream, but let's also apply and let's handle the things we can handle today. Let's get rid of that second job before we become a millionaire, right? Let's get rid of that one job that's sucking all the energy and youth out of you. Let's do that. I'm with you. I know you're a six-figure earner. I know you're a seven-figure earner because the capacity is there. But I also want you to address what you can address today. Don't put that off in your journey. I appreciate you. Rich, oh my gosh, guys, let me mark my words right now. I've seen Rich talk in the past and I said, that's a P2000, that's a P5000. But today I said, who is this chairman on the line? What? He even did his hair. Y'all see the gel in the hair looking good? Rich took the hat off. He put the gel, he did this thing. I said, he looking good, Rich looking good on the internet. You better teach someone about social media. I appreciate you, Rich, for that knowledge because we need that. Thank you so much, sir. And just continuing on and on. I know I'm gonna miss people. My sister Sakina just come on here and telling you what it is. This is a lifestyle. You know what being a millionaire is? It is a lifestyle. Okay. And the closer you get, the sooner you get to understanding this is a lifestyle, not something I do as a side hustle, not an hour a week. Okay. An hour a week is for the customers. This call is not for the customers. I love you, customers. I love you. God bless you. If I can help you, reach out. If I can show you where to find something, reach out. But this call is not for the customers. The customers got what they got in their product. Click, click, I Am Academy, go live. This right here is for the builders. And so if you're on the line and you're talking about making 6 and 7 figures, I'm not gonna lie to you and tell you, you can do that 1 hour a week and you could be a 7-figure earner. You know, sometimes we get a lot of flack in this industry and people will say things like, man, my friends think it's a scam. Listen, what I've learned in 7.5 years, they want it to be a scam. They want a scam. They're mad that it's not a scam. It's legitimate. It takes work. They wish it was a scam. So when they're like, man, is this a scam? And you're like, no, it's not. That's why they didn't sign up. You should have been like, hell yeah, it is. You can, yeah. They probably would have signed up. I've been watching my friends pass each other the same $800 for 2 or 3 months in a circle on Facebook. And I realized I've been saying the wrong thing. I've been telling them this ain't a scam. I need to tell them this is a damn scam. And then they'll get excited about it. I've been saying the wrong crap. For 7.5 years, I've been telling them it's not a scam. Little did I realize, oh snap, they've been wanting a scam. My silly self. And so what I want to do to you today is talk to you about 3 lies that we tell ourselves in network marketing. 3 lies, 3 scams that we try to pull up on ourselves in network marketing. Because I realized the people that are on this call were the people who really were not looking for a scam. They wanted the real thing. And so as a coach and as a mentor, my goal is to make sure that we tell ourselves the truth always, okay? And so that we don't scam ourselves in the process. And there's 3 lies, I call them the 3 big lies, all right? That we tell ourselves. Now, pause, time out real quick. Here's what I've learned in this journey, right? There are some people that will hear this message and they will feel growth. And then there are some people who will hear this message and they will feel offended. I can't help which one you are. That's on you. Because I've had a trainer tell me, girl, instead of picking up your pants, how about we just lose the weight? And I was like, dang, ouch. But okay, let's do it, right? I could have chose offense. And here's the problem. When you choose to be offended, it stops. Everything stops right there. No growth, no advancement, no possibilities, nothing. When you choose offense and you close the laptop, it ends, death, done, nothing. Or you could have chosen, well, let me just marinate on what she's saying and try to hear the message so that I can grow. So I want to tell you before I even get started, I need you to in advance right now, I need you to say, I'm going to choose growth, not offense. All right? So let's go ahead and do that. I see my Instagram family on here. I appreciate you guys being online. So number 1, the biggest lie that we tell ourselves, I just don't have the time. Listen, you had time before you had money. You had time before you had money. You were 5, 6 years old and you had time. So it's not that you don't have time. It's just that you've mastered mismanaging it. You've been learning how to mismanage time since before you could talk. And so we've gotten so good at mismanaging time that we believe the lie that we don't have it. So when someone tells you something and you think to yourself, I don't got the time, just be honest. Just say, I don't know how to manage my time to include that. Quit saying you don't have the time anymore, because you keep speaking that over your life. You're going to wake up dead with no time. You got to start speaking different. You putting death in your life. I don't got the time. Okay, I'm trying to wake up alive tomorrow. Let me tell the truth on me. I got the time, y'all. I just be mismanaging it. Okay? So ask yourself the truth. Like, you listen, if you want to know if you have the time, go to your phone. Okay, I know how to do this on the iPhone. I'm sure other phones do this too. Go to your settings, go to your apps, and go look at time. And go tell me how many hours a day Mark Zuckerberg get from you for free. Go tell me how many hours Instagram and TikTok, you don't even know who those people are. You giving them your free resource, the number one resource you don't have for free, right? Let me give you a clue about everything. When the product is free, you are the product. When the product is free, you are the product with everything. I heard a mentor once talk about, I'm gonna get serious for half a sec. He talked about porn and young kids and how at a younger and younger and younger age, they're being introduced to it at ages of 6 and 7 years old. And I don't think anybody would agree with that. No matter what your lifestyle is, nobody agrees with that. And he said, this is the design, because when the product is free, you are the product. And I apply that to everything. You have to have that wisdom that says, hold up, if it's free, I'm a product of Facebook. I'm a product of Instagram. I'm a product of social media. Anywhere where I invest my time, the resource I've had before I ever had money, I had time. My natural born time, where I invest that resource tells on me. So you need to be very diligent and go look at where your time's at. Don't let you fool you. Because here's the truth. We live in a world where we're always wondering how everyone's trying to finesse us. But here's the fact. Nobody's going to finesse you better than you. You going to steal more from you than anyone else. You're going to lie more to you than anybody else. And when you check that and when you realize that's the nature of it, it's who I am. Let me desire growth. And it's not a shame thing. It's just us putting it on the table. Let's be real. We lie to ourselves. We're dishonest with ourselves. We mismanage our time and then say we don't have any. You have it. And so the number one lie, if we're starting there, is when we say, I just don't have the time. It is okay to say, I have yet to figure out how to manage my time, or I've yet to figure out how to make that thing a priority. I've not made that a priority. That's it. Start telling the truth, because when you have to say the truth, and it's harder to hear, it's like, you know what? I need to do something about that. Let me do something about that, because I don't want to live that way. And start speaking it for what it is. But as long as you cover up and you make it sound good, you smooth it over. I don't got the time. My time's limited. I'm busy. As long as you smooth it over and you never look at it, then you can never address it. That's what we're dealing with as a nation right now. We've been smoothing things over for so long. We've been making them fit in our daily language. We have all types of nice ways to say evil things. And it's been happening for so long that now that we open our eyes and we're addressing it, people are like, hold on, that's not the truth. No, it's the truth. Just like we say we don't have time, we have plenty of time. We just have mastered mismanaging it. So I want you to forever, don't ever say, I don't got time. Don't ever say that. Say either it's not a priority and I will not manage my time to fit that in, or I need to get better at managing my time so I can fit that in. That's the only two options. The second biggest lie we ever tell ourselves is that we've arrived. Oh, I know that Bob Proctor calls on Thursdays. I know. I'm gonna get to it. I don't need that right now. I don't need that right now. Like right now, I don't need that. I don't need that call from David Emanitier. That's not really like my upline anyway, so I don't need to get on that. Or I saw Jewel on Instagram and I went by it, I don't really, what we literally do is we lie to ourselves and we tell ourselves, oh, I don't need that right now. I don't need that growth right now. And then what we do is replace that time or replace that moment with something that does the opposite of growing us. We literally avoid making a deposit and we make a deduction all the time. We choose deductions over deposits all the time. And we lie to ourselves and say, it's okay, I can afford to do that. You cannot afford to do that. You don't got enough in your account. If you had enough in your account, it would reflect on the receipt of your life. So we decide to make deductions instead of deposits, and we skim by the people that have literally been placed right in front of you. You've been praying for a way for so long, crying in your closet for so long, and then God sticks you in an environment where he puts them literally in the palm of your hand and you still deter it. I'm gonna tell you a lesson I learned. I've been doing this thing where whenever I get frustrated with the state of my home and it gets a little messy, I try not to get into that mama mode, right? Because here's my toxic trait. I'm gonna let y'all know right now. My toxic trait is not letting anybody clean because they ain't gonna clean how I clean and then yelling at them for not cleaning. Okay, I just put it out there. I'm being honest. It's your mentor being real, okay? And I would say out loud, I still do this. I'll be like, Lord, you make my work light and you make time on my side. You make my workload light and you make time on my side. And I always do that. And my husband said, baby, I see you all the time making these positive affirmations and praying about just having more time and energy for the state of your home. And you know what's funny is every time I see you scrambling around and picking up things around the house and you were praying to God, oh, I got the time, Lord, give me the time. And you're 12-year-old capable, able-bodied son walking by you with a video game in his hand asking you to make a sandwich. And Lord's literally sending you an able-bodied little man from upstairs to downstairs. He put him so close to you, but you're over here talking about, I got the time, Lord. Xavier, stop. Xavier, mommy's cleaning right now. I don't have time to do that. It's the image of somebody flailing in the ocean and someone throws them a life raft and they move the life raft out of the way so that they can scream better. Oh, right? That's the image I get in my head. And this is what we do. We pray for things, we pray for solutions. And then when we have people in front of us that we can learn from, and they're everywhere. They're all around us. Right now, if you are in the same business I am, I don't know what business you're in, but if you're in the same business I am, every time I open my phone, I see a testimony of truth that tells me I'm in the right place. If I see another 22-year-old making $500,000 a year, and I be researching. I'm like, oh, they come from good families. Thank you, God. They got some good people on their side and their head. That's why they're millionaires. Because they got good people around them and they listen. They listen. They tap in. So the second lie that we tell ourselves is, I don't need this call right here. I can't tell you how many times I love my team so much. Y'all are family. You know, you can't do no wrong in my eyes. And I'll get on calls with you and you pouring your heart out to me. And I'm like, oh my God, that's exactly what I was talking about on the mentorship call on Wednesday. And they're like, yeah, I ain't catch that. You went through this problem today. I had that call on Wednesday. Oh, sis, yeah, you could have avoided this whole problem and had you applied that call. It perfectly aligned with your life, but you weren't present when the blessing and the miracle fell upon you. You weren't there when the answer came. So the second lie we tell ourselves is, I'm good. Like, I'm good on the growth part. And so many people assume that I want to motivate you. I want you to know right now, I do not care about you being motivated. You being motivated ain't none of my business. Just like whether or not you have hygiene. That ain't my business. I don't care if you're motivated. But what I do want to do is to grow you and to have you think in different areas and different planes, in a different mindset, show you different perspectives. I just want to expose you to something. And then however you feel after that, that's your business. I don't mind if you're motivated. I don't care if you're motivated. My favorite thing to tell someone is like, listen, I'm not really worried about your comfort. I'm worried about your conditioning. You might be fine, but are you conditioned? We lie to ourselves. We're not conditioned. And then we pass over the opportunities to be conditioned. There should be, let me tell you something. If you want to be wealthy, fill your time and crave growth. Crave growth. It's so funny because I'm going to tell you here recently, my husband and I have been having this problem where we have too many books we want to read. And so we have to take a break and we have to go through a speed reading course. I know I can listen to it on audio. It's just different for me when I read it. So me and him have been researching a speed reading course because we literally have too many books to read. And it's a problem when we're going to bed 3, 4 in the morning because we're up like trying to get it in. I just want to like scoop it up, put it in my head. Just drink it. It can't come in faster. I crave the knowledge. I crave the growth. Teach me how. I'm listening. I crave it. I don't know what you're hungry for. I'm hungry. I'm hungry to learn how to be a parent. I'm hungry to learn how to be a better wife. I'm hungry to learn how to have fitness. I'm hungry to learn how to eat for my body. I'm even hungry to learn how to do my makeup, do my hair, have a home full of peace, how to understand history, how to understand business, how to understand people. I'm hungry. There's just so many things out here for us to learn. It drives me crazy sometimes. There's so much to learn. One of the things I'm hearing saying a lot in our household is, gosh, there's just so many skill sets to learn. There's so many skill sets to learn. Learning about trading, learning about stocks, Man, learning about gold. We've been getting geeky learning the history of gold, how it's world manipulated within world powers. Oh my gosh, it's like a good show. This is the best reality TV show I ever seen. I'm not lying to y'all. If you were to know what's going on with the value of gold between world powers and countries, it's the best reality TV I've never seen. It's insane. I can't even have regular conversations with people. I crave the growth so much. I crave the knowledge. I lived dumb so long. I ain't trying to live dumb no more. I lived blinded so long. I ain't trying to live blinded no more. I crave it. I can't get it in fast enough. The second you stop craving the knowledge, or when you make everything else more important than the knowledge, you get nothing else. When you make the money making more important than the knowledge, you get none of them. Now you dumb and poor. I'm keeping it real with you. There's a truck coming. I don't have time to put this into fancy words for you. If you're still on the line after a couple of hours of beating, you're my type of person anyway. You want the truth. You crave the truth. Don't lie to me no more. I've been getting lied to my whole damn life. I was lied to about what I should do with my life. I was lied to about going to college and getting in debt. I was lied to about how to pay off debt. I was lied to about the powers of money. I was lied to about how to get some money. I was lied to about what wealth creation is. My communities were lied to. My mama was lied to. Don't lie to me no more. You don't got to sugarcoat it. Tell me the truth. Oh, I need to read? Okay. Oh, most people don't read one book after high school. The average American is at a 4th grade reading level. That is dang near illiterate. I want y'all to get scared real quick. The average American is at a 4th grade reading level and they're voting. Next page. Last lie that we tell ourselves. It's not something that we even think. It's just something we do. And this is why I left it for the last. It's not even something you say. It's not even something that you're aware is happening. The biggest lie you tell yourselves in network marketing, okay? What we do is something we do. We reserve all of our passion, all of our emotion for one tiny moment in network marketing. There's so much to be said of this industry. All the growth, all the connection, all the network, the product we have. We're making money with our product. Who does that? No one. All the things that this company, not just this company, but the entire industry has done for me. And still, I have to remind myself to not reduce all of this industry into one moment. I'm gonna tell you what that moment is. It's the moment we give our most emotion to. So therefore, according to Napoleon Hill, it's the moment that controls us the most. It is the yes or no moment when you are sharing this concept. When someone thinks about network marketing, it's almost like, you remember, I don't know if anyone on the line remembers That's So Raven. And do you remember how she would be going about her day and then all of a sudden out of nowhere, whoop, an image, right? And it wasn't always clear, but you always got to the one picture, whoop, that image. And I feel like when we say network marketing or affiliate sales or direct sales, people go, whoop. And the one moment they see is that they got to get a yes or a no out of another human being. And because of that one minuscule, insignificant, reductible moment, because of that, I don't think this is for me. It didn't take that much to scare people away because they don't want to get a yes or no. I get it. People don't like yes or no's. Sometimes I wonder if I should send them a video and at the end I tell them if they want to swipe left or swipe right. That way we can make it painless for all of us, right? We reduce our entire business to this one tiny little yes or no moment. And here's how we do it. This is when we have the most excitement in our business. Now, I know you think, oh, I'm not excited when I have to get that yes or no moment, Wanda. Like, that's not excitement. No, let's go find out. Let's scan the physiology of your body and figure out what's happening. You get tensed up. You lose your breath a little bit. Your stomach gets a feeling in it. Your stomach's a little nervous. Whew. Isn't that the same feeling you get at the top of a roller coaster? Okay. That's excitement. You've just been translating it as fear for so long, you believe it's fear. You believe you're scared. No, it's just excitement. And so we reduce our entire experience in this industry that pays more than the NBA, the NFL put together. We reduce our entire experience to that one little insignificant moment. The only moment that we don't control in our business is that 3-second moment. And we reduce our entire experience to that moment. I want you to know right now, my life is not living on the yes or the no's of other people. My life is not living on the yes or the no's of other people. Oh, please, are you kidding me? Could you imagine living a life that is hinging on the approval or the denial of other human beings? These human beings out here in this world, these human beings in this world right now? Oh, no, no. No, my love. They're too far brainwashed for me. They're too far broken for me. I love them, but I'm not going to be of the world just because I'm in the world. I am not hinging on their yes and no's. I know it's for me. I've already seen it. It is done. I just know I have to go through the action steps. That one tiny 3-second moment, the only moment I don't control in my business, is not going to determine whether Webb is a multi-millionaire or not. You don't get that power. What's for me is for me. Not even me can get in the way. So why don't we just focus on everything else? Because the truth is that in this industry, you control 99.9% of everything else. Everything else is the personal development, is the growth, is the prospecting, is the having human conversations, learning what we do, learning the skill set, telling your story, being excited, having a testimony, reading, growing, inviting, showing, teaching others, leading. Like everything else you control. Everything else is your happy place. Why would you choose to live in that 3-second tiny moment of yes or no? How sad to reduce something that is this dynamic, that has the magnitude of this much opportunity, to reduce it into that one little tiny moment. That's sad. And if you've reduced your opportunity, your possibilities to that one little tiny moment, man, I wouldn't want to do that business either. I wouldn't want to do that business either. I get why you're not doing this. I see why you don't got a names list. I see why you're not talking about this with enthusiasm like Rich taught us. I wouldn't do that business either. Don't sign me up for that. But the everything else, the 99.9% that I control, that I do benefit from, that I grow from, that magnifies my life, that does something for me, that I benefit from no matter what, that part of this business, the part that really pays you, by the way, you don't get paid off yeses or nos. You get paid off building your network, constantly prospecting new conversations, determining in your gut if this is for them, or if this could solve problems for them, or if this could give them value, letting them make that decision, taking them on a path of education, exposing them to a community that has wealth conversations, ain't scared to talk about no money. Okay, our mamas and our daddies and our grandmas were scared about talking about money because they didn't have any. We're different. We got some now. Oh, we're homeowners and landowners. We have gold, we have silver, we have apartment buildings and liens and deeds. It's different. We need to talk about this community so we can talk about how to manage and organize it and teach other people how to do it. We need to encourage each other. Buy some land. Buy some, I don't care if you got to go 2 hours outside of the city you live in and buy something for $1,000. Buy it. Own it. Encourage people. Shout someone out. You know, I can't post my land on Instagram. People just think I'm taking a pretty picture of a field. I can't post my apartment building on Instagram. People think oh, that's where she lives. So I need you to hype each other up. I need you to encourage each other, community, wealth community. All the other things we get to control. That's where I want you to live. That little tiny 3-second moment, that little yes or no moment, that's not your business. That's solely on that person. You might have just been the person that came along to plant the seed so that in a year from now, they can have an aha moment. Maybe that's all you were supposed to do. That's okay, move on. Don't live in that place. Because if I had to live in that place, I would not be here 7.5 years later being a top earner in this industry. I would not be able to be completely debt-free, having assets, growing my metals, growing my cash savings, growing my hard assets, my land, my property. I wouldn't be able to do that if I was reducing my entire existence in this industry to the little 3-second yes or no moment. Don't do that. There's so much more to enjoy. So I want you to scan yourself and ask yourself, which lie have I automatically believed by default? Is it the lie of no time? Is it the lie of I've arrived, I don't need that call? That's just to hype me up. I'm not trying to hype you up. You've been in poverty training for 30, 40, 50 years of your life. I'm trying to undo that. The ego, right? Oh, they want to hype me up. Oh, I'll hype you up. I put you in my wealth community. You've been in poverty training most of your life. I'm trying to undo that. Maybe it's the lie of believing that this business is that one little tiny yes or no moment. That's not this business. There's so much more area to live in. You don't like the closing moment? Awesome. I wouldn't want you to live there anywhere. That's not where the money's made. The money is made in the inviting environment anyway. The inviting environment. That's where the money's made. The inviting environment. That's where the money's at. The people who live in the closing environment, that's the tiniest element of what we do. Show, expose, educate. Those who will, awesome. Those who won't, awesome. You can't save them all. It's not for everyone. I appreciate you guys so much. Legacy Worldwide, I love you. Andre, I'm gonna give it back to you, but real quick before I do, I know who's coming up next, okay? This is my brother for real. And y'all, he just had a birthday. Him and my son share the same birthday. So like, let me tell you what, as a mamas real quick, my son shares a birthday with Nafis Khan, whoop, and David Iminitier, whoop, and Bryce Thompson, whoop. I said, yes, Lord. I'm excited about that. I look at my baby like, my little billionaire, my little billionaire. He don't even know what that is. I declare already over my son. So guys, this next person, I know Nafis for real. Like I know you know mentor Nafis, King Canada. I know you know him. But see, I know Nafis after 2 glasses of wine, Nafis, okay? And you know what's really incredible? That Nafis ain't that different. He's still super lovable. He still cares. He still comes from an amazing mama who makes the best fried eggplant ever. He still comes from good people. He's still humbled. He's still grounded. He still has a spouse who cheers him on and loves on him and has big dreams with him. He's still that person. Even when you get to really, really know him, he's still that. He's so much more, in fact, than a chairman. He's so much more. And so guys, I'm gonna give this to either Nafis or Andre. You guys figured out. I know I already kind of pre-edified, but that's my brother. And anytime I get a chance to love on him with my words, I will.
Awesome. Well, first of all, I wanted to thank you. Thank you very much for what you just delivered and what you just gave. I know the value was tremendous. Everybody show Wanda some love in the chat, man. I'm just telling you, that was tremendous. And I don't really need to say much more. I mean, when your chairman edifies you, then that's what you need right there. I mean, Nafis, listen, this is what I'll say. This is what I'll say about Nafis. For a while, you know, Nafis, I'm actually part of his organization. I didn't actually know Nafis that well. And then we had a chance to meet. We've had some conversations or whatever, but I didn't know him that well. But here's what I do know is that I went through a tough time in my life where I had a divorce, and it was a surprise to me. It was a really tough, it was a hard thing to go through. And then in February, my daughter went from Texas to California, and I was heartbroken. And all I know is that the moment that man saw that, he said, he sent me a message and he said, Andre, let's go do whatever we got to do. I'll fly from Canada. We'll get a Brinks truck. It don't matter about COVID. We're going to go get that little girl. We're going to do it together. What do we have to do? And when he said that to me, that's all I needed to know about who he was as a person, because he was more concerned about me as a human being than what value or economic price I could bring to him by being a part of his team. I'm telling you what, folks, you guys are lucky to be able to hear from Nafis Khan. I just got off with a personal one-on-one. How cool is that? I had a one-on-one training with Nafis Khan, and he opened himself up to give a training for my team. And I mean, come on, folks. This kind of leadership is invaluable. So, folks, I'm excited to share him with you straight out of Canada. Chairman 10, going Chairman 25. I love him to death, Mr. Nafis Khan, bro. Are you with us? Let's get you unmuted. There you go.
Okay, Andre, can you hear me?
I can.
All right, I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. And first off, before I get even started, Andre, I got to give so much love and respect for you, man. This call that you put together, actually, you know, every call that you've ever put together has been like you just top it and top it and top it and top it and top it. with better people to bring on board, more education, and honestly, the growth that you're having as well, bro. All the blessings to you, man. Your success is just a true testament to your leadership, and you continue to grow. And I just want to say thank you so much for doing this, brother. People like yourself, you guys, this is what we look for in this academy. We look for people that bring the table to the table. And Andre is honestly one of those gentlemen that does that for everybody in such a high level. So again, Andre, thank you so much, bro. I appreciate you so much. All right. And before I go on, you guys, I just want to first off say, yo, shout out to all of the speakers prior to us. Man, I was taking notes, everybody, and you guys are all like family to me. As you guys know, this program, this academy, this group is so much more than just mentorship and education. This is your opportunity to be a part of something and be a part of people around the world that are going to become your closest friends. And I can honestly say this, that all the speakers that you heard of on the call, I've started to get to know or really gotten to know quite well. And we call each other to talk to each other. And the positivity that we bring to this community, this group, I think is bigger than anything more than profits. They always say people over profits. Well, that's exactly what this is all about, is pouring into people so that we all profit together in a big way, okay? So with that being said, the last thing I want to make sure I say is happy birthday to the Junior Webb, okay? We got Junior Webb, future Chairman 750 loading, okay? I know that birthday was an epic birthday right there in the Webb house, and we know that Wanda and Randy are amazing parents to lead a great example. So I know you guys at the Webb family was celebrating a very happy birthday. So shout out to you, Mr. Junior Webb. All right, so guys, I'm gonna get on this call, and today, you guys, what I want to talk to you guys about really, and I want to make sure that I talk about this in a very, very, very simple way. Today's call is going to be a little bit different from me. My goal on this next little portion of it is I'm going to speak to you. I got no slides. I got nothing like that. I want to just talk to you directly. And I highly recommend that you take notes about this. So my goal in my little segment of today's call is I want to shift your mindset on why you need to build. Okay, that is the conversation I want to have. So if you're looking at a topic right now, if you're here at the academy and you're just trading, or if you're just building, why you need to do both. But more importantly, my goal here is to really say, why do you need to build? Why do you need to build the business, okay? And I want you to know something, and I want you to relatively think about this, okay? Because in our group, in our team, we have created a great culture around trading. Trading is the forefront. It's our product. It is everything to us in the program. But trading would have never existed if there wasn't people telling people about trading, yes? You would have never known about IAM, this whole concept, this whole program, none of it puts together if someone didn't reach out to you to open the door and the window for you. But what ends up happening is that when you come into this, you see the opportunity of, yes, I can make money. I don't have to sell anything. I don't have to recruit anybody. I have the potential to make multiple 6 or 7 or 8 figures. I mean, let's be real, you guys. The people that know about trading, that have learned how to trade, that have mastered the skill, are the most successful people on planet Earth. They own the banks, the hedge funds, the businesses of the world. They're the biggest and most successful entrepreneurs on this world. So we are in the right platform just by telling you that one thing. This is the fact that we are a part of the platform that teaches us how to do what the most wealthiest people in the world are doing. But you got to realize something as well, okay? That this is something that you need to realize has so many different mindsets about it that you need to shift in your mind about being able to go out there and build an organization. So let me tell you a couple of reasons why you need to build, okay? In my opinion, when you are somebody as a everyday average person, I look at myself as an everyday average person. I look at Andre as an everyday average person, okay? We are everyday average people, but just we have more desire. We have come to become aware that life and the careers that we've chosen in path can only do so much for us. There is something that is missing that we must come and fill in the gap to get the abundance, the time, the freedom, the purpose in life. And so if you need the time, the freedom, the purpose in life, then you got to realize that trading is going to be something that you're learning a skill of. And for you to come in the academy and say, I'm going to go show people what I'm doing and how much money I made and the success of my trading before I go tell people about the program, that's like saying, by the time I'm a doctor, I'm going to tell my family that I'm going to learn how to become a doctor. Okay? I'm going to become a lawyer before I go tell people I'm going to law school. Okay. And so I want to share with you guys a story that really has impacted me in a lot of ways. When we were out in Europe, you guys, by the way, man, I cannot tell you how much this company has blessed me in this program in so many ways. But guys, I went from a person that was successful in business and entrepreneurship my entire life to finding myself in 2019 at the hardest time financially in my life. And when I was looking at that at this time, I was praying for an opportunity. I was praying for an opportunity that also had a purpose behind it. And when I got a call from Randy and getting a chance to come take a look at the program and getting a chance to see what it was, I just saw the vision of this academy being so much bigger than just trading. Because learning how to trade is a personal, self-funded, financial independence. But I wanted to create financial freedom for people. I don't want to just do it for myself. There's no point of you being successful and everybody around you failing or struggling in life. It's not going to be a good life for you. I'll tell you the truth. Okay. The real reality is that I noticed that all it was adapting the right mindset, and people can go out there in this program and do this. And so here's what I want you to understand. How is it that someone is getting started today in this program today is going and breaking records, hitting Platinum 600, 1,000, 2,000, 5,000, Chairman 10 in a short period of time, and why other people are taking a longer period of time? And the real reality of the difference is just the perspective, perception, and mindset. That's it. And it's 100% comes down to the approach of the entire situation. Because I honestly believe that we are creating the wrong beliefs to create the wrong approaches, that we think that this is what's going to entice or attract people into our business. And honestly, that is something that we're going to talk about real quick. My goal right now is to shift your mind completely into a way where you're going to attract everybody into your business. Everybody's going to want to get started with you. Everybody's going to want to learn how to trade. And you've done a great job of showing them properly and professionally how to do this, okay? How you can make an impact on others to get them excited to wanting to go ahead and get started in this. And I know Andre and a lot of my team have heard me tell this story, but I'm gonna go ahead and share the story with you guys. So when I was in Europe, you guys, I was in Amsterdam. When I was in Amsterdam, you guys, I was learning about Van Gogh. And how many people here, if you're in the chat box, okay, type in 222 if you've heard of Vincent van Gogh, the famous painter and artist in the world, okay? If you guys have heard of this gentleman, okay? Now, guys, Van Gogh today is a well-known name around the world. Around the world, when you talk about art, you've got your Picassos, you've got Van Gogh, you've got amongst a lot of people out here, all right? But Van Gogh, did you guys know the story of Van Gogh is that he was depressed, he was dealing with his brother supported him financially, he was died alone, and he died broke. But in his life, he had created over 2,200 paintings, okay? 800 of those paintings being oil paintings. Today, those paintings are worth millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars. And think about this concept, brother. Think about what I'm saying right now, okay? Van Gogh was one of the greatest artists on planet Earth, but he wasn't even able to sell one of his paintings to be able to feed and financially take care of himself. Think about that. How is somebody, one of the best painters in the world, when he was alive, people did not notice his art or look at it with a different perspective or value. They saw the art, they saw it, but they were not buying the art. And the reason why they weren't buying the art, you guys, is because Van Gogh was a painter. And he didn't understand how to communicate to people to be able to sell his paintings. Make sense? Somebody came along that found the paintings and said, wow, let me go ahead and share the story of Van Gogh. Let me go ahead and show the value of Van Gogh. Let me show the value of this painting, and let me go out there and sell these paintings. And those people took a man who created the art and created millions and millions of dollars by it. So guys, here's the analogy I want you to make, okay? If you believe and your goal in this academy is to hit chairman and you want to make a residual income, you want to be able to fund your trading account by impacting and empowering people in this academy and teaching people how to trade, that your ability to get there is by being a phenomenal trader, well, I'll tell you the truth. That would mean that every trader in our academy would be Chairman 750 by now. Every educator in the platform would have hundreds of thousands of people signing up. Did you guys know in our academy, our educators want to be chairman because they're $1 million traders, or some of them are multiple 7 and 8 figure traders, but they are at the same level you are at when it comes to talking to somebody. They're having the same issues when it comes to talking to somebody, enrolling someone in the program. They're making millions of dollars. And when they go and tell people, hey, I'm a millionaire at trading, people are like, I don't know. Maybe it sounds good. I mean, I don't know if this is going to be worth it. I mean, I'll think about it. I think I'm busy. I don't know if I got to talk to my spouse about this. Make sense? They are getting the same situation that you're being put in. Because remember that. If you were someone that knows how to trade, technically what we would say is that you would be a Chairman 750. Your abundance in signing up people would be next level. So it grows to show the point that we have mentally created this idea in our head that trading and the results of trading is what's going to attract people into our business. Actually has nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with it. Trading is a separate journey, and entrepreneurship and leadership and marketing and mentorship is a separate journey in this platform. There are two completely separate worlds. Completely separate worlds. They have nothing to do with each other. Nothing to do with each other in the way that you talk or approach or do things. Because if it was, then everything would correlate. You would skyrocket through the thing. Okay. We have students in our group, you guys, that are, like Rich said, that are now 7-figure traders in the program. But that has nothing to do with their ability to go out there and teach, show, and market and grow the academy. Because remember what I said, Van Gogh was one of the greatest artists in the world, but he couldn't sell a painting to be able to afford the proper food to nutrition his body so that he can stay healthy and be wise and take care of himself. So guys, here's what I want you to know, okay, is that you need to understand everything is a mindset, everything is a perspective, everything is a approach, and you need to learn that approach to be successful. And in my opinion, you guys, you need to realize this now, because you need to start building the business. And you need to start building the business because you need to see the people around you in your life and your network learn about this academy. And the reason being why that you want them to learn is because of education and mentorship, okay? So my job right now, why what I want to do is I want to just say this to you. Now that you guys understand the mindset, why do you need to build a business? Is because you shouldn't be using your own trading money to trade. Do you know that? You shouldn't be using your own money to trade. Do you guys understand there's nothing wrong with someone trading with $50, $100, $500? You're all welcome to do that. And you're all going to do that because that's where we're comfortable at. But how many people agree that is never, ever, if you came to the academy and you're trying to make money, it is different than learning how to trade. If you're here to make money, listen to what Miss Jennifer, Miss Davis said, okay? She says that all she does is she gets on a call, she follows a mentor, she takes the trade, and she does her risk management, and she lets a professional do the work for her. We got people like Lillian on this call. Lillian is a phenomenal trader. She's someone that came and learned how to trade as well as she was building and became so successful trading. She has been asked, based on her track record of success, to guide people when it comes to her trade ideas. And by being that way, you can have success. So guys, I want to say this right now. If you're on this call and you join IM to make money fast, you need to realize your job is to go find a trader that you like the trades of, go demo their trades, find out how those trades are, learn the risk management behind it, and stick to that plan. But learning how to trade, learning how to be self-sufficient in trading is a totally different aspect, because that's a journey that everybody's going to go on their own. In my group, I've seen students as fast as learn how to trade in 2-3 months. And then I've seen students take a whole year to learn how to trade. Both those students say the same thing. It was worth every second of every penny of every time that I put into this academy, because now I learned how to trade. Remind yourself this. if you went to Harvard or business school or a profession, or you went to the highest form of education in trading outside of this academy, you would be paying $50,000 for your education. So why should you be okay with trying to think of $1 million, billion-dollar skill that you're supposed to accumulate in a few days, a few weeks, a few months? You're putting the ability of learning a skill on a time frame that has no way of doing it. I'll talk about two of my favorite students in my group, man. You know, two of my favorite students in my group, you guys lead our group by example. And I've watched both these gentlemen take trading so seriously that they had figured out a strategy, started making money on it, and then the market changed on them and their strategy became ineffective. And you know what they did? They didn't beat themselves up. They didn't hold themselves down. They didn't hold themselves accountable to anything. You know what they did? They had the mindset to think, I got to go back to the drawing board. And they went back into the locker room. They went back at studying. They went back at going on to Go Live. They went back into the education. They watched all the videos again. And you know what they did? They retuned their strategy again. I've watched two guys that are very high income earners at trading, okay, become two students that went back to the drawing board 2 to 3 times before they perfected the art of trading. And it's been over a year of doing it. And guys, over a year of this journey, I'm actually talking about these guys are hardworking guys. I know these guys put 10, 15, 20 hours sometimes a day doing this. Now, these are people that are putting 10, 15 hours a day. If you're not putting 10, 15 hours a day, you need to realize that your journey is going to be a different scale, and then you're going to learn it, and you're going to be guided, and you're going to learn from the people that are teaching you. But you need to realize learning how to trade has nothing to do with your results and making money at the academy. If you want to learn how to make results and make money, follow an educator, learn risk management, practice on your demo, learn how to be consistent, and follow that pattern all the way through. But if you want to learn how to trade, you got to be able to be realizing that only an employee gets paid first and an entrepreneur gets paid last. I don't know anybody in any entrepreneurship today that got a paycheck before they did the work. You guys know an entrepreneur that got paid before they did the work? I don't know any entrepreneur that has a business today that they cut him a check and said, all right, Andre, here's a check for $1 million. Go do the work, sir. This is your business. You own everything. That's called employment, you guys. They only pay you for what you're worth. And so the mindset that you have is an employee mindset. I need to get paid before I can show people what I'm doing. That has nothing to do with it, guys. That is an employee mindset. An entrepreneur's mindset is I need to go show people what I'm doing because I need to go find the people that want to do what I'm doing. They need to find the products and services and value I bring to the table so that they would see value in my service, my value, my product, my company, and what it is that I provide for them. I'm willing to do for them what they are willing to get out of what I'm giving them, okay? So guys, this mindset is huge. And I know I don't got a lot of time, but I'm just gonna tell you this. You just gotta refine your approach. If you're approaching people about, this is gonna make so much money, look at how much money I'm making, blah, 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 money, 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 money. Guess what you're doing? You're also setting up people to have the wrong expectations when it comes to this business. When they come in, if they don't see a mass amount of money coming in, guess what they're going to do? They're going to say, well, you promised me all this money and I don't see it. So that's why I'm not excited. I'm out. You gave them the wrong perspective from day one, the wrong mindset. But if you said, hey, listen, we're launching an academy. It's one of the fastest growing academies in the world. We're teaching people how to learn how to make money without selling, without recruiting. And you need to meet my good friend, Andre English. He's one of the top educators. He's a top trainer for the program. He's going to tell you all about the program, but I want you to come check this out because now is the time for us to learn how to be able to make money more than ever. Do you not agree the expectation and the approach is better right away? That I'm talking about Andre, that I'm talking about someone else. Now, look, I could be brand new. Maybe I haven't made any money. But guys, you know what the best thing about network marketing is? It's called edification. Edification has made more people millionaires in this industry than anything else in this industry has ever done. Edification means that I can go ahead and talk to anybody I want, and I don't even got to talk about it myself. I just got to say, hey, you need to be an Andre. I don't talk about I am. I don't talk about all of our products and services. I talk about people. I talk about people. I talk about Rich Live TV on my team. I talk about Anil and Callie. I talk about Jessica and Nelly and Rebecca. I talk about Andre. I talk about Edwin. I talk about all of our leaders when I'm going out there and talk. Actually, to tell you the truth, it's better for me because when I know them and they're in my network, then they may have a mutual respect for me, or they may look up to me, or they may look down to me. It doesn't matter. I'm not the one telling them the program. I'm telling them, hey, you need to listen to this man, because what you're doing here is something that you might want to listen to. And listen, at the end of it, it's up to you whether you want to do it or not. See, guys, the approach is so important. If you look at the approach of how you're approaching the business, that's the reason why you're not having the success that you're having. And I highly recommend you guys that you sit down and you learn a couple of fundamental things. One is you got to have the right mindset, like we're having a conversation about right now. Two, Miss Wanda Webb, she said it beautifully. You must have a list. You must be able to go out there and make that list so that you know you have a track record of people that you're going to be following. Three, you should sit down with your mentor. Who is your mentor when it comes to hitting a rank? Someone that has achieved the rank. So someone who's a Platinum 600, 1,000, 2,000, 5,000, your chairman, whoever it is, myself, anybody, someone outside your team, it doesn't matter. Sit with the mentor and go over your invite. Make sure your invite's tight. Make sure your invite has energy. Make sure it has excitement. Make sure there's no like Wanda said, when you call someone, they don't want to sign up because the way that you sound doesn't sound like the way that someone should sound for someone to sign up. Make sense? You don't sound right. And it's okay because there's so many thoughts and things in our mind. We're going to help you simplify it when you approach people. Okay? Then you sit back and you let them do the work. Let the leader that you have do the work for you guys. The greatest thing about this team and this organization is you have someone that can lift you up. And they're going to lift you up until you can stand on your own feet. When you stand on your own feet, that is the day that you can start presenting on your own. That is the day that you're doing what someone did for you back for other people. My biggest goal, you guys, is now in our team is to show people how to Platinum 600 in 72 hours. And by doing that work with people, it allows them to grow that they can go lead other people in this organization. And that's exactly what we want to do. But you guys, the most important thing with everything that you're going to learn is how to close professionally. Remember this sentence. Everybody loves to buy, but everybody hates to be sold. Everybody loves to buy, but hates to be sold. Everybody loves to buy and hates to be sold. So in business, in marketing, in sales, it has nothing to do with trading. Actually, when you're talking about profits and all this money you're making, you are not doing a professional job. But when you go out there and approach people properly with the right words, the right actions, with the right introduction, and at the end of the conversation, you ask the proper questions. It's just a series of questions. You will get the perfect answer every single time. And I know my friend Andre and many of my students in my group, you know, we talk about it. This is my craft. This is my science. Okay. See, when I came to the academy, guys, I was already a professional in sales, marketing, business development. I got attracted to the program, not because of the trading. I love the fact that I was going to be a student of trading. I was going to learn trading through the process. That was going to be a new journey for me. But I would have shot myself in the leg if I said to people, hey, I'm going to go learn how to trade before I go do what I'm already good at. See, many of you guys are natural leaders. Many of you guys have natural ambition. Many of you guys want to make an impact. Many of you guys want to teach your kids something. Many of you guys want to change your community. Many of you guys want to give back to your religious groups. Many of you guys have so many big goals that is not about yourself. And if it wasn't about yourself, then you got to realize that you need to learn how to approach them to show them how to grade a group and how to grade an organization. And you guys, this is not a group that doesn't make money. Do you guys understand? Everybody on this call, everything we do is make money. This is not a non-profit organization. We are a profit organization. Everybody in this organization is here to profit. Non-profit organizations is your friends that you hang out with that you don't make money. That's a non-profit organization. Make sense? That is your friends right there. Your friends that you don't make money with, that's a non-profit organization. Make sense? You hang out with them, you don't profit together. That is the truth of that. Over here, we are a for-profit organization. We hang out and talk and jump on calls to learn how to profit from each other. So guys, just to make my call very, very short, I want to end it off with, 7 major tips to take you from zero all to where you want to go in this academy. Okay. And I will honestly say this in 7 simple steps that if I was you, I would write these down and I would say checklist 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Here's number 1. All right. Here's number 1. Seek 2 mentors. You need to find in this academy, specifically within the academy, a trading mentor and a chairman or a leadership mentor. Now, you guys, a chairman mentor is Andre. Andre is a chairman. Sukina's a chairman. Okay. Rich Live TV, he's a chairman. Okay. It's not just the title, guys, that makes them a chairman. It's the work ethic, the mindset, the ability for them to coach, train, and get up and do the work every single day. I don't look at myself as a chairman 10, you guys. I'm just a very, very, very hardworking Platinum 600. That's what I am. I'm a Platinum 600 that really cared about my team. See, most people that fail at Platinum 600 is because it was about themselves. Once you hit Platinum 600, it was about your team. That's when you really became a Platinum 600. Because it doesn't matter how great of a Platinum 600 you are. If you don't got any Platinum 600s in your group, well, then that means that you're a great salesperson. You're not a great leader. And I always tell people on our team this, by the way, well, since we're talking about ranks, don't ever count the paycheck you're getting. You're really getting paid the rank before. I'm a Platinum 5000, you guys, with a Chairman 10 title. The title doesn't mean anything. I have to work to make sure that I'm there where I want to be. If I want to be a Chairman 25, when I hit Chairman 25, I'm going to celebrate Chairman 10, you guys. That's what I'm going to celebrate. I'm going to celebrate Chairman 10. I hit it, guys, when I hit Chairman 25. When I hit Chairman 50, I finally hit Chairman 25. When I hit Chairman 100, finally I hit it. When I hit Platinum 1000, I was like, man, I finally hit Platinum 600. When I hit Platinum 2000, I was like, man, I finally hit Platinum 1000. Because you guys, you secure what you have. You don't count what you don't need. That's what's up. That's what you got to do every single time. So guys, step number 1, seek 2 mentors. Find a trading mentor. Find a building mentor. Find someone that has great leadership skills. Someone that you can start learning how to speak like, mimic, mentor. My first mentor in this industry, you guys, said this. The greatest thing about this industry is that you can pick the person that you like most, and your job is to just plagiarize everything they do. Okay? Just plagiarize everything. You can copy word for word, sentence by sentence, do what they do. I want to mimic and act as if I am them, and that's it. If I act and do as they do, that's it. So guys, find those 2 mentors. Number 2, this is the big one, all right? You got to have obsession. Where you lack in your success is your obsession. And you need to obsess over your actions daily. When I was building this business, I was obsessed with it so much that it gave me anxiety when I wasn't doing this business. Think about that. Most people get anxiety about, bills or stress of life. But my anxiety of not doing this meant I would go back to thinking about those stresses in life. I'll be so honest with you guys. When I started the academy, I was $70,000 in debt. All my credit cards were loaded up. I saw my fiance working 3 jobs. My mom struggling with her retirement. And I'm sitting there every day. And when I started the academy, I had less than $1,000. I started off with less than $1,000 in my pocket. Okay. I had enough money to pretty much get started, go to the Vegas event at the time, which was the first corporate event, which I know, you guys, I needed to change my mindset and be around a different energy so that I could come back and bring to people a different mindset and a different energy. So if I didn't go see it, there was no way I could give it. So I needed to go get it. And so I knew that those are the 2 most important investments of my life, was getting started and going to that corporate event. That corporate event allowed me to come back and have the belief, the mindset, the awareness, and the confidence that when people that didn't know about the company came around, I could share with them the confidence and the vision of this program. And guys, at that time, I was so bad in my life, so hurting in my situation, that I had problems like in every category of my life: health, relationships, business. I mean, you name it. But you know what made me feel so good? What made me so happy every day when I had nothing? I mean, guys, there were days I couldn't afford food, and I was going to a meeting. I didn't even have gas. I remember going to a meeting. I remember picking up Randy Webb, and Randy's like, hey, bro, you going to get gas? It gives me anxiety seeing that E. And I would tell Randy, the E means that you got about 20 more kilometers on your tank before it'll run out, Randy. So we got to get to this meeting because I think we'll make it in time. And Randy would be stressing out on me. He'd be like, no, bro, we're getting gas. I was like, Randy, no, we're not. We're going to this meeting. The meeting means more to me than getting gas. If the car breaks down, we'll get out, we'll walk. But we will not meet the meeting, we'll not miss the meeting. And ask Randy, he was having anxiety with me on that, okay? But guys, it was the obsession of the actions. See, I was so obsessed with going out there and doing what I do. I wanted to go spread the word. I didn't even care. I was so excited about spreading the word because here's what I realized. I had figured out the right approach. I had the right mindset, and I knew people needed this program. And if there was no one to go tell the people, no one sitting down with the people, then nothing was going to move forward. So I got obsessed with taking the actions of talking to people. And I started doing that every day. And every meeting, every minute, every hour that I was doing a meeting, it felt happiness for me. It felt abundance for me. It helped me feel growth. I could never feel weak if I was always doing the work. If you're in the gym 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, let's just say this. Doesn't matter where you are in your strength, will you feel more strong? 100%. Well, when you're doing the work and you're obsessed with the work, guess what? It will push away all the negativity in your life. Everything that's negative in your life right now, all the bad things that this world could wish upon you, guess what? They cannot even hold you down when you're so obsessed with taking the actions. Your actions are going to be something you need to obsess about. I was waking up thinking about meetings, going to sleep thinking about meetings, planning calls, meetings. When meetings weren't there, I was jumping on the next call in the meeting. I was looking for it. I didn't have time to watch TV or be at radio or hang out with people that weren't doing this. I was looking to create something that I knew was going to change everybody in my circle, everybody in my family, all of my friends, this entire country. Actually, I started to build my belief as it started to go. As I started to grow, I just thought, man, if this could impact the people in my friendship, this would be amazing. If I could, then it said, if I can impact some people in my community and my city, that'd be huge. Oh my God, if I can impact my community, that would be huge. Oh, now I'm at, can I impact the province? Oh, next was up. Can I impact the country? Dude, you guys, I'm telling you, it took me 6 months to bring a program into Canada that somebody didn't know a single thing about. Actually, I remember talking to some people in network marketing about IM, and they said, oh, that company isn't going to work. That's a waste of your time. Don't do that. Guess what they did? They started messaging me 6 months later like, yo, can I join? I was like, you were the same person that doubted me. It's so funny how now that you see the success that you believe. I wasn't worried about who was saying no because I was so worried about who I was talking to next that it had no matter of who was saying yes or no anymore. It was just a matter of who I was like talking to next, who I was talking to next, who I was talking to next. Because again, I'm not trying to be Van Gogh. I'm trying to tell people about the paintings that are going to be world famous. I knew that I was going to bring together the right minds and the right people that were masters of their craft and everything. See, someone on this call is good at social media. Someone on this call is good at trading. Some of us on this call are good at time management. Some of us on this call are good at event coordination. Some of us on this call are naturally born leaders. But I knew this, I'm not one of everybody, so let me go ahead and be resourceful and find the people that can put together a team that we can go ahead and start crushing this thing all day, every day, without anybody ever stopping us ever. And the only thing that was going to slow us down was if we were not obsessed with taking the actions daily. So that became the obsession. This became the sport. If this is a call, right? This is the freedom ain't free call, right? This is the freedom ain't free call, right, Andre? Well, guess what? You need to give up your freedom to go get your freedom, okay? You need to go give up everything that you got so that you can go ahead and go get this. And if you want this now, then it's just a step that you're taking every day to get closer to it. But if you ain't taking the step, if you're not obsessed with the staircase, how are you going to get to the top? I became obsessed with the staircase. There's no elevator in this. No one was going to come do my work. Randy wasn't going to come do my work. Randy's going to teach me and support me and help me, call me when I'm mentally not in the right mood or mindset. But the person that I was looking at was me. When I had my team, do you guys understand that no matter who you are in this business, whether you have a team or an upline, you like your upline or you don't like your upline, you like your downline or you don't like your downline, it has nothing to do with anybody other than you and the reflection of you. Your reflection of you is the power of what you're doing. See, I've actually done this, and I've seen organizations within my own group. I've seen someone be a great leader and come be a massive reflection of what they should be here in the academy. And guess what they automatically have and attract? People that are great reflections of who they are in this academy. I also have some friends in my academy. I'll call them out right now. These people are not very good at leadership. And what they do is that they go ahead and they try to go ahead and recruit people to make money. And when they go to recruit people to make money, guess what? They hit their rank if they're good. But after that, guess what? There's no growth in their organization. There's nothing going on. There's nothing growing further because they didn't care enough about their people to keep going. That was the most important thing. It was the reflection of the person. See, there's 2 Platinum 600s on this call. There's 2 people getting started on this call. There's 2 chairmen on this call. There's hundreds and thousands of, people at this academy. No 2 people are the same. You are the one owning the business. You are the one controlling it. Your level of obsession and your ability to be able to focus on actions, specifically income generating activities, is where you need to be. Okay. And trading, guys, for the average person, you got to take your time to do it. You need to be disciplined about it. Sukina did a great job about time management, but you need to also be looking at how do I go ahead and hit this goal of hitting Platinum 600. Everybody on this call should be a Platinum 600 by our next call. Every single one of you. And I believe this, honestly. If you didn't have Platinum 600, it was a lack of effort, not a lack of skill, lack of talent, lack of time, lack of anything else. You all can hit Platinum 600 because of one thing and one thing only, an absolute ability to give effort. Where is someone going to pay you $10,000 extra a year for effort? If you went to your job right now and asked for a $10,000 raise, would they give it to you if you said you're willing to put the effort in? If the answer is no, and you've got this home and this community, then it's time to put in the effort like never before. And this is no more waiting around, you guys. We're in the last half of the game. The rest of your life is depending on the decisions you make today, not because of the decisions you made yesterday. The rest of your life is determined by the decisions you make today, not by the decisions you made. You could have been a failure. You've been through a divorce. You've failed every business you've done. You've done everything wrong your entire life. I say it to our group all the time. It doesn't matter if you came from jail or from Yale. Make sense? That has nothing to do with today. Because what you do today is what's going to take you to where you want to go. You will go where you want to go every single day because of the obsession that you have where you want to go and how fast you want to get there and who is by your side. And when you're running, there's no time to pick up other people that are falling off. You need to stay focused on where you are running because you are running. And you guys, remember, my team says this all the time. This is a team. My team came up with the saying. I didn't even come up with the saying. The speed of the leader is the speed of the pack. So what are you waiting for? You gonna expect the team that jumps up and gets the work done, or are you gonna be the leader? You got to go faster. You got to pick it up. You got to put more time into this. You got to look at this business with an obsession because you're creating something that's supposed to last forever. The impression that you're doing here and this work that you're doing in this academy, guys, is more than freedom, more than time, more than money, but it's purpose. And if you look at great people and you study great entrepreneurs in this world, you'll find that the most successful people in the world didn't feel good about their success at all because some of people's success had no purpose behind it. And if you have a purpose, if you have ability to come in a program that gives you purpose and then it allows you to have money, freedom, time, everything, you'll feel forever fulfilled, forever fulfilled. So why would you ever think of any other opportunity if there's no purpose behind it? You'll have a purpose. You guys, education and mentorship is the most biggest purpose that you can give in this world. If you had to give to somebody in this world, many of us are immigrants from another country. Okay. I always talk to people about this. They say they want to go back to their home country. Why? Because they want to help them. I said, well, why don't you learn how to help yourself so that you can be the first person of your community that can show as an example of what it's like to do it, then go back and teach them all for free. Because you won't have to worry about money or time. You can go give purpose to whatever it is that you want to give to. All right. All right, guys, number 3, I'm going to wrap this up. We're going to go a little bit faster. I'm going to pass it off to the big dog tonight. All right. But listen, number 3, you got to show up daily. You got to show up and you got to grow your mindset. So showing up is so important. Showing up to a Zoom call is so important. You should, if I was you, that if I was starting off brand new, I would look at my calendar. I would wipe everything off the calendar. I would put in first my job. Second, all the Zoom calls that I could attend. That's it. And everything else in my life would be priority number 3. And I'm talking about my spouse, my kids, my everything. I'm not saying forget about your kids or your spouse, you guys, but schedule them in after that you need to do it. You need to have a balance of it because you're doing this for them. You're doing this for them. If you're doing this for them, you need to work diligently and hard and very, very focused to be able to go out there and do this, okay? Step number 4, goal number 4. This is the main thing that you want to do, okay? Is you got to keep focused and you got to set your goals, okay? Now, I know it sounds really simple, but you guys, how many people here get absolutely motivated and then they lose focus? Push 222 in the chat box. If you get just on the right path and then you lose focus, okay? Push 22222, all right? So guys, it's because you're not setting enough goals. You got to have weekly goals, daily goals, monthly goals. We started now together as a team doing weekly and monthly goals together. Now, it's nothing more than to get a group of people together that are really focused, really motivated, and say, hey, everybody, share with us your goals, and then let's write it down, and next week, let's go ahead and talk about it. The goal could be as simple as, I just want to get 2 and free. I just want to hit P150. I just want to hit Platinum 600. The goals are also, I want to grow my trading account by 10%. I want to grow by 25%. I want to do what it is. And we write those goals down as a group. We write them down, we share them in a group, and we go back to it every week and say, listen, who hit them? Because you know what's going to encourage you is be watching people that were focused in your group hit them. And that's going to help you want to go hit them too. Because it's going to remind you guys that you are not in a group different than any other group. There's no other team in this organization or this company that is going to do what we are doing for you. There's no grass is greener. You're around leaders, you're around greatness, you're around people that are doing what you need to do, but just you're losing focus. You're away from the fire. You're not obsessed with your goals. You're not following a mentor. These are some of the simplest things, I know. But guys, it's that simple. We complicate the process of success. But the process of success is more simple than you think it is. All right, guys, the last 3 that I got to give you. Everything that you are watching, everything that you are listening to, everything that you are doing, you need to learn because you need to teach. You need to learn because you need to teach. See, the difference between leaders and people that do not become leaders are because leaders were people that were following someone until they learned what they needed to learn so they can go and lead other people and do it. Followers are people that follow people and never decide to go lead people once they've learned how to do it. So everything that you're doing, every opportunity that you get a chance to watch a training, about beginner's training, an overview, training on any kind of risk, anything in this program, in the entire program, if you think you know it, the question of to prove that you are good at it is how many people are you teaching about it? See, so many people say, oh, I've been doing an academy overview with Andre. Andre, I've been on your calls. Man, I'm good. I'm going to get on them whenever. But we say, cool, now it's your turn to do what Andre's doing. Oh, man, I don't want to talk. I don't know what to say. But I thought you said you're on Andre's calls all the time. I thought you said you've been watching Andre, one of the greatest mentors in this group, teach how to do a presentation. You should know how to do it. You've seen it so many times. But because you're not able to do it yourself, you don't know it. That's the truth. Watching an athlete play basketball is so funny because the crowd has the most opinions about the players, but they're not playing the game. Does that make sense? That's why players don't care what is happening in the crowd. The crowd has no effect on it. But if someone said to any basketball player, listen, your jump shot sucks, let me get up here and show you how to do it, that would be something to see. That would be the real test of what is really factual, what's not. What is real ability to guide people or not. Show that you know how to do everything in this academy. There should be nothing in this academy that no one could do for you that you haven't already seeked a mentor, learned how to do it, and now you're reapplying it and doing it with others. And that's it. And guys, you're not going to be good at it at the beginning. You got to accept that. I was horrible at my presentations. I was horrible at my trainings. I went back to the drawing board 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 times, in my opinion. Every day we were going back and tweaking it and tweaking it and tweaking it. But if I wasn't doing it, there was nothing for me to tweak. Make sense? If I wasn't figuring it out by applying myself, there's no way I was moving forward. Because that's it. That's the biggest thing. All right? Last two things, you guys. This is the main one, last two, okay? And I promise you, this is it, all right? You got to have long-term vision. Remember what I said about trading. Prior to this, it was $50,000 to learn how to trade. Prior than this, you would have taken classes, courses, been asked quizzes, tests, gone through headaches, had to find a babysitter, drive an hour or two to a classroom, sit in a class where you only have one teacher. If you don't even like your teacher, you're already messed up because you only got one choice of learning from one dude. You don't got 100 educators that you can go pick and say, I don't like this person's voice, I can go to another educator. No. You pay $10, $20, $30, $40, $50,000 to learn from one person, hopefully in your local community that you had to spend all this time with. And guess what? They will teach you that trading takes time for you to learn and perfect. So at the same time, have long-term vision with this program because, guys, this program accelerates trading, accelerates entrepreneurship, accelerates everything. Why? You have people running beside you while you're learning from others. You have mentors on mentors on mentors. You have coaches on coaches on coaches. You have so many people pouring into you that all you got to do is have long-term vision. Remember this, you guys. In my opinion, anybody in IM Mastery Academy that follows all of our calls, all of our presentations, all of our go live sessions, everything, in 2 years, you would be not where you are today, even if you were not putting in all day, everyday work. But if in 2 years, you were consistent enough to do this an hour or two a day, I would tell you this much. I would bet on any one of you that you would be financially free. That you would be financially free, and it would beat working 40, 50, 60 years for anybody else. Now, guys, people always forget this too. As if you were an entrepreneur today in the traditional world, remind yourself this. The average entrepreneur is not profitable in their business in 2 to 5 years. They are lucky if they break even in their business in 2 years. They're lucky if they break even within 5 years, and then they look to be profitable in any entrepreneurship out there in this world. And if you want to be an entrepreneur today, that means that you paid all the money up front. You maybe remortgaged your house. You took loans. You worked every single day. You made morning, night, and day. You paid your employees, your staff, your inventory, your overhead, everything before you even get a chance to eat tonight. And you still have to do that for 2 to 5 years. So why are we looking to try to create a multi-million-dollar business in 2 months or 2 weeks or 7 days? That has nothing to do with it. The mindset that you need to have is a long-term vision. How many people here would be okay if you hit chairman in 5 years? Push 222 in the chat box. Push 22 in the chat box that you were building this thing part-time around your schedule. You're doing this. It took you 5 years to hit chairman. You now know that passively you have this business coming in. All right. How many people here agree that if it took you 5 years to perfect trading, you are now finally a multiple six-figure trader, but it took you 5 years to perfect that art? How many people would agree that that would be okay too? Push 333 in the chat box. So guys, what we're failing to understand is that everything is a perspective and mindset. When you look at long-term vision, the greatest of people in this company. No individual in this company, not David Imanti, not Alex Morton, not Matt Rosa, not Randy Webb, not Wanda Webb, not Nafis Khan, not any one of them have achieved their level of success without putting in more than 5 years. They put 5 years into their journey of entrepreneurship to get to where they're at today. I was meeting Justin Sani. Justin Sani came and did an event here in Vancouver. I said, bro, you're a young guy. How long did it take you to trade? He goes, I started trading when I was 18. I'm 21 now. I know how to trade. 3 years to learn how to trade. 3 years. So if it took you 2 to 5 years to perfect this entrepreneurship skill, you now are able to live the life that you always dream about. When you look at social media, when you look at all these things, you guys, you're watching highlight reels of people. You got to ask them, how many years did it take you to become an entrepreneur? Not what do I do to get there? Because even if they tell you what to do, it doesn't mean that you're going to do it. You must have the long-term vision before you'll ever be obsessed with wanting to go out there and doing the work. All right? And guys, that is everything that I wanted to cover. All right? The last one was speed of the leader is the speed of the pack. Okay? Number 7, speed of the leader is the speed of the pack. What you do today is being watched by everybody around you. And the faster you go, the more important you make this, the higher priority you do this, the more obsession you have, the more you look at your team as people that you need to pour into, that when you hit a rank, it isn't done until you help other people hit a rank. If you've learned how to trade, it isn't done until you teach other people how to trade. It isn't about anything other than people. Make sense? And you need to stay focused on that. Because guys, if not now, then when? If not you, then who? And if not, then I Am is going to give you the education and mentorship that has become world class in the world today, where we have completely changed the game as entrepreneurs, as online marketers, as people, you guys, that are also going to have a wave of skills and tools that'll set us up for an arsenal to fight a war. This is your freedom. You're on the freedom call. You have the free will to do whatever you want to do, but make a choice that freedom is going to be something that you paid the price for. And how big are you willing to pay the price for your freedom? How big are you willing to pay the price for your freedom for your kids? How big are you willing to pay the price for the freedom for your family to know that it was Andre English that went and taught the entire family how to become a digital online entrepreneur? Guys, thank you so much. I appreciate you guys so much. Andre, back to you, my friend.
Bro, first of all, man, amazing job. Look, I got so many notes. I've been recapping and doing all. Listen, I'm gonna just tell y'all need to watch it again. You know what? Y'all need to come back and come back on here and come back through here and watch it again. Get those nuggets, get those notes, because that was fire right there. That was amazing. Thank you, bro, for sharing that. Absolutely on point. The message was on point. I think we're going to have a lot of people who realize that they might not be Van Gogh, but they can still make a profit. You know what I'm saying? So that's powerful, bro. I appreciate you. So next up, folks, listen, we've got 116 people who hung on with us on a 4th of July. Actually, not only 4th of July weekend, but 4th of July itself, okay? Barbecues, all kinds of stuff. Zakina said it. We worried about our coins, you know, not our food. I'm sure some people are hungry. I get it. But I tell you what, you do not want to miss this last portion. We're going to bring it home today, folks, with Freedom Ain't Free. We have left Mr. Randy Webb here for us to bring this event home. And I am excited about what he has to say. I'm excited. Listen, this is something that you rarely get to say about your mentors, right? Is I'm actually excited to see his growth. I'm excited to see where he is. I'm excited to see what he's doing now. I'm excited to see how he's looked at the world and said, listen, how could I take my skill set? How could I take what I've done? And how could I go out there and make a difference? What can I do? I'm seeing the shift, and I'm seeing what he's able to do. I'm seeing him getting on these men leadership calls. I'm seeing him talk about things of how he's going to impact the community. From a guy that's my background of impacting the community, I get fired up, right? I'm excited because I know where he comes from. I know the neighborhood that he comes from. I know the community because it's the same community that I came from. So his journey resonates for me because I realize how hard it was to go from where he started to where he is now. I understood the discipline. I understood the right decisions that needed to be made. I understood the focus on excellence that had to happen in order for you to get to from where he started in Compton, California. And folks, if you don't know about Compton, you've only seen it in the movies, you don't know about Compton, okay? You don't know about Compton in the 80s. You don't know about Compton in the 90s. You don't know what it's like to have to make a decision on what color you're gonna wear for the day. Because you have to decide, you gotta map out where, talk about having a game plan for the day, you gotta know where you're going. Let me see, what block, where I gotta go after school, where we gotta, yeah, you gotta, and then you gotta figure that out and try to navigate how all that works so that you could just get home safely. You gotta step over crack vials, you gotta worry about whether or not you laying in your bed getting shot at night, like literally just, you know, you at home chilling, right? And all of a sudden something can happen, right? This is where Randy Webb came from. And I know it because I grew up in Inglewood, not Compton, Inglewood, right? And so, you know, there was always a feud between those two anyway, right? So I know exactly what's going on. I know exactly what it took. And so this is the perfect person to be able to communicate us. Not only does he have the military background, not only has he served, and so he has the service component of 4th of July and freedom, but not only, but the fact that he's able to rise up and get his freedom. See, what y'all don't know and what y'all need to understand, the reason why I put this thing together was because in our economic system, the way our free market capitalistic system is designed, you have zero freedom until you achieve financial freedom. It's the number one the foundational brick that you need in order to get free. And what I can tell you is that this gentleman right here that's coming up has been able to do it in multiple areas. He's been able to invest. He's been able to do real estate. He's been able to create products. He's been, whatever it is that you want to know about entrepreneurship, whatever it is that you need to know about that journey, not only has he been able to do it, but he's been able to share it. He's been able to teach it. And I'm super proud and grateful to my brother to close out this event today, Mr. Randy Webb.
Mr. Andre English. My goodness, thank you so much, brother. What's going on, everybody? You gotta put that energy in you. Let's go. So here's what I want to do. All right, because we're going to bring this energy up. You're not going to sit on my clock passively learning, okay? You're not falling asleep. So what I want you to do is turn on your cameras. For all those who are in this, turn your cameras on, because we're going to get you learning some stuff right now. I'm going to show you how to go come from the bottom to the top. And the first thing we're going to do, we're going to participate. So I want everybody to stand up. And we about to get our butts shaking. I'm about to put some music on, and we're going to get actively learning for those who want to take their income up, for those who want to get out of debt, for those who want to have their bank accounts overfilled. I need you to act like you got to go through. Come on, let's go, let's go, let's go. Get that energy up. Let's get this music going. Let's go. Come on, come on. Get those butts up. Come on. Get that in there. Come on. Get that energy in there. I want to see some movement. I need you to go all out. I need you to play. I need you to act like you really are going to get free. Let's go. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. There we go. There we go. I see y'all. Let's go. All right. Now that I got your blood flowing. Now that I got your blood flowing, I need your ears. I need your ears. Listen, Andre hit some chords. All of you guys hit some chords. Listen, I'm thankful to God today that He has lifted my lid, that He has lifted our leadership lid in a way that we can authentically and sincerely pour into the next man and woman, and that my greatest gift is that I got to experience in my journey, I got to experience 25 years of poverty. I got to experience what it looks like to grow up hard. See, I wouldn't ask anybody, like you say, I want to be like Randy Webb. Do you really? Born and raised in Compton, California, right? Andre is not lying. Where y'all remember the first street living, I was probably 5 years old at a bunk bed, and on Santa Fe in Compton, okay? I remember the gunshots. So I want to tell you, like, most of the time, my wife would say things like, comparison is a thief, because we will compare our journey with people and not realize what they've had to go through. And congratulations, the greatest gift you could ever have is experience is wisdom. And today we have been able to gain a lot of experience from coming from Compton, California, in debt, not being able to own a home, seeing nothing but poverty and death, right? Some of us have PTSD because of that. Before this thing, we didn't even know what PTSD, we just dealt with it. We just went through our journey. But some of us, we take that and we might use excuses for those things, but some people need those. What do I mean by that? Your journey. Because it's like going to the gym, like Nafis talked about. And if you just go through the journey and the action part, you're going to build up some resistance. You're going to build up some strength. And so I'm so grateful that I've been able to build up strength. But better yet, like Nafis talked about too, I can now teach it. And I want you guys to be in the moment right now and understand why we go so hard and why it's so important that you continually lift your lid and learn. Because today, what we're going to talk about is you becoming the leader that you're supposed to be so that you can attract that leader. I can't tell you how often in network marketing, okay, in this industry, we're like, man, I just pray for that one person. Man, when that one person comes on my team, when those 3 people come on my team, oh, it's going to be so good. And my question to you is, have you become that person? Right? You're not plugging in no mentorship calls. No, you're not that person. Okay? You're not plugging into, one of the greatest top paid African Americans in network marketing. Are you plugging into his system, his calls? No, you're not growing. See, this thing is about lifting your lid. And I want to show you guys something real quick. Because everything that's happening to you right now is all based on what you're willing to go through. It's all based on your journey. So some of you were on our mentorship calls. We did 21 sessions about leadership. And some of you weren't on there because we were just starting off. And I'll tell you, the greatest thing you can do for yourself is read a book. The greatest thing you can do for yourself is to expedite your knowledge. If you look to the right of me right now, I have so many books over here, from Outliers by Malcolm Gladwell, The Law of Success by Napoleon Hill. Congratulations to those on the mentorship call. Guess what? You've already went through 2 major books. Could you ever think that you could read a book like this? Well, guess what? We're halfway through it in less than what? A week? Week and a half? 2 weeks? Y'all went through a book like this in 2 weeks. Why do you think your lid is being lifted? Because you're intaking knowledge. When we say that leaders are readers, it's the true thing. Why do I know that? Because I have 25 years of poverty experience. And it is not until I changed my mindset, I changed my psychology, I stopped listening to what they were saying in my neighborhood. Oh, reading, I don't do no reading. You would be a fool. You see, I got ancestors from 400 years ago that after they picked cotton and did whatever they did with the slave master, got beaten or whatever, they knew the cost of reading. Did you know if they snuck and read that they were in jeopardy of either being beat or killed just for reading? And now they put a book right in front of you with everything that you know that you need to become debt-free, successful, leadership, everything you need. And we say, I don't read. It's a slap in your ancestors' face because they died. Why was reading so important? Why? Because reading lifted your lid. Mentorship lifted your lid. I want you to understand, had our ancestor not learned how to read 400 years ago, had those people not snuck and read the first book they could read, which was the Bible. And I'm not saying the Bible is it. I'm saying that was just the only book they had available to read. And they read it so that they can learn the language here. They read it so they can pass on information later. They read it because they wanted to create a legacy. They read it because they wanted freedom. And you're not free today because you lack getting education. I want you to understand this. You hear things like people perish for the lack of knowledge. We hear say all these terms, but we don't even listen to them. We don't apply it. And so when we went through the 21 irrefutable laws of leadership, okay, all that was, and when we go through laws of success, I'm so proud right now as I'm hearing all the speakers from Andre to Sakina, to Nafis, to Ms. Gasolina, Jennifer, G. I can see all of you lifting your lid. It's in your language, okay? It's in your posture. Why? Because you're going through the phases of leadership that we heard us talk about. See, everybody on this call, and I'm going to talk about my journey here shortly, but everyone on this call, whether you know it or not, your journey is the most important thing. I heard Nafi said something powerful. He said it's not about being at the top of the stairs, it's about going up the stairs. That's your journey. Okay, stair step. That's your journey. Your journey is the most important thing you will ever do. And this is why people who get it wrong, when I say get it wrong, maybe they might get their wealth the wrong way. They might go somewhere the wrong way. They might win the lottery and they lose it all, or they're scared to lose it because they don't know how to get it. It was lucky. And we were fortunate that I'm willing to go through the journey. Why? Because the most important part of my life right now is the journey. I want to be able to teach it. If everything went away again, see, we already got it taken away in 2018. We lost it. We came back even stronger in 2020. See, even if it lost this today, if we lost today, I wouldn't be scared because I know I can do it again. And I'll do it even better. And I'll go even faster. Because it was never in the product. It was always in the journey. And I want to dispel any excuse on this call today about, well, you had it already. Well, you have this. We're always going to lend some excuse to validate our weaknesses, to validate why we're not where we're supposed to be. But that's what's critical. That's what's stopping your growth, is when you cannot self-analyze. You guys heard me talking about, when we talked about our last talk here, where you can't even recognize your deficiencies. And if you can't recognize where you're deficient at, how can you grow? So let's talk about the 4 phases of leadership, and I'm gonna go about what my journey looks like. Number 1, we all start off unconsciously incompetent. We don't even know what we don't know. So we don't even know what we can accept. And if you're not open-minded, the worst thing that a person can have is to have a closed-minded mind. Because now there's nothing that can go into your mind. You're already starting off unconsciously incompetent and you don't want to learn anything. That's where you'll stay. That's called ignorance. The next one is you are open-minded. So if you have an open mind, you're unconsciously incompetent, you can move to step 2, phase 2. You are now consciously incompetent. That means, oh my God, people are not following me. I don't know how to be a leader. I don't know how to trade. I don't know this. You know what you don't know. You have now diagnosed yourself. See, a doctor can't tell you what's wrong if you can't tell him the symptoms. What are your symptoms? Hey, I'm in debt. Hey, I'm overspending. Hey, I don't know about money. I don't understand the Federal Reserve. I don't understand where our economy is going. So you need to go pick up a book. You need to listen to some mentors to teach you those things. That is the next stage of learning. Most people won't even get to that stage of learning. Most people couldn't even stay on this call long enough to learn. Number 3, once you start learning, then you start shifting to the fun part. You start realizing that you're learning. This is what gets exciting. These are like your milestones. You become consciously competent. CC, consciously competent. Now you know, and it's showing. You're able to talk to people. You're getting on these calls, and before you know it, you have blackouts. Listen, folks, there are times that I just black out. Blackout is a good thing. You know, I go off script. I'm going off script, and I'll tell you, off script already. But it's a blackout. When you go off script, but you just got it in you, okay? That's the last stage. So consciously competent, okay? You need to learn a little bit, read the books, keep on going. And then last stage, here's what I want everybody. You got to get to a phase where you're unconsciously competent at something that's worth growing for. That's something that's going to create a legacy. You know what the unfortunate part is? All of you do get unconsciously competent in something. Some of us, we got unconsciously competent at spending. We get unconsciously competent at applying the rules of poverty, okay, because there's rules. It's hard to stay in poverty, ain't it? I was there, all phases. Spending, buying things I knew I didn't need, but kept doing it anyway, putting the rims on my car when I knew I should have been investing in other things. That's where I come from. Why? People emulate what they see, not what they hear. So the most important thing you'll ever do is to put yourself in an environment like this. So let's talk about where I come from, because most of us let's talk about the leadership part too here. But most of the time we will invalidate what we're supposed to do based off saying, well, they already got this. And I want to tell you everything about where Wanda and I come from. And so first, looking at what is your leadership lid. Your leadership ability is a lid that determines a person's level of effectiveness. Who can you teach? Okay. If you are a 10, so if we're 1 to 10, if you are a 10, guess who you can recruit in this business? Everybody. Okay. But the majority of people that you come across, they're going to be 4s. until they lift their lids. Most of us, listen, when I coming out of Compton, California, I would beg to differ. I was probably a 3 or a 4 in my leadership. And I thank God for the obstacles and the things that allowed me to go into the Air Force, because that was probably one of the greatest leadership factors I can go to now. Now only 25 years of poverty turned into 21 years of leadership experience through my journey. And I get to give that to you right here. And so if you want to start attracting people, so I no longer want to hear like, man, I can't get this person. Why haven't opportunity came here? Why haven't this came here? Because you haven't become the person that can attract the right person. It's not about recruiting. It's about attracting. You got to use the right language. We are not recruiters. We are attractors of talent. Okay. When you look at a successful college, right? The colleges, yeah, they go out and scout for people, but most of the time, what happens? It's that they're attracting talent based on what they are. Who are you attracting? And if you're finding that you're attracting a certain type of people, maybe someone gets into your business and they're immediately out of your business. Someone gets into your business, they just want to do a certain thing. Then what I need you to understand is that's you. You are a reflection of your business, whether you want to believe it or not. When I see things going wrong in my business, here's what leadership does. Leadership doesn't say, oh man, look at them. Oh man. No, look at me. It's my fault. What do I need to do to lift the lid in our organization? You know, I'll tell you, we started these mentorship calls just for that. We realized that we were inundating, we were giving information passively, okay, and not actively to people. And this is why we got intrigued and with heavy mentorship. So here's where I come from, folks. You know, like we talked about, born and raised in Compton, California. And I'm gonna try to tell the story without tearing up. I always say that when I'm able to tell the story, I'm gonna tell it. So I'm gonna tell it today. Listen, during the hard times of my life, I think it was about 18 years old, probably the hardest year of my life, right? Adulting. That's what I call it. When you realize you got to get out on your own. But here's the funny part. You know, when I got out on my own, I started applying the same things that I was taught. I emulated the same things that I seen in my home growing up. So born and raised in Compton, California, in an impoverished neighborhood. You know, you just want, every day you just want to win. You want to look good because that's the only thing that you were seeing. So if I had the brand new shoes, I felt good. I looked good. That's what we came across. When you go to school, what was glorified, right? Having the nice outfit, having the nice shoes, okay? And we would hamper our parents for that, not understanding money. Why? Well, I'm gonna talk about 12 top things that rich people do that poor people don't, okay? One of those 12, why was I like that? Because money wasn't talked about in my home. Okay, so if you're a parent right now, talk about money in your home openly. I'm gonna tell you about a conversation we just had yesterday with Xavier, teach him about compound interest in a real life scenario. My son understands probably compound interest more than any adult out there now. And so, you know, we didn't learn the money talk or the money psychology per se in a successful point in a home that I came from. So born and raised in Compton, California, folks, listen, this is where I come from. You know, single family home. I was the oldest of 5 kids. I got to see both parents in the home to the age of about 9 years old. Okay. And let me tell you why I'm so passionate about teaching people about the system, about the money system, about history, about government, because a lot of us were victim to the system, but we're only victims because we don't understand the system. You know, I watched my mom work her butt off, taking care of 5 kids as a single mom. You know, my father, he went crazy, disappeared when I was 9 years old. I didn't understand why I know now today. Okay. And so my father disappeared. My mom worked her butt off. She didn't ask for not a dime, not a cent from my father. Okay. Very strong woman. Knowing the story today, I respect my mom. I've always respected my mom, but even to the more extent of what she did because she understood the system. Okay. My mom didn't ask my father for a dime. Okay. She worked 2 to 3 jobs for real. And let me tell you what happened in the system. My mom worked 2 or 3 jobs. And we know we have a system of assistance for those who are single. Our system actually celebrates us being dependent instead of independent. Okay. My mom was a CNA making $5 here, and then she was a medical secretary making $6 here. And when you add it all up, she was still in poverty, giving away all her time, but still broke. And so she still needed assistance, and she did get assistance. At least she thought. And, you know, every first of the month was good for us because we knew we were going to have a full refrigerator, okay, off assistance. But then one day that system didn't work like we thought it worked. That system, this hardworking Black woman, put her in jail one day for 1 year away from 5 of her kids. I'm being the oldest. And, you know, My mom, I talked to the other day. I know she said, I could tell this story, and I cried with her because it just hurt her so bad. And to know what our system is, because here's the setup. When they came to our door to get this single mom with 5 kids in the home, they didn't care that I was only 9 years old. They didn't care that she didn't have a babysitter. She broke the law, is what they said, trying to feed her kids. And they took my mom right then and there. I'm the oldest in the house. Okay? My dad, my aunts, they just came and picked us up. And they dispersed us. My sisters went somewhere. My brothers, we all went somewhere. And then my dad, they got in touch with my dad. And I remember, I was about 9, turning 10. And my dad was able to take us in. He was living in a hotel. 9, 10. He was living in a hotel. And I remember in that hotel, my dad had this little crock pot. It was me and my brothers. And every day I can imagine, because I see my kids and I laugh now because I know the energy that the Webbs have. We've always had that energy, move around, jump around. We don't know, our world is just, we're moving. And I'll get to watch my kids play, and I know what I was like when I was 9 years old with my brothers, because I remember telling my dad, can we just go play video games? We didn't understand the state that we were in at that point. Okay, we're just kids. And I remember my dad going crazy. That was the last time I seen him. 10 years, okay? So 9 years old, my dad went crazy, and then he was gone. Let me fast forward you. It was like a bleak. I didn't realize I lived with my aunts for a little bit. And that was a special time in my life when I lived with my aunts and uncle, because I got to see what, in my eyes, someone that was a little bit more successful, right? My auntie, a little bit more successful, okay? She knew how to save a little bit of money. She had the BMW, okay? I got to experience some things. And I thank my aunt and my uncle for that experience, because, you know, at every level, you're gonna see some different things, some different behaviors, okay? At every level. So if you wanna get to the top level, you're gonna have to have habits and behaviors. And long story short, you know, my mom did that year. I remember being in high school. I ended up staying with my aunt and uncle all the way up until about 10th, 11th grade. And then I went back home. My mom was back home stable. And then I started living with her around end of 11th grade. We're still in the hood. And of course, going through some things. But long story short, when you turn 18, it's like, what do you have? And I'm gonna talk about a definite aim. Because going through that, I had no one to really give me a definite aim. I didn't know what I was going to become. I was a security guard. When I turned 18, I became a security guard for Centennial Hospital. Then I did the same thing, whether I know it or not. Okay, emulation. The same things were happening in my life. I was on the same track as my mom too. Okay, I had the job at Centennial Hospital. And the only thing I knew was, well, they're not paying me enough to take care of my family, because I had my kid. So I was a young teenage dad. And when I got a second job, I was working 2 jobs, security officer, still broke. And I remember the turning point. I'm going to give you guys a turning point in my life to put us right here. Okay. I remember being on my job as a security guard, and the men that were there, most of them were some veterans out of the military. And I remember asking each one of them, because they would talk about them being in the Army and their stories. I'm like, so how was the Army? I was doing such and such. But I couldn't help but think, but you went to the Army, because in my head, I was like, well, they should be set. You know, if you was the Army, I heard that when you retire, you're good, you got a house. Why are you working in security like I'm working in security guard? I'm 18 years old. Okay, so I asked that person, and someone was in the Coast Guard. He was like, Coast Guards was good, but you know, if I could do it all over again, I started hearing the words Air Force. And everyone said, I'll do it. If I could do it all over again, I would do this, I would do this, I would do that. And long story short, it pushed me to the Air Force. At the same time, I couldn't help but think, but if I go to the military, will I be in their situation? Because they were still working. And they have served the country successfully, honorably. But it put that desire in my heart to say, you know what, I don't got anything else to do. I might as well go to the military. Let me tell you, I'm not trying to sell the military to you, it wasn't that. What happened to me is I was getting ready to leave my environment and comfort of what I was used to, okay? My lid was going to be lifted. I was gonna do something that no one else in my family had ever done before. As a matter of fact, my family at that time, even though they were going through stuff and they never served in the military and they didn't have money and they were living paycheck to paycheck, they were still giving me advice. They were still telling me, Junior, don't go to the Air Force. Junior, don't do this. This is gonna happen. This is gonna happen. and my ears were closed because all I knew is if I stay on this track, I'm gonna end up just like this. And if so many of you can realize right now, if you just look in front of you, if you just look forward and say, if I stay on this track, I'm going to get the same result. If I do exactly what that person is telling me to do, they are not successful in themselves. So if I listen to them, I'm not going to be successful. And I'm so glad that my ears were deaf to advice that for a place I didn't want to be. So I made a decision to join the Air Force. And I remember going out with recruiter. There's always going to be obstacles, folks. My obstacle came. You know, I was a 17-year-old that got in a little bit of trouble. Okay, you're going to get in trouble when you live in the hood. You're going to be, when you associate with certain people, you're going to get in trouble. Listen, I'm telling you. You know, if you hang around a certain type of person, you're going to be that type of person. You hang around a successful group, you're going to be a successful group. There's no better person to tell you because I've been around all of them. I've been from being around the gang members. Listen, yes, you can't be in Compton and not be affiliated, period. Because that's just your environment. But I'm here to tell you that you can change it. But here's the hard part. You got to get uncomfortable. You got to leave the old person behind. You got to leave who you were behind, who you think you are behind. So that day that I signed up for the Air Force, I didn't know what I was doing, but that happened for me. You know, I still remember the Sergeant LaWanda Palmer. I go in there and she's because at that time now I want to become a police officer because all I ever thought success was looking in the neighborhood. And she goes, well, I was a police officer. It's not what you really think. And she gave me this advice. And I said, okay, cool. I just give me the job with the biggest bonus because they were getting out bonuses. And that's what I signed up for. My first job was being a simulator driver. You guys heard this, okay? And I remember signing that paper and I was just ecstatic. Now here's at the same time things were going on. My daughter was probably born about a couple months before. And I remember going to her very first appointment. Some of you have never heard this story. And at Long Beach Memorial Hospital, I was coming out of the hospital. I had my little car, you know, my ex at the time, my ex in the car. And we are pulling out of Long Beach Memorial Hospital. But while we're pulling out, there's this homeless man walking across the car, okay? And when I say homeless, I'm talking, I want you to think about the dirtiest person you could see. The shoes looks like he's walked 1,000 miles in the same type of shoes. They're flapping, barely no sole. This man has been on the street for a long time. This man is given up. And I'm watching this man, you know, he's tall, he's kind of has his shoulders slumped over and kind of moving slow in front of my car. And as he's walking through, I'm looking at him like with familiar, like that. It's familiar. And I'm looking, you know, his face is dirty, has kind of like a little Kango cap on. And as he's passing my car, I'm like, man, he looks familiar. And so I pull out and then I make that right turn, right? Pulling out of the driveway. And now we're kind of equivalent. And I get to now look him in his face. And as I turn to the right, looking past my ex, I look at the man's face and I realize it's my father. I want you to understand how big California is. And I hadn't seen my father probably in 9 years. I'm about 18, 19, 9 to 10 years I hadn't seen my father. And the next time I see my father is on the streets homeless. That's where I come from. That's my story. That's my history. That's why I'm passionate right now. Because I know what it feels like to come from the bottom. And I know what it's going to take to get to the top. I understand the mindset shift you're going to have. You need a mindset shift. See, that day when I pulled aside, look, I didn't have no money to help my dad. I was going to the military because I was broke. I had $20 in my pocket, I remember. And I remember hopping out the car. And I said, hey, Pops. And I'm crying, I'm in tears. And he go, hey, boy, what's going on? Like nothing's happened. And I say, Pops, what's up? He's like, man, I'm just hanging, I'm just getting by. And listen, folks, this thing, see, when I'm gonna tell you the thing that you control in your life is this mindset, I'm gonna talk about this shift, okay? The reason my dad was in that position mentally, okay, you know, suffered from schizophrenia, but our mind is a powerful thing. And if we let it waste away, it will put us in a bad position. So I learned the power of the mind. My father was a very strong man, so don't get it wrong. There's nothing I'm talking bad about my father. When my father was in my life, he was in my life. Strong. during the Reagan era, okay, construction worker, powerful unions, fighting for the working class. But things were changed back in the days, in the Reagan era, 80s. And this is why it's important that you understand the system. Because of that, my father, I remember him fighting for contracts to be a construction worker. I remember he wanted to be an entrepreneur. I remember my parents were thriving. I remember being in Compton. They owned a home when I was early in my youth. I seen the good things. I remember them having the Lincoln. I remember the good times. But I think they didn't have the mentorship at that time that they needed. So imagine being on top and then you lose it all and you lose your family, you lose everything. My father went crazy. I can imagine. I'm a grown man now. I feel it. You know, we have a fight or flight mentality. We either fight or we flight. And today I'm going to teach you guys how to fight. And I just realized my time has went way past where I should be at in this conversation. So let me know how much time that I have. But I want to continue on to give you guys how to fight.
You got until you're done.
Okay. Say again.
You got until you're done.
Got you. So we are naturally in a fight or flight mode. And unfortunately, our bodies, our mindset is set up so that we don't get hurt. So it chooses to fight every single time. And so when I look at my father, when I turn there and sing that, at that time of his life, it was a flight moment. Okay? It's like when I don't understand the system, it's a flight moment. So today, I'm going to teach you the system. All facts. And if I give you the facts, it's all up to you to take the action. Because me and my wife, Wanda, and her story is just out of this world. We've been able to go from poverty, to middle class. We worked our butts off. Our season of working. We had a season, and we still are in the season. And we went from middle class to upper class to now in the top 5%. Why do I say that? Because I'm going to tell you the percentage. It's not hard to get there. It's a mindset shift first. It's going to be your habits that we're going to create next. And I'm going to give you all the action steps that you need. It's a must that you have to do it. Okay? So why do I drive? Because I know where I come from and I'll never forget. We have so much to obtain. This is more than freedom, folks. This is changing the next generation based off the decision you make today. So when I joined the Air Force, I was excited about that change, but the best thing that ever happened to me is it took me out of my environment. And when I joined the Air Force, it gave me another ceiling, okay? See, most of it, you don't realize that in seasons, you have lids over you in seasons. And the only way to lift those lids is to put your jar inside of a bigger jar so that you can unlock the next jar. And when you go inside that jar, when you get all that, you unlock the next jar. And when you unlock the lid for that jar, you unlock the next jar, but you'll never get that if you don't read a book, if you don't plug in the mentorship calls, if you don't have a mentor or a coach, you don't push to be more, or you don't change your circle, you can't do it. It's impossible. And that's why when I hear things like, well, I'm gonna do my own thing. Oh, child, it's the worst thing you could ever do. Because if you knew what it took already, you would already be there. If you're 30 years old and you still don't have a savings, you don't have 10,000, 100,000 in your bank account, you don't know yet. You're 40 years old, right? You don't have a savings, you don't know yet. Can we admit today, you don't know? And so in what we do in network marketing, what's the first thing that people do? They don't know they're doing it. We got to tell them. When they come in, oh, I just want to trade. Well, you're coming from a stance where you're still in poverty, so you can't take your advice. You can't say that I just want to trade. You can't afford just to trade. Do you realize some of us, we can't afford not to do certain things? Do you realize network marketing is the language of freedom? For most ethnicities, it unlocks the cap. I was fortunate. So when I joined the military, I got to see another powerful system. I got 21 years of experience in the Air Force, where my self-confidence was built up. And some of you understanding that when we went through the 21 irrefutable laws of leadership, what was the number one thing that you needed? At the same thing that was singing in the law of success was you got to have self-confidence, belief in yourself that you can do it. And so I've been able to do that in the Air Force when I went from sim driver to becoming a C-130 pilot, to become an aircraft commander, leading those crews. Of course, my self-confidence went up. And so no matter what I touch, I know that we're going to succeed because of that confidence. And so I want to change your psychology today. So here's what we're going to talk about real quick. I'm going to speed it up. We talked about those 4 phases of growth. You need to become unconsciously competent. That means you're going to have to read the books, plug into the mentorship calls. You're not attracting the right leader because you don't have the energy, or you're not putting out the frequency that you need to attract that leader. So it's this simple. Listen, my last chapter I just taught was my breakthrough, and I had to teach it. Let me say it again. The last chapter that I just taught to you was my breakthrough. Some of you are like, man, it was my breakthrough. I had to teach it, and I had to learn it. And I realized the one thing I was missing was the art of really believing in everybody. The art of believing heavily in myself. The art of getting all distractions out of my head, valid or invalid. Listen to me. Valid or invalid distractions. Your excuse, it's valid. Now what you're going to do about it? Hey, I don't have enough time. What are you going to do about it? Because if you don't change your trajectory right now, you're going to be on the same trajectory you're on for the past 10 years that you've been on. So I'm going to talk about the law of the lid, how to lift your lid. You lift your lids by plugging to those who have everything that you want. You listen to them all day long. Nafees said number 2 is obsession. That word I've been singing all day. How I became a pilot, I was obsessed with being a pilot. My mind wasn't set on money. My mind wasn't set on money when I was in the military. You know, money was a part of it, of course, because pilots made a little bit more money, but my eyes were set on being a pilot, not a navigator, not an officer, not a tech, nothing, pilot. And because I obsessed about becoming a pilot, I became a pilot. Now understand, faith without works is dead. Okay, we know that. So I worked my butt off to get. I didn't have a degree when I made the decision to be a pilot, but having that goal already set, my definite aim, nothing else, I knew that that's what I was going to obsess about, and I knew I had to go get a degree. I went to school while everybody was partying and having a good time in one of the largest clubs in Panama City, Club La Vila. I was in night classes because I had something to prove. I needed to become a pilot. And then that got achieved. And then I thank God today that he shifted us. In 2012, I was diagnosed with lupus, okay? Understand there's going to be obstacles that come up in every portion of your life. In 2012, I got diagnosed with lupus, and I had a decision to make. They said, Randy, because I was praying to get out of the military, I must say. We had invented a product, and I was ready to just be a full-time entrepreneur. We had read the books, got the wife of my dreams, got my business partner. Like, I'm ready. I'm ready to be out of the Air Force. You know, my family is coming up. Read this book, a little bit of real estate, and I prayed to be out of the military, and God answered the prayer. Sometimes you will pray and you think this thing is supposed to come wrapped up in this beautiful gift, and it doesn't come that way. It comes in the way of a journey. Because God said, okay, you want that. Okay, that's cool. You're not the person to have it right now, but if it's the desire of your heart, the journey that's in front of you, you'll become that person. But most of you want, but you don't want the journey. I said, God, I want to be this entrepreneur. I want to make this much money. I want to help people. I want to do this. And God said, okay. Well, first thing, I got to get the military out of your life. You can't be a healthy pilot. They don't allow people who are sick to be in the Air Force as pilots. You're sick. You got lupus. And I remember that decision. Doctor said, well, if you take this medicine, then you will never be a pilot again. I said, give me the pill. And I took the medicine, knowing that I was done. Most of us, we stay, and I'm going to talk about the top 12 things that what poor people do. One of those, and I'm going out of order, is they stay on a job way too long. I'm going to say it again. They stay at the wrong job way too long. Me and my wife just talked about this today. Wonder if I did stay at being in the Air Force, I would be a lieutenant colonel. I've seen a lot of my friends right now, they're majors, they're lieutenant colonels. They're taking command of squadrons right now. But they haven't made 7 figures in that time. They have served our country, and I thank them for our service because we need people to serve. But I look back and I say, man, I got what I needed and I left. So one of those rules is staying on the wrong job way too long. If your job, one of you guys said it, you stay on a job, if it's not going to take you where you're at, why are you still there? If it's not going to grow you, why are you still there? So in 2012, we were stretched. 2013, we got a call from some relatives say, hey, we got this deal here. Mind you, me and my wife had never did it before. But here's what mattered. I already had a goal in mind. We attracted it. To tell you the truth, it's a funny thing. I won't give you the name, but I kind of created a network marketing company illegally. I'm just saying, not knowing it, the lack of my knowledge, okay? Not knowing I was doing that because I read this financial book that said, well, if you get these people, you get these people, you get these people, and you have a good product. I had a product. Me and my wife had opened up a swap meet where we selling Jordans and t-shirts and all type of stuff. You know, even the prize, it was so on point how we attracted the prize that I said, if you become this rank, you're gonna get a BMW. You wanna talk about the law of attraction? Oh my God, my whole life was an attraction, a manifestation on accident, okay? Now we just be able to read the books and I can teach it to you. So in 2013, we attracted network marketing in our life. We get a call from Wanda's relatives. They say, hey, we got this thing. Wanda wants to go on a vacation. We've been talking about going to Fiji and Bora Bora, and I'm looking at the price tag like we are not paying $10,000 for a vacation. My lid wasn't lifted yet, not in money-wise. I still had a bad money psychology, even though I thought I made it, okay? Anyways, we get in this company. See, what you don't know is portions of your life are going to be seasons. You're not meant to stay there forever, okay? And you got to understand when you should eject. Just like a pilot knows when he's flying in the air, we have an envelope for our injection. If I realize my plane is going down, I'm going to try to start the engine, do all the stuff, right? Go through all my procedures. And when I get to 10,000 feet, I have a decision to make. Do I stay in the airplane and go down and crash and kill myself, or do I pull the ejection seat? Every smart pilot knows exactly when to eject. It's life or death. 1,000 feet off your injection envelope can kill you. Your parachute may not deploy in time. I'm watching people who are ejecting too late right now. Their parachutes are not going to open in time. They're going to hit the ground. It's truth. This is how I think. Life or death. Your decisions are got to be on point. And so me and my wife were fortunate. We got into that company. My wife got the vacation of her dreams. We went to Bora Bora. We went to Fiji. We did all the fun stuff. God said, okay, you got it out of your system. It's out of your system now. Your wife got everything she wanted. You learn how to make money. You're in the better house. Listen, we had to go through some things, folks. We live in a house that my wife can tell you right now, none of the houses that I bought in advance, she wanted none of them. I heard it every single day. Every single day. I knew my wife was unhappy, but also knew the vision that we had. Okay, from all the books that I read, I just seen it because I read it. And I said, I know, baby, I know, and I'm glad that she stuck with me. I'm glad that she felt it. I'm glad I call it a ride or die. Okay, most people like, I can't stand him. No, she still built me up. Okay, we got her in a three bedroom, 1 bath with my dad there now. You know, my mama moved in. We went through it all. Okay. Our journey, my ride or die, 3 bedroom, 1 bath, 1,000 square feet with everybody in there, okay? And then I deploy for 4 months and leave her there. She stayed. Then the next one, the next house, it didn't get no improvement. So it's like, oh my God, it's a sale. We were in position, we bought the house. Now the floors don't work. All this stuff is happening and she stayed. But here's what I knew. I understood asset accumulation. If we hold on and sacrifice just a little bit longer, we'll be in a better position than everybody else. While everybody else you see living life and being great, they got the big house there, look good. Listen, folks, people that I looked up to, that they were millionaires. Do you realize I know people who are millionaires that are broke right now? Because of the habit of spending, because of the habit of not saving. I'm going to give you the real rules. It's not about how much money you make. It's about how much money you keep and invest. If I just make the same money I made right now, eventually I'm going to pass everybody up in front of me. Why? Because I understand the power of the dollar and investments. It's not about what you make. It's about what you invest and what you see in the future. And I'm going to give that to you right now. Okay. And so here's why I'm saying all this. Folks, you're in history right now. We're in a depression. Not even a question. Okay. By definition, we are in a depression and we're not coming out of it. Period. So here's what it looks like and why I'm going to give you this. And then we're going to roll and bring this call to an end. Let's talk about the money system real quick. It's like learning the rules of Monopoly. Okay. On a Monopoly board, what's the goal? Right? We give you a little bit of money. You got it. Now, what are you going to do with the money? Are you going to lose it on the board or are you going to grow it on the board? The person who grows the most money, owns the most assets, wins the game. That's real life. No one ever taught you, for some reason, no one ever taught you on that Monopoly board just to keep on going around go and paying everybody else rent and paying for your electricity and paying for the railroad and paying for all this and never own not a thing. Those people don't win the game. Have you ever seen a person win the game in a Monopoly just going around the board? No. So why are you going around the board? You're going to work every single day. You're paying for groceries. You're paying your rent. You're paying for electricity. And then someone brings an opportunity and you're like, no, I've been taught just to work. And then you wonder, why am I in debt? Why am I losing the game? Because you're not following the rules. Do you realize only 1% will follow the rules? So 1 person out of 10 people will follow the rules. That means only 10 people on this call right now. Some people couldn't stay long enough to get the sauce. 10 people on this call right now are going to take the advice I give you. Why do I know that? Because it's psychology. Because when I start telling you, hey, you need to save $1,000, immediately when I say save, it's a negative connotation for you. I'm taking away from. That means I can't spend it on this if I have to save it. Because you have a habit of spending, not a habit of saving. And anytime that you feel when I say, hey, go put away $10,000 this year, you go, but I only make 30. And if I make only 30,000, that means I only have 20,000. Yeah, you only have 20,000. That's what you have. But what in terms of what? You only have 20,000 in terms of what? Spending. I only can use $20,000. But I can tell you the 10,000, you're going to invest in gold, you're going to invest in silver, you're going to invest in forex, you're going to invest in the stock market, you're going to invest in real estate. And then it's going to grow 10 years from now. The fee said something powerful. He said, you got to start thinking long term. The reason we're in our position right now, and we're not even the house we want to be in right now, but I tell you, it's about 5 times bigger than our previous homes. Listen, but it took 10 years. It took 10 years, and we're not even arrived yet. Our bank account is good. I don't have to worry about. I look at my bank account because I like to save it. You know, listen. Let me give you something that happens to me. You know how they say people, you go shop. My habits are so hardcore with saving and investing. Some people, they have the habit of spending so much that you'll start looking through Amazon and what can I buy? Like, you know what I have the habit of doing? I told my wife, I said, baby, I just bought 8 ounces of silver. I was just had a glass of wine together. And I'm looking like, man, I should just buy 8 ounces of silver. And I just bought 8 ounces of silver. I have a habit of saving, folks. It's true. I don't know why. I do know why. I made it a habit. So if I can give you anything right now, I want to change your habits of saving. It doesn't matter how much money you make. If you make $1,000 a month right now, can you not save $1? I don't care. It's not about the amount, folks. It's about the habit. Most of us believe that when we make more money, our problems are going to go away. I wish I could say that was true. Your problems are actually going to get bigger. Your problems are actually going to expose you. See, that's why we're not being blessed. I thank God that He did not bless us in 2013 for what we wanted. If I was $1 million earner, I was going to be $1 million spender too. See, in this industry of network marketing, you're going to make a lot of money. Do not be confused. Do not be confused that your money will keep on going. You have to assume you better be investing to replace every time you reach a monthly goal, you better be working just as hard to go invest so you can replace that monthly goal. That's what we did. I learned our lesson very fast. In 2018, they want us to sell assets. Sell the house so you can stay here. Sell this, sell that. Do you realize if I would have sold my soul, I would have sold my family, sold our homes that we just sold, if I would have sold it then? See, people who are in desperate need of things, when they have assets, they have to let them go because they didn't get ready for the storm. See, if we weren't ready at that time, when we made our transition, I wasn't going to stay the course and say, you're not taking my 80,000 equity from that home. You're not taking my 50,000 equity from that home. You're not taking that from my family. I got that in place for this moment. I ejected. But if you don't understand the system, you can't eject when you don't have the knowledge. And today I want to lift your lid. See, folks, you're going to have to be decision makers. You're going to have to be trendsetters. You're going to have to be the person that votes first. Okay? Some people may have not done it. See, when someone just showed me this circle where it said comfort in the middle. If you draw a circle, put comfort in the middle and put success on the outside. See, the people that are on the outside, we get to look in, we see the people who are comfortable. That ain't the growth zone. I need everybody on this call to be outside the circle. You are the doers. You are the thinkers. You are the people who are going to change this world. You apply the law of imagination. For those who read that book, you realize if someone looks at a pile of dirt, to them it's a pile of dirt. For someone else, it's a foundation. It's a law of imagination. Those are the people who get paid. So let's just talk about the top 12 reasons why people stay poor. And then we're going to finish this off. And I'm going to talk about the system a little bit. Number one, they think about themselves. They only think about themselves, not about other people. See, if they thought about other people, they would be inventors and thinkers and doers. Thinking about other people look like this. What does the world need? I'm going to give you free bands right now. I know that we're in IN. We know that people need to make money right now. That's a simple one. That's done. But have you ever thought the world is going on lockdown because of the COVID-19? Who sells masks on here? Okay, free bands, right? I have a bundle of abundance. You're gonna see us have them come out too. I have a bundle of abundance. It's enough to go around for everybody. There's 100 people on this call. I'm not gonna let your family go down. You want extra money? Here's the first thing. Go find those masks. Go brand them. Go put something on them. Go sell them on the internet. I'm serious. It's free bands. And then what you're going to do from there, you're going to take that money. You're not going to spend it. It's extra. You weren't going to do anything. I just gave you 3 ways to make money. I gave you a free way to go flip the $10 you got. If you only got $10 right now, you have enough to go buy 10 masks and keep on flipping it 10 times over. Now you got enough money to trade with. Now you got enough money to start another business with. Okay, you start trading, you got money to do that. Now you build up that money because you got the skill. Stop thinking about yourself. We got a company that if you are not only thinking about yourself and you're thinking about other people, if you're a chairman 10, that doesn't mean, or if you're a platinum 5,000, that doesn't mean that you just made 5,000. That means you helped 225 people. You're a chairman 10 means you help 500 people. Chairman 25, 1,250 people. That's what they mean. That means, okay? Because that's why I'm gonna shift to number 2. They think rich people are evil. Number 2, poor people think rich people are evil. They got their riches some kind of way because they got a favor. They got a handout. Someone gave them this. Oh, the reason they made their money is because of this. Listen, I didn't get rich from a handout at all. I got rich from my journey. It's a journey. But when you say that, number 2, why do people say that? Because it negates the fact that they're not working hard enough, that they're not doing the right thing. Why do I say they? I was there. I'm speaking from experience, folks. These are real. I was there. Number 3, they stay at the wrong job too long. I talked about that one already, right? You know when you should switch. You feel it. Okay? I want you to look at your job right now. Whatever you do. Okay? And then we're talking about the growth. Your job. How much money can you make on your job right now? Okay, just go look at the people. You know what job you're in. You know if you're in a dead-end job. Can you become the CEO of your job? Can you pass on your job? Will your job give you a $1,000 a year raise? A $10,000 a year raise? Will your job meet your needs? Can you get out of debt with your job? Just your job alone right now. And if all those answers are no, then you need to be looking at something else. You need to be building a business on the side like you're already doing. So as soon as you get here, you don't have the privilege or the right to say, I don't build those things. I don't want to go do this part, because you are not your own mentor. If you were your own mentor, you would already be, if you're your own mentor and knew exactly what to do, you would already be there. Number 4, their college majors are frivolous. We never said school was bad. School is not bad. But the reason you go to school is dependent. Why are you going to college? Okay, are you going to become a doctor? That's a definite aim. Are you going to become a lawyer? That's a definite aim. Are you going to become a congressman or congresswoman, the president of the United States? Those are definite aims. Why do you go to school? Are you going to contribute to the world? There have doctoral degrees out there. Before you even get into your doctors, they want to know what it is you're going to contribute to the world. Contribution. Know why you're going to school if you're going to go to college. College doesn't equal money at all. It most likely it will take money for most people who go and get frivolous degrees. A Bachelor of Art, not a college degree, unless you're going to go to law school after that. Number 5, they don't invest in themselves by learning new skills or increasing their value as a person. Let's hit this one now. We talk about investing in yourself. You know what most people think? I'm going to invest in myself. I'm going to go out, go get my nails done, get my hair done, get this sharp haircut. I'm about to go buy these brand new Jordans that just came out. I'm going to stand in line and spend $300 that I could be investing in some commodity that's going to go up to $30,000, but I still go buy the shoes anyway. I stand in line to go do that, but I can't get on the internet and buy an ounce of gold or an ounce of silver. Come on. Come on, my people. Free bands, Black economics. I'm talking about economics right now, real economics, right now. The habit of spending versus the habit of saving. If I can shift your mind right now, I'm gonna challenge you right now because it just came on my heart. The next time you go to spend, I want your spending to go through a filter. Do I really need this right now? Number one. If I don't get this, what will be the impact on my family? If I don't get this thing that I want to go get. And if no impact to the family, okay, and you don't need it really, then save it. Now, I don't want you to just save it. Now, when you got to save it, so let's say you have some savings above, I want you to get used to investing it. What can I invest in? Have the things you want to invest in, okay? I know some of you can't invest in gold right now. It's $1,800 an ounce. Well, they sell them in grams. That's $200 per gram, okay? Or you can invest in an ounce of silver, $23 right now, okay? Why am I saying these things? Because they're forced savings. You can't, I know that you can't convert them immediately. You can't convert them, okay? You can actually, did you know that if you owned over $30,000 of gold, you can actually get a loan against it? But most of us don't have assets to even know that, okay? That's a good loan against your money because gold is gold, ounce is an ounce. It's okay, it's yours. But you don't have anything to leverage right now. So I'm just putting you on game. Hey, make it your business to go get at least $30,000 worth of gold at some point in your life. I'm gonna do a breakdown, don't worry. I got you. So learning a new skill. We shouldn't have a problem. Listen, what I wanna do is change your posture on here. When you're going to teach someone about this and get them a new skill, don't be soft. They need a new skill. This is what rich people do. I was just talking to my daughter. I told my daughters, I know you want to go to college, but I'm going to have you get your real estate license. Why am I having them do that? It's a new skill. It's okay to have a real estate license, have an insurance, whatever. The skill that will bring more money into your household. Sometimes you're going to have to do what you're going to have to do. It's okay to have a job on the side. If you're in network marketing, maybe you hit a rank and you're still not bringing enough money, go get part-time job, that's extra money, go invest it until you get right. Why am I saying this? Because self-confidence depends on it. When we're sitting in front of this, your mindset is going to talk to you. And if you're not solid in your mindset, it may mess with you. You might not have the right savings right now. And if you're not that strong person to just bull through it, I want you to go do it. Go drive the Uber, go drive the Lyft, go get the savings so that you feel good about yourself. It's a part of your self-confidence. It's a part of your attraction, okay? This is investing in yourself. And by doing those things, you're investing, trust me, you just don't know you are. And so increasing the value of yourself, getting on these calls, getting on the morning mentorship calls, plugging into our Sunday calls with the company, okay? Going through it to a Les Brown's conference, going to a Tony Robbins conference, you know, lifting the list. You know, listen, me and my wife, we had never spent $5,000 on some tickets, but it was the best money I could ever spend, I'll tell you. Lord knew we needed just in time. Right at the end of 2018, some critical things happened in our business, and I'll tell you right on time every single time. I remember Wanda coming to me and said, "It's gonna cost you," and I ain't gonna lie to you. I was like, shoot, we get that type of learning. I can go on YouTube and see Tony Robbins, you know. You really want me to spend like $6 grand on these tickets? You know, that was the discount price. Listen, that was the discount price. I'm like, $6 grand though to go listen to Tony Robbins? You know what happened there? Even the personal developed Randy that you would consider personally developed. 25 years of poverty thinking still in me. That was another level. When I bought those tickets, and I offered it to some folks on here, right? When I bought those tickets, listen, my heart was staring to. I'm like, I'm about to spend $6,000 on going to an event that they're gonna jump up and down, they're gonna hoorah, and they're gonna do this. And once again, my thinking, it was you never been there. I never been there. Oh, they're gonna teach me this, and they're gonna teach me that, and they're gonna teach me this. Oh, they just pumping up, they're just motivating people. They ain't nothing in my little place where I still haven't grown to where I want to be at yet. I'm so grateful that I've been taught to get uncomfortable. I said, baby, you know what? I'm gonna do it. And not only am I gonna do it because I spent $6,000 on it, I'm gonna go all out. I'm gonna be jumping around. I'm gonna do exactly like Tony Robbins. Let me be honest with you. I wanted to go there and prove it wrong. The first time, I wanted to prove it wrong. Like, I'm gonna do everything so I can say that it don't work. This is all hoorah and hot. That's what I wanted to say. So I told my wife, I'm gonna go all out. I'm gonna jump. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. And I made a decision. Best decision of my life. Because when I went there, I did it so much I made my wife uncomfortable. Y'all know Wanda. Wanda don't get uncomfortable. Okay? My wife don't get uncomfortable. I knew I was on track to make my wife uncomfortable. They said jump up and down. I jumped up and down. I let go. I became me. I was free. I put down the walls, the facades, the this, the that. They said jump. They said do this. They said do that. I did it all. And when I finished, I was programmed. I was programmed for success after that event. And when I came back, there was some news that came. One of my biggest people that I thought was in the trenches with me said, hey, I want to talk to you guys. And we got that call. And I knew what that call, you know what's funny? I knew what that call was going to be about for some reason. I just felt it. And I get that call and it was like, hey, just, well, you know, this, you know, gave it to me. I said, I bless. I said, thank you for doing what you did. I said, you're good with me. You're still my boy. We still good. Like nothing changes. Because what I just learned at Tony Robbins is that you can't let people change your energy. And when we got that call, I ain't gonna lie, my energy changed, but I knew how to get it back. I did what I just did at the front of this call. I turned on some music and I said, we about to go even harder because that means we about to have a breakthrough. That means it's about to come. Woo! We just lost a big leader. It's about to come. That means I'm about to get a bigger leader. Because sometimes people got to get moved out of the way for other people to go past them. Sometimes people may look like leadership, but they are the ceiling of an organization. Listen, you cannot be the ceiling of your organization. Get out the way. If you're not reading, you're not lifting your lid, you are the ceiling. Did you see that picture I showed you? See, let me show you one more time because you didn't get why I showed you. I know now it's going to come to you. You're going to be like, oh, you didn't get what I was showing you. I want you to see why I'm showing you. I'm sorry I'm going over time, but I want you guys to get this, please. Okay? I want you to get this. See, some of you seen that. Oh, that's pretty. It's a jar inside of a jar. Okay? Some of you like, that's a jar inside of a jar. No, those are open lids. Okay? Open lids. You see, if this was me and Wanda right here, if we shut this lid at us, the farthest you could get, you would never get outside of my lid. Okay? Some of you are going to grow faster than Wanda and Randy Webb. We are not your lid at all. We're just here to give you everything that we got. And if you surpass us, I did my job. It's called the law of succession. And everything that we're doing right now is so that you can succeed us. Our leadership, our abundant thinking doesn't limit us to saying that, well, if this person gets better, it's going to take the views off of me. If this person surpasses me, then I'm not going to be the person. That is not my goal and never has been my goal. My goal has been to create people more powerful than me. There have been great prophets in this world that said there will be people that will do bigger things than me. Jesus taught you the law of succession. History shows that. Martin Luther King taught you the law of succession. Malcolm X taught you the law of succession. Why? Because their works kept living beyond them. That's why the name of our team is Legacy Worldwide. It's not Wanda and Randy Webb. It's Legacy Worldwide because it will far succeed the reach of where I come from. My son, I'm teaching him everything, knowing that my son is going to be smarter than me, knowing my son is going to be faster than me, knowing that my son is going to 10 times the net that I leave him. That's what I know, because that is the law of succession. But if I strap on my lid, because our nature as human beings is to limit others because we desire power, okay? We desire power. We desire to be in front of the room. We desire to be the one. And when you understand it's about psychology, about your mindset, get out the way. The reason you're stuck is because you won't get out the way. And you're like, man, I'm stuck right here. It's because you're not out the way to get somebody else to get in that position. So therefore, you have to fill the position. There are companies right now where someone was building that company, okay? And because they were building that, look, I'm deep. I hope I'm deep, y'all. There's someone who created a company and they had to go back into position because they weren't willing to move out the way. They had to go back to work in their company because they weren't willing to move out the way. The law of succession is a powerful thing. And when you don't allow people to succeed you, you will never succeed. It's the law of attraction, right? You can't possibly say that you want some chairman 10, 25 on your team if you're not getting out the way, because you're still stuck in position. And so therefore, no chairman 10 can ever get there. If your mindset is stuck on being a platinum 600, you'll always be a platinum 600. You'll never grow a platinum 600 because you're still in the way. But when you make it about everybody else, you don't know it all. But guess what? Those jars inside of jars, my lid is open, y'all. I want to put your jar inside my jar, because my jar is inside somebody else's jar. And hopefully my mentor's jar is inside of someone else's jar. And if you decide to skyrocket through your lid, through that lid, through the next lid, you can surpass me if I'm going too slow. So what am I saying? Have you introduced your folks to your mentor? You don't know it all. If I see you not plugging in the calls, I know you're stuck. You'll be stuck. This is a straight shot call. If you haven't plugged into the mentorship calls, I've never said it, I'm gonna say it. If you're not plugging into the mentorship calls, you will not win. You will stay the same person. I see we have the same 60 people hop on every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and I've gotten to watch you grow. Look, I see Sakina, okay? When she's on these webinars, whether she know it or not, her posture, she's always had posture, but there's something different with the energy that comes from the call now. I feel it, okay? Chairman, done. And I get to watch Andre, okay? Chairman Chuck, man, oh my God, watching the growth. Chuck, I'm watching it unfold. Give yourself permission to grow. And I know I'm on number 5 still. That's increasing your value for yourself. Invest in yourself. Invest in yourself is not going to go feed yourself. It's reading the books. It's getting on the mentorship call. It's going to a Tony Robbins event, even though you feel that you shouldn't pay for it, you don't want to pay for it. That's investing in yourself. Number 6, they cut back. He said that saving money is an adverse effect on their mindset. Scarcity versus abundance. Saving money has an adverse effect on their mental state. When I tell you save money, you're like, but you're taking from me. No, we're investing in you. Okay? So let me give you real quick. Why do you save money? Let me give you just some real tips to save money. What I want you to do, some action steps. Number 1, this is Dave Ramsey conversation. Number 1, I need you to save an emergency fund. I need you to save $1,000. She's like, Randy, but I barely can save. You can save $1,000 by any means necessary. Okay? If you need to go get a second job to save $1,000, I'm telling you right now, go get a second job to save $1,000. Go drive Uber, Lyft to get $1,000. Go deliver groceries to get $1,000, or go trade. Okay? Or go trade. But for those who are having a hard time doing that, or go, you know what's even easier? You want to know what's even easier? I just gave you all those, and most of you are going to take the latter, what I just gave you. But you know what you really got? Just go Platinum 600. I'm telling you, you need an emergency fund. Go find 12 people that want to learn how to trade. Boom. Because you offered value, now the company pays you $600 a month. In 2 months, you now have $1,200. Don't play around. Just stay in your demo account until you have $1,000 saved up. Boom. You got your emergency fund put away. That's number 1. Number 2, get out of debt as soon as you can. You know where me and my wife are fortunate at? We tell our story. We hit in the last time we hit the top rank in 2.5 years. Here's why we were able to do it. Okay, we were able to go straight all in for that company. We had already had assets. We already had a good savings that we could live off of, and we went straight in. We hit we always say it's a funny story, but we hit the first level in that company, and we're like, yeah, we're free. Shoot. Let me tell the truth, shame the devil. Tell the truth, shame the devil. My first official check was $100. Okay? Tell the truth, shame the devil. That company, network marketing is that, folks. Let me just be honest. It's hype. Okay? Let me be honest here. It's not hype here. The money is the money. That's why I'm so excited. But we got to change your mental. But we were ready for opportunity because we did have the money then. We were able to, I was able to sell, in the process of being in that company, I was able to sell 2 properties that kept us good to go all the way in and get to where we got to, okay? And then I got to where we got to, and I realized, okay, that flip ain't coming. We here and I'm going hard. That flip ain't came yet. Yo, I put money in. You know, we sold some properties. We got there, $17,000 on average, $11,000 here and there. They lied to me. Okay, they led me astray. See what I say? A good leader is whether it's going to hurt them or not. What some of you been on the mentorship call, you know what I'm about to say. A good leader climbs it to the top of the tree as we're going through this jungle. When they realize that we're in the wrong jungle, they yell down to the rest of the people and they say, "Wrong jungle!" But what's crazy about network marketing, when people realize they're in the wrong jungle, they don't want to yell down, because then those people, they go to the other jungle and they're scared that those people are not going to go to the jungle to stay in the same jungle, go to the same jungle with them. Listen, if your leadership was correct, your people are going to, if you did the right things, your people are going to go with you, regardless. If you're doing the right thing from your heart, and they don't, no big deal. Okay? And so having a scarcity versus abundant mindset, number one, save $1,000. Number two, okay, get out of debt. I want you guys, there's a site called Dave Ramsey. I want you to follow Dave Ramsey. He has a debt snowball calculator. I'm going to drop it in the group. I want you guys all to use this calculator, okay? Because if you don't plan it, if you don't plan to fail, okay? So I want you to plan to get out of debt. Why? Why am I saying get out of debt right now? Okay, if you can get out of debt right now, when you step in front of a room, it just does something different for you, okay? It gives you posture and confidence. You feel good about yourself. You're going to be able to teach without thinking about all the bills that you owe, okay? Debt snowball, there goes the link right there. Get out of debt. Imagine this, if you're on this call right now, you only make $3,000 a month, $36,000 a year. And you're like, man, if I made $100,000 a month, someone said it, it's not about the money. If you got $100,000 a month right now, you're just going to go spend it. You're going to get a bigger house, you're going to get a better car, and now it's going to take you longer to get out of debt. The best thing that could have ever happened to you is that you weren't qualified to have more debt, because it's going to be easier to get out of it. So get that debt snowball, pay the couple of $1,000 you're in debt, done. Go do the extra stuff and then focus. But you're doing all this at the same time, okay? Build the business, period. So that's number 6. So one, $1,000. 2, get out of debt. 3, have an investment plan. Why an investment plan? Let me just shift you and tell you what's coming. Man, I'm way too. Okay, we're gonna wrap it up. Okay, real quick. Investment plan. Why? Okay, let's talk about history of money real quick. Federal Reserve, our central bank. They print money all day long. Okay, what happens when they print money? We call it supply and demand. As supply goes up, okay, demand goes down, it costs less value. So the goal of the Federal Reserve is to ensure that our money, or ensure that our economy is going up, inflationary. Ensure that equity is going up. And the only thing that America cares about, we say capitalism. You need to understand this. Capitalism. Why do you hear the president only talking about the stock market? They look at that as the health of the country. And when the stock market is not good, doing good, the economy is not good, doing good. So if we focus on what the president's focused on, or focus on what the economy's focused on, or focus on the banks are focused on, we will do the right things. So therefore, when the stock market is crashing, what is the Federal Reserve doing? They're printing more money, because they need you to be confident in the stock market. They need you to be confident in your economy. They need you to continually spend money on things. That's what drives the economy. When you spend money at Walmart, Apple buying the new iPhone, buying the brand new Jordans that's making Nike go up. You buying all these things, it's to drive capitalism up. Okay? And when you can't do it, they spend more money, they give out stimulus pants. What do you think a stimulus is? It's not to stimulate your household. It's because they understand your habits. They know you before you knew you. They know when I give you $1,200, you're just gonna go spend it. They ain't gonna throw it in the stock market. They're gonna go throw it at Walmart. They're gonna throw it at, here. Y'all see people, I got that shit. Go invest. That's what smart people are doing. So when the Federal Reserve prints money, they are causing goods and services to go up because you're buying. And when you don't have confidence, guess what you don't do? When you're like me, you go invest and you do certain things, okay? And they're not getting everything they want. So what happens again? They print more money. And they print more money, because that's the only thing that they can do, because it's not backed by gold. If it was backed by gold, we wouldn't be in this situation. Why? Because they wouldn't be able to print money. The economy would have to reset. The government would have to file bankrupt, like a regular human being has to file bankrupt when they're way over their head. But we will never default. We only manage it so that we can get ahead and pass to the next person. So right now, our economy is in a $25 trillion deficit, and it's going to go to about $80 trillion. What does that mean? More money in circulation. Everything goes up in value, okay? The dollar has less buying power. So 10 years from now, 8 years from now, your $1 is less value. Okay, so that means your dollar may be worth only in your head. If I can make it simple, your dollar will only be worth 25 cents. In the next 8 years, your dollar right now will only have the buying power of what 25 cents is. Now, here's the difference. If you don't invest, that will be your issue. If you invest, you have a whole different issue. You're clapping to the bank. See, what I know, investing in gold, investing in silver, investing in commodities or hedges. Why do I know that? Because China's pretty smart, aren't they? What is known about the Chinese people? When people say they're good at numbers, okay, that's not a statistic. That's real. So let's talk about what's happening. Let's bring this all in. You know, when you look at a detective, how does a detective solve a murder? He must find the motive first. And when he finds the motive, he can solve the case. I'm going to give you the motive and why you should be doing this. Okay? China has invested over $3.2 trillion into our treasury notes, just like our Federal Reserve has invested constantly in our treasury. And what happens is the more that the Federal Reserve prints and buys treasury notes, okay, they're deflating the market, deflating the treasury, okay? It causes it to have less value. So now the Chinese who invested there, their portfolio has less value, but they understand the significance between the dollar and gold. When the dollar is weak, gold is supposed to go up. Well, between a couple of manipulative things, right, supply and demand, the gold is being kept down right now. But if you go look at usdebtclock.org, okay, this is free bands again, okay, this right here, they tell you what the real thing is. If they would unveil it, okay, silver would actually be $3,694 if, right, it was based on non-manipulation of the market. It really showed. Gold would be $30,000. Okay, why do I show you that? I don't show you that just so you can buy gold. I show you that to understand the buying power. So when I say 10% of investment should be somewhere, okay, goods and services, gold is one of them, real estate is one of them, land is one of them. A majority of the wealth here in the United States is with people because they owned land before. A lot of us are behind because our ancestors did not own land. So it's up to you to break that. Own land, own gold, own silver, build the crap out of network marketing so you get more money to own more of the stuff that you're supposed to get. That's it. So if I can give you anything, keep it in simple terms. Simple terms. All the goods and services are going to go up in the next year. You need to make a lot of money to go buy those things. If you don't, you're going to miss out on the biggest wealth transfer in the world. Why should you learn the skill of trading? Because you get so much leverage in the market that you can create so much wealth to put yourself in position on the monopoly board. You have a chance to catch up. Have you ever been on the monopoly board and you were losing the game and you thought it was done? And then you just got that one glimpse, you were able to skip around the board a couple times and not land on anybody's property. And you're like, boom, I just collect another $200. I got enough. Ooh, if I can get around that board one more time without landing on someone's property, I will be good. If I can get through this world without having to pay a ticket, without getting in trouble, without having to go behind on my bills, my credit cards, if I can get around the board one more time, it will be just enough. Listen, you're in the game. You're in network marketing. Here's your board. Go show people. Go do what your mentors say. Open up that book. Get away from the fear. Get an abundant mindset versus a scarcity mindset. This is your game. Why do you think they're saying stuff about network marketing? Oh, it's this, it's that, it's this, because they understand when people learn, just like 400 years ago when we hid books from people, when America hid books from their slaves, okay, because they know that if you learn the rules, you could win the game. It's been here the whole time. So you're finally around the board. You have enough. Everyone on this call, you're in the game. But unfortunately, I see in my back office that only 9% of my organization are participating in the game. 91% of the people in my organization right now don't even understand the game. They think it's all about trading. They think it's all about making money. And so you spend, and you never get to where you need to get to. And if I can give you anything, I can't give you everything on this call. Just plug into the mentorship calls. I know I'm going to have to bring this to a close, so let's just go through this real quick. And then the rest of it, I'm going to tell you, continuation on the mentorship call, okay? And we'll bring the rest of the value in. So number 7, not reading the right kinds of things, not reading the right books. Poor people read most of the time fiction type books. He said in this article, he said that people escape from reality by playing video games, by reading fiction books because they don't like the way the real life looks. and what it takes to get there. So you can either live in a virtual world your whole life and stay poor, or you can recognize the real world and realize you got some work to do. Yes, you're behind in the game. I get it. No, it wasn't your fault. I get it. Yeah, we didn't get everything right. You know, we weren't given some things. That's okay. You're in the game. Let's go. Read the right books, plug to the mentorship call. Number 8, believe other people. Believe other people. Let me say it again. I know some of you like, what do you mean by that? Like attracts like. You can't, Wanda said it so perfectly. You cannot be a suspicious person. Guilty. Can I say it with you? I'm guilty. I just said something the other day. I said that the greatest thing that could harm you is stating things without facts. It's coming to a conclusion without facts. I'm giving you facts right now. So believe in other people, regardless of what you think. Listen, I fell short several times, and I had to go to God and say, God, sorry. Like, I cast judgment on this person because I heard this, and I heard that, and I heard this. Believe in people. Why do you believe in people? Because you're looking in the mirror. When you believe in people, you believe in yourself. There are people that don't like the skin that they live in today. How do I know that? Because I can tell the way they talk and believe in other people. And when they don't believe in someone that looks like them, when I won't go there because that all you're saying is I don't believe in myself. I won't go there because these type of people do this. Look in the mirror. Don't believe the greatest lie told us in this world. You know what I mean? The greatest lie told in this world. See, the good book says, I am. Why do they say that's the greatest word? Because you got to believe in yourself. Believe in other people, believe in yourself. They say poor think that they're old. Believe rich people, they believe rich people were handed a break. If you believe that, that means you're waiting for someone to hand you a break before you get rich. Okay? If you believe that rich people got a break, you'll never be rich because you're waiting for someone to give you a break, and you'll never get that. No one owes you anything. Number 9, spending money before they get it. I already covered that one. The habit of spending. You just can't do it. You got to make a plan. Number 10. Oh, I have to go and read this one and reread it, and I have to go into it for understanding. Okay, some of you are going to feel this, and some of you are going to hear this, and you're going to discount it. But hear me closely. Number 10, they are more religious. Now listen to me. I'm not saying, I said religious. Okay, religious. What does that mean? Now, I'm not talking about Christian. I'm not talking about Muslim faith or Christian faith. I'm not talking about those who are practicing, who are in action with it. Okay, I'm talking about those who may just state it, and they'll understand the grounding of it. And you give, like, I'm just going to give it to Jesus. I'm just going to give it to God. And then you don't go do anything with it. That's what they're saying. We've taken and we've used religion as an excuse not to do anything. Hear me closely. I'm a Christian man. We have taken religion and we use it to our benefit not to do anything. That's what he's saying in here. We don't take action. While he said majority of rich people, okay, majority, okay, take that back. Not a majority. He said that some rich people, okay, may be atheists or agnostic. He said some. And so those people, let me talk about my religious folks. You'll look back, and I remember having this is why I had such a battle. Because you will look out and you see, like, how are they multi-billionaires? They don't believe in nothing. No, they believe in something. They believe in God, folks. Everybody believes in God, okay? It's just that they don't just hand their problems over without the action part. The Bible already says this. We just don't apply it that way. Faith without works is dead. If that just sums up this whole number 10. So I want you to understand when I say that. So really what sums up number 10 is really, I'm going to change it for they are more religious. Let me change that. More apply faith than action. Faith without works is dead. You got to have action. You got to take the works. So I'm going to change number 10, having faith with no action. Number 11, Don't fully understand assets. I just taught you that. We're done with that. You need to have assets. You need to have a savings account. Number 12, never talk about money with their kids. I'm gonna give you a conversation with my son, okay? Xavier's such my genius. My little man is such a genius. He is literally a mirror reflection of me. He's gonna be so much smarter than I am. I look at him, I'm like, you're so much ahead of where I was as a kid. I'm grateful, okay? The law of succession. And I have to take the time. Sometimes we get so busy. I get so busy in this office that I forget to take that time. And I said, let me take this time and go teach my son. Sometimes we think that what we're doing is complex. Our kids already understand it. Go teach it. So we were talking about interest. Let me tell you, when I was renovating my house in Corpus Christi, my son was there with me and we were painting the house. And I said, you know, son, I said, I'm going to pay you for this. But I'm going to give you a decision. I said, I'm going to make some money off of this house. Daddy's selling it. I'm fixing up so I can sell it. I said, you can take a percentage at the end of the sale, get paid later, or I'll pay you right now when you finish. I'll pay you $20 right now when we finish. I said, or I'm going to give you 1% of whatever I make. Whatever I make in profit, you're going to get 1% of it. That's what you'll get, son. He goes, once I know he's smart in math, he goes, I'll take the percentage. My son did this. We did this a year and a half ago. I was going to give him $20 a year and a half ago. He said, I'll wait. We sold the house. My son's going to get about, he has it already ready. You know, $56, $60. Gotta make sure I didn't mess up his math. Really, he was looking for 80, okay? We said profit. So I gotta teach him what profit means, net and all that good stuff. So we go, now we sit down, my son has his card, it's like a savings account. I'm teaching him how the habit of saving. And so yesterday, we were talking about at the end of the year, 12%. And I said, son, because my wife was trying to explain to him annual growth. She says, son, because I told him, I said, whatever you have saved by the end of this year, I'm gonna match it. So you can, I'm not gonna put any rules on you. Here's your card, here's your allowance. I'm not putting any rules on you. All I'm gonna tell you is this. At the end of the year, whatever you have there, I will match it. If there's only $1 there, I'm only gonna give you $1. Okay? So my wife was telling me that's 100% growth. That never happened. You can't get 100% growth anywhere for the most part, right? And so we were just doing an example. Here's 12%. So I said, son, 12%. So at the end of the year, you have $100. 12% annually at the end of the year will be $12. I said, but if I gave you an option to pay you 1% for 12 months versus 12% at the end of the year, which one do you want? Which one is bigger? He goes, they're the same. Teaching point. Okay, of course, that's what we're taught in school. We think it's the same. They don't teach us compound. Says, no, son, they're not the same. I said, $12, right? Let's go through these numbers. And I physically want him to go on his calculator. I said, okay, we have $100. The first month I give you 1%. What do you get? He goes, $1. I said, okay, cool. Well, now the next month, what do you have in your account? 101. He said, go ahead and calculate 1% of 101. Oh, now I get $1 and some cents. And he starts calculating. Well, what it came out to be, we got 60 cents more than what we did if we just took the 12%. I said, son, do you realize most people don't understand this? They pay their mortgages this way. They pay their credit cards this way. And I'm gonna tell you, these credit card companies are some vicious moles. They won't let me go. They won't let me go. We paid off. How do you get $1? I don't care. It's small to you, it's big to me. I call the company. I seen $2 on my credit. I said, what is this for? What is this interest for? Interest is an assault on my family. What is this interest for? How am I paying it? It may look like $2 to you, but it's a jail sentence to me. Interest is a jail sentence. I know it all too well. The companies are still trying to get that money. And now what I look at is I say, man, they expected me to be indebted to them forever, that whatever extra they're putting on there, they may have been doing that the whole time. Some of you are paying over the interest that you're supposed to be paying right now, and you don't even question it. Why? Because you're just in debt. What's $2? It's a big deal. See, when you have the mindset to start respecting money and have a different psychology, you look at interest a different way. I don't care if it's 1 cent. I don't care if it's $1 million. I'll look at the same exact way. And when you do that, you will become successful. You will get out of debt. You will become that $1 million woman or man. You will get it off because you'll attract it. You will not attract it if you don't know it. Folks, this is our time. So vision, it has to happen today. Where do you see yourself? I want you to write down your goals today. A definite aim. And so I'm gonna give you, I gave you guys the 12. I'm gonna give you several steps that we've already went through, and I want you to go back and look at them again. I'm gonna post the 21 irrefutable laws of leadership, but here's the things that we covered in the law of success. A definite aim. You must have a definite aim. Okay. 2, you got to have some self-confidence. We talked about how to get self-confidence. Number 3, okay, the habit of saving. Okay, we just hit the habit of saving hard. Initiative. You can't wait for other people to do things for you. No one is going to do anything for you. That number 10 about faith and works and religion, that's all that he's talking about. The law of initiative and leadership. Go out and just do it. Thank you, Andre. Props and sevens right now for Andre putting this together. Okay? Andre did all this. I didn't do not one thing. Not one. I didn't make the flyer. Barely sent a picture. I don't even know if I sent him the picture. He did it all. He talked to all the leaders. All I know is he had a flyer. So I said, baby, this is very what we would do. Shoot, let me get out the way. See what get out in the way gets us? Where we got out the way. And we won't get in the way. Today, everyone on this call, you have permission to be you. You have permission to build. You have permission to create your legacy. You have permission. We are just here for support, mentorship, and coaching. I hope that everybody on this call far surpassed my leadership, because you already got it if I did my job. Number 5, the law of imagination. Number 6, the law of enthusiasm. Number 7, we just talked about the law of self-control. And the next one we're going to talk about is the law or the habit of doing more than you're paid for. I need to change your mind. You don't do certain things. It makes me laugh when I hear people in our company, they say when they get involved, oh, this is just not enough, right? This is all I get. And I realize that they don't understand the law of doing more than you're paid for. You see, and I don't even mention this guy's name anymore, but he has this book about him and his dad that makes a lot of money, okay? And that person taught him the habit of doing more than you paid for. And because he did more than what he was paid for, he learned from the person who was teaching him. Some of you are able to plug into this, but you won't plug into a mentorship call because you're not getting paid for it right now. You're not plugging into a Sunday night call because you're not getting paid for it then. You just focus on recruiting and focus on trading and not thinking there's a whole big process. Now, listen, okay? I want you to focus on recruiting. I want you to focus, but it's not about recruiting. It's about attracting. Okay? If you get more time developing yourself and looking for those you want to attract into your business, you will be successful. But you got to do more than you're paid for. You're a Platinum 1000 right now, and you're only doing Platinum 1000 work, so you'll always stay a Platinum 1000. You're a Platinum 2000, and you're only doing what a Platinum 2000. I'm just a Platinum 2000, so I don't want to do all that. So you're just going to get Platinum 2000, okay? You're a Platinum 5000. If you just do Platinum 5000 work, you're just going to be a Platinum 5000. Are you hearing me? At your job, why do people get promoted? Why do we forget this? At your job right now, you want to become the CEO of your job. Do you think they just look down and say, oh, they look like a CEO? No, they don't. They look down and say, who's been doing more in our company? Who's been developing people? Who's been doing more than they've been paid for years in our company? Man, such and such. You know what he's been doing? He developed this, he did this, he did this, look how he did this. The art of doing more than you're paid for will get you promoted no matter what it is that you do. You might not be getting paid right now. Listen, me and Wanda, we didn't get paid what we thought we should have been paid in our previous company. But you know what happened? We got paid more. Why? I'm not talking about in money. I'm talking about in mentorship. I'm talking about in coaching. I'm talking about in our journey, being in front of a Zoom presentation like this. We created systems over there that allow us to come here and recreate the same exact system that gave us the pay that we thought we should have been making over there. So it was never about the promotion or the money. It was about the person we were supposed to become to get what we wanted. Let's go! It is your time to become that person, and that is our call, folks. Let's go. Go do more than what you're paid for, and that is it. Okay, stop looking at other people's plates saying, they're only doing this, and that's why they're only doing this, and I can't win because they're doing that. Well, because they spent the cost. They were here before the company was invented. Well, why is this person getting this, and they only recruited that many people? I don't know. They happen to get lucky because they went through some personal development some years ago that their parents taught them, and they're already ready. Listen, you can't not compare yourself, because comparison is a thief, and it is only here to rob, steal, and destroy your joy and the goals that you want to get to. Protect your mental, protect this, grow this, lift your lid, and in everything that we do, let's continually leave our legacy. That is my time, folks. Let's go, let's grow, let's go charity. Back to you, Andre.
Listen, listen, listen. Let's go. Let's go. Right? I am fired up. Listen, I don't want to really talk too much. I don't really like talking after my upline, especially when they just drop the mic on everything. I told you I went first for a reason. So, but let me just say this. I have to take a quick moment, and I really just have to thank all of y'all for participating, all of y'all for answering the call. You made this event special. Lillian kicked us off and really just crushed it. Lilo out of Kenya, thank you so much. Matt, thank you so much, my brother. Jiz, Miguel, Jen, Rich, Sakina, Wanda, Nafis, all of y'all crushed it. I'm so thankful and so appreciative. I think everybody got tremendous value out of this today. There's no way that you couldn't. There's no way that your cup cannot be overflowing after that. Tears, you know, just everything coming out, all the emotion, all the stuff, all the breakthroughs that were necessary today. And then I also couldn't have done this without, you know, my upline, Paul Okello, for helping us keep the ship going, helping us do all the stuff, putting all the great flyers together, all the great intro videos together. So folks, I hope you guys are excited. I hope you guys are ready. So we were supposed to be doing a presentation at 4 p.m. And obviously we're at 5 p.m. So what we're gonna do though is we're gonna give some people a break. I know some people will go straight to barbecues, got family obligations. You spent 6 hours with us already. This is no judgment in any way, shape, or form, but we do wanna honor our commitment because we know some people have invited for a presentation. We're gonna move that presentation to 6 p.m. What we're gonna be doing with that presentation is totally different. We are actually doing that presentation in English and Spanish simultaneously at 6 p.m. tonight. Okay, so it'll be myself, it'll be Miguel. We will crush that presentation together. We will do it as joint, and we are fired up and excited about that. So listen, we're gonna get ready to go. We're gonna get ready to check out. But Paul, you have to bring us out with the way you brought us in with that absolutely incredible fire video. Folks, make sure you don't miss Morning Mentorship next week. Oh, and by the way, here's a tip just to plug myself a little pat on my back. I'm actually going to do Friday. Ain't it great? So fired up, folks. We'll talk to you guys later. And hope you all enjoyed the game today. Let's go.
Freedom!
So fresh, so new.
Freedom!
It's all for you.
All for you. Freedom!
Keep your ear to the ground.
Talking about the freedom!
It's the best show in town.
Let's show you that freedom! Well.
I give you freedom. Yes, it's right.
Freedom!
Start right now.
Freedom!
Get your freedom tonight.
Freedom! Come on, everybody. Young, old, all you lovers. This is our time to rise back from the sand and claim our freedom. Talking about the freedom. Let yourself be free.
I give you yes, it's right.
Freedom.
Start right now.
Talking about the freedom.
Get your freedom tonight.
Freedom.
I give you yes, it's right.
Freedom. Let yourself be free.
Start right now.
Freedom.
Get your freedom tonight.
Freedom. Freedom. Yeah.